Volume 2, Chapter 8 of That Unfortunate Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That Unfortunate Marriage by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 8. To one so habitually resolute, sagacious, and self-reliant as Mrs. Dobbs, the shock of discovering that she has been living under a delusion is severe. It is not merely mortifying, it is alarming. After her conversation with Mr. Bragg, Mrs. Dobbs felt like a person who, walking along what seems to be like a solid path, suddenly finds his foot sink into a quagmire. The firmer and bolder the tread, the greater the danger. She had not been conscious, until the disenchantment came, how much hope and pride she had lavished on the image conjured up in her fancy by Pauline's gentleman of princely fortune. The image had been vague, it is true, but brilliant. All that she knew of Mrs. Dormer Smith's pride of birth, her contemptuous rejection of young Bransby's suit, the importance she attached to introducing her niece into the best set, and so forth, served to strengthen Mrs. Dobbs in all kinds of delusions. She had taken it for granted that the sort of person whom Pauline could approve of as May's husband must possess certain qualifications. She no more thought, for instance, of doubting that he would be a gentleman than that he would be a white man. The princely fortune added something chivalrous to the idea of him in her mind, since he was ready to share it with portionless May. And now these airy visions had been rolled aside like glittering clouds, and the solid, prosaic, ugly fact presented itself in the form of Joshua Bragg. Mrs. Dobbs sat for more than an hour after he had left her, with bowed head and hands clasped, scarcely stirring. For a while she could not order her thoughts. Her mind was confused. Images came and went without her will. Under all was a bitter sense of disappointment and a vague disquietude for the future. At first she had dismissed the notion of May's marrying Mr. Bragg as one too preposterous to be entertained for a moment. But by degrees she began to ask herself whether she might not be as mistaken here as she had been in other undoubting judgments. Mr. Bragg was a man of probity and, or so she had hitherto thought him, of excellent sense. Oldchester held many substantial proofs of his benevolence. Could it be possible that girlish May was willing to think of this man for a husband? Mrs. Dobbs tried to look at the matter judicially. There were many instances of happy marriages where the disparity in years was as great as in this case. Who could be happier than Martin Bransby and his beautiful young wife? But this example had not the effect of reconciling Mrs. Dobbs to the possibility of May's accepting the great tin-tack maker. Martin Bransby was a man whom any woman might love, well-educated, clever, genial, of a handsome presence, and with manners of fine old-fashioned courtesy. There could be no comparison between Martin Bransby and Joshua Bragg. No, 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 such a match would be a mere coarse bargain. The very thought of it was an outrage to May. And yet, the pendulum of her thoughts swinging suddenly in the opposite direction, she remembered that neither Mrs. Dormer Smith nor Mrs. Griffin had so considered it. And was it not true what Mr. Bragg had said, that many people did very well without romance, and were useful and happy? Self-distrust, once aroused, became wild and uncontrollable. She fought against her better instincts, telling herself that she was a fool, and that the world was no place for storybook sentimentality. If May married this man, she would be safe from the gusts of fortune. She would be honoured and caressed, for it was clear that society accepted Mr. Bragg without qualm or question, and she would have boundless possibilities of doing good. This, surely, at all events, was a worthy aim. At this point, just as after a conflict between winds and waves there sometimes comes a sudden calm and the serenity of sunshine, the turmoil of her mind was stilled all at once, and she saw clearly. She lifted up her head and said aloud, "What shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Lord forgive me, I was arguing on the devil's side every bit as much as that poor creature Mrs. Dormer Smith, and without her excuse of knowing no better. The whole thing is plain enough. If May could bring herself to care for the man, and such unlikely things happen in that line that one daren't say it's downright impossible, she'd do right to marry him. If not, she'd do wrong. And that's all about it." Here at last was a firm foothold, and having struggled out of the quagmire, Mrs. Dobbs was able to consider the other subject of Mr. Bragg's talk with her, the rumour that Captain Cheffington had married again. If it were true, and above all, if his new wife were such a one as Mr. Bragg had described, there was a new source of anxiety as to May's future. As she was meditating on this point, Joe Weatherhead returned, eager to hear all about her interview with Bragg, and to impart to her something he had just heard himself. Mrs. Dobbs was glad to be able to feed Joe's hungry curiosity by telling him the reports about her son-in-law. since she could not betray Mr. Bragg's confidence respecting May. She found that he had been hearing a version of them from Mr. Simpson, whom he had met in the road. Vallee's utterances at Miss Piper's supper-table had already revived all kinds of obsolete gossip about Captain Cheffington. "It will be terrible for my poor lamb if half the bad things they say are true," said Mrs. Dobbs, shaking her head. Joe's private opinion was that Captain Cheffington's conduct, under any given circumstances, was pretty sure to be the worst possible; but he tried to comfort his old friend, as he had succeeded in comforting himself, by setting forth that her father's behaviour, be it what it might, could scarcely affect May's happiness very deeply, seeing that she had been entirely separated from him for so long. "And as to her position in the world, what you think so much of," Mrs. Dobbs winced at this, and turned her head away, "why, I shrewdly suspect, Sarah, that a deal worse things than ever reached you and me must have been known about Captain Cheffington in aristocratic circles this long time back. And yet Miranda has been received among the tip-toppest people as if she belonged to 'em. And there's her own great-uncle, the Lord Viscount Castlecombe of Combe Park, a nobleman notorious for his height." Joe did not mean his stature. "It has quite taken to her by all accounts." After some consultation, they agreed together that it would be well for Mrs. Dobbs to tell her granddaughter something of the reports which were flying about, lest they might reach her accidentally, or in a still more painful way through malice, and find her unprepared. Moreover, Joe urged his old friend to write boldly to Augustus, demanding an answer as to the truth of the statement that he had married a second wife. Mrs. Dobbs at length consented to do so, although she had little hope of eliciting the truth by those means. But Joe was strongly of opinion that if Captain Cheffington were not married, he would be desirous, for many reasons, of repudiating the statement; and if he were married, he might not be displeased at this opportunity of saying so, although pride or indolence, or 100 other motives, might prevent him from making the opportunity for himself. The communication was made to May when she came home from College Quad that afternoon, and although greatly surprised at first, it did not produce so much effect as her grandmother had anticipated. May had enough of the healthy, unquestioning veneration of a child for its parent to take her father on trust, and Mrs. Dobbs had always been careful not to lower Captain Cheffington in his daughter's esteem. But May did not, naturally could not, feel for him any of that strong personal attachment which is apt to look jealously on interlopers. She regarded him with a somewhat hazy affection, largely compounded of imagination and dim childish traditions. Some added tenderness sprang perhaps from the notion that poor papa had been unfortunate, and that the world had treated him below his deserts. After the first surprise was over, she said, "But why should he keep it secret? Wouldn't he have told you, Granny?" "Perhaps not, May. I hear from him very seldom, as you know." "Very seldom, yes, but in such a case as this. Perhaps, though, papa thought it might hurt your feelings, on account of mamma." "Perhaps," returned Mrs. Dobbs dryly. "People are unreasonably sensitive sometimes, are they not? As for me, it never entered into my head to think of my father's marrying again. But now I do think of it, it seems to me that it would be a very good thing." "Its goodness or badness would depend, of course, on circumstances." "I really think more and more that it would be a good thing, Granny. Papa must have many lonely hours, you know. He likes continental life best, to be sure, but still he is far away from his own country and his own people. It seems almost selfish in us not to have thought of it for him. Oh, I hope she is a nice, kind woman, who will be good to him and take care of him. I think I ought to write at once and assure him that I have no grudge in my heart about it. And I'm sure you have none either, have you, Granny dear?" Mrs. Dobbs found it at once more painful and more difficult than she had foreseen to breathe degrading suspicions into this frank, pure mind. But it was necessary not to allow May to cherish what might prove to be disastrous illusions. "It isn't all such plain sailing, May," she answered slowly. "I will write to your father, and you had better wait for his reply. We don't know that he is married at all, and if he is, we don't know that there's much to be glad about. They do say that the lady is not a fit match for your father." "He is the best judge of that, I should think," returned May. Then she added, her young face flushing with a generous impulse, "I dare say people may have said the same of my own dear mother." "No, May. No one ever said of your own dear mother what is said of this woman." There was a sternness in her grandmother's voice and face which startled the girl. "What do they say, Granny?" she asked quickly. Mrs. Dobbs checked herself. "Oh, I cannot tell you exactly. There are lots of stories about it. Some will have that her character is not quite blameless." "Who dares say so of my father's wife?" "Hush, May.
There's no need to call her your father's wife yet. Signor Valli says the person in question—" "Signor Valli? Then I don't believe a word of it. Not one word. I know he talks wildly and jumps at things. Why, he told Clara Bertram that my mother was a foreigner, and that he'd met her. So you see how accurate and trustworthy Signor Valli is." Then, after a moment, as if struck by a sudden thought, she asked, "Is she a foreigner?" "I believe so." "Then that is what he meant, I suppose." "It's right to tell you, May, that Signor Valli is not the only one who has heard disagreeable things." "Oh, of course, they all bar after the other. You have no idea, Granny, what foolish, backbiting talk goes on among the people whom Aunt Pauline calls society. I've seen them roll a morsel of gossip over and over, while it kept growing all the time like a snowball or a mud ball, and no doubt many people whom Aunt Pauline doesn't call society are as bad. A sheep is a sheep, whichever side of the hedge it is on," said this young censor with fine scorn. Mrs. Dobbs, in her heart, did not put implicit faith in the stories which reached her. The young and the old, when they are sound-hearted, are prone both to disbelieve slander, the young from innocence, the old from experience, for there is no lesson more surely taught by life than the evil lightness with which evil is attributed. But with regard to these particular stories, unwelcome corroboration was given to Mrs. Dobbs by Clara Bertram. Clara carried out her proposal of going to sing at Jessamine Cottage. She went there one afternoon when May was absent at the Hadlows, and introduced herself. There were only Mrs. Dobbs and Mr. Weatherhead to listen to her, but she sat down at the old square piano, feebly tinkling now, but tinkling always in tune, like the conscientious ghost of a defunct instrument, and sang her best. Her audience, though limited, was highly appreciative, and she soon found that their applause was not given ignorantly. Apart from the charm of her singing, Clara won their sympathies by her kindly, unaffected simplicity. She inspired trustfulness. One must have been blindly false oneself to doubt her truth. Mrs. Dobbs was moved to question her a little about Valli. "Of course you have heard this gossip about May's father," she said. "Yes, to say the truth, I almost hoped you might speak on this subject, and so I purposely came, when I thought May would not be here. I hinted to her something that Valli had said to me, but I saw she knew nothing." "I have told her. At least I have told her enough to prevent her being taken by surprise." "I'm glad of that. I think you have done very wisely." "This Signor Valli, now," said Mrs. Dobbs musingly. "I suppose he tells lies sometimes, eh?" Clara reflected for a moment before she answered. "In one way, yes. That is to say, if he hated you, and saw you give a penny to a beggar, he would impute some nefarious motive for the action, and say so without scruple. But I don't believe he would be likely to invent circumstances." Then she went on to tell how Miss Polly Piper remembered a dreadful story about some gambling transactions, and how Major Mitten had furbished up his Maltese reminiscences, and how everybody found something to say, and not one good thing among them all. Joe Weatherhead listened with a kind of dread enjoyment. So much curious gossip could not but be interesting, yet he wished with all his heart, for May's sake, that it were not true. "I speak openly to you," said Clara, "but I am reticent about all this with other people. Pray believe that." Mrs. Dobbs did believe it. Clara seemed to have become intimate with them all at once. "May I come again?" asked the young singer as she took her leave. "May you come? Will you come? I didn't ask you, because when a person generously gives me one pearl of price, it is not my way to snatch at the whole string. Your time is precious. Your voice is precious. Dear Mrs. Dobbs, your kindness is precious. Not that I am ungrateful for the kindness bestowed on me by other people, but there is such a delightful feeling of homeliness here. And then, although you have praised me too much, I must say that you and Mr. Weatherhead are good judges of music." "Well, I wouldn't go so far as to deny that you might strew your pearls before certain animals who would value them less," replied Mrs. Dobbs. As for Joe Weatherhead, he became so enthusiastic in Miss Bertram's praises behind her back, that Mrs. Dobbs laughingly declared he was in love with her, and perhaps he was a little. Many more such humble innocent loves spring up and die around us every day than we reck of. They do not ripen into fruit, but simply blossom like the wayside flowers, and the world is all the sweeter for them. When May came home that evening, she was delighted to hear of the favourable impression her friend had made, although she declared it was shabby of Clara to have come in her absence. May brought the news from College Quad that Constance had written home for a prolonged leave of absence, having been invited by the Duchess to accompany Mrs. Griffin to Glengowrie. "Canon Hadlow grumbles a little," said May, "but he will let her go, and I'm so glad. I hated the idea of going, but Conny will enjoy it, and everybody else will soon find out that she is the right girl in the right place, which I am sure I should not have been." "Mr. Bragg is not going to Glengowrie either, I understand," said Mrs. Dobbs, growing very red, and coughing to hide her embarrassment. "No, Mr. Bragg and I are quite agreed in not liking that sort of thing. He says he feels lonely in a strange house, and so do I. If the Duke and Duchess were my friends, it would be different." "Mr. Bragg has a good deal of sense, I think." "Plenty of common sense." "And and good feeling, don't you think?" "What's the matter with your throat, Granny? Shall I get you a glass of water?" "Oh yes, he does a great deal of good with his wealth. Canon Hadlow was saying only this afternoon that Mr. Bragg gives away very large sums in private, besides the public subscriptions, where everyone sees his name." "Mr. Bragg was here the other day to speak to me on business. No, no, I don't want any water. Sit still, child. And I think you are a great favourite of his." "It's quite mutual, Granny. Often and often in London I used to prefer a quiet talk with Mr. Bragg to the foolish chatter of smart people." "Ay, ay, but smart people need not be foolish, May." "No, they need not. Only so many of them, especially the young men, seem to think it part of their smartness to put on a kind of foolishness." Mrs. Dobbs looked wistfully at her granddaughter. In that process of sounding May, which Mr. Bragg had recommended, and which Mrs. Dobbs was endeavouring to carry out, there arose this difficulty. The chords gave forth a full response to every touch, but who should interpret the meaning of the notes? Mrs. Dobbs had been accustomed to read May's feelings by swift intuition. She was now afraid to trust to that. Her interview with Mr. Bragg had so upset so many of her preconceived ideas as to what could be considered probable, or even possible, in the matter of her grandchild's marriage, that her judgment seemed paralyzed, and then to risk a mistake which should involve May's lifelong unhappiness would be too tremendous a responsibility. Measured by Mrs. Dobbs' unquiet thoughts, it seemed a long time, but in reality less than a minute elapsed between May's last words and her saying, "Talking of smart people, Granny, don't you think Aunt Pauline is sure to know the truth about Papa?" "I cannot tell. There might be reasons why she should not have heard it, May." "Well, at all events, I've been thinking that I will write to her and ask. If she does know, and is keeping her knowledge back from me for any reason, some of Aunt Pauline's mysterious dancing before deaf people, you know, that I will make her speak out." "I don't see why you should not write to her if you choose, May." Mrs. Dobbs had little doubt that Mrs. Dormer Smith would be annoyed and perturbed by May's writing to her on the subject, whether the story of the marriage were true or false, and whether she herself had or had not heard of it. But Mrs. Dobbs was in no mood to shield Pauline from annoyance or perturbation. "She and her gentleman of princely fortune, indeed," said Mrs. Dobbs to herself. "Why couldn't she say old Joshua Bragg, and then one would have known where one was?" So it was settled that May should write to her aunt. End of chapter 8. Volume 2, Chapter 9 of That Unfortunate Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That Unfortunate Marriage by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 9. Theodore Bransby at first indignantly repudiated Vallee's scandals about Captain Cheffington. He was quite unprepared for them, having, it may be remembered, heard nothing of Miss Piper's story told at the dinner party in his father's house, and having, moreover, loftily snubbed every one in Oldchester who ventured to hint anything to the disparagement of his distinguished friend. What could Oldchester know about such persons as the Cheffingtons? But general testimony and public opinion were too strong for him, and he was forced to give up his distinguished friend. He fell back on mysterious hints of sympathy and intimacy with "the family," and allusions to what poor dear Lucius had said to him on the last occasion of their dining together at Mrs. Dormer Smith's. In his heart, Theodore was deeply annoyed. He considered that Captain Cheffington, supposing report to speak truly, had not only derogated from his proper place in the world, but had in some sense personally injured him, Theodore, by forming a connection so far beneath him. Nevertheless, it was very possible that Captain Cheffington might some day come to be Viscount Castlecombe, and much would be forgiven to a wealthy peer of the realm. Theodore was conscious that he himself could forgive much to such a one. He was not prone to indulge in idle fancies, yet he caught himself once or twice writing on a corner of his blotting-pad the words "Honourable Mrs. Theodore Bransby," with pensive sentiment. But let her father's fate and fortunes be what they might,
Theodore felt that he must still desire to marry May Cheffington. The recognition of this feeling in himself gave him an agreeable sense of his own elevation of soul. That fellow Rivers talked a vast deal of flashy nonsense which dazzled people, but it was possible to take a serious and sensible view of life without being commonplace. Theodore did not by any means wish to be, or to be thought, commonplace. He had just been called to the bar, and ought by this time to have begun his professional career on the Midland circuit. But he lingered in Oldchester on the plea of delicate health. It was not so much the presence of May Cheffington as that of Owen Rivers which chained him there. If Rivers would but have left Oldchester, Theodore would have turned his back on it also, with small reluctance. The dull, vague jealousy of Rivers, which he began to feel long ago, had become acute. Rivers would have been a distasteful personage to him under any circumstances, but viewed as a rival, he inspired something like loathing, and yet the desire to watch him, not to lose sight of him so long as May should be in Oldchester, was irresistible. Theodore had never come so near quarrelling with his stepmother as on the subject of Owen Rivers, but he had failed in causing the latter to be excluded, or even coldly received, by Mrs. Bransby. There was a painful scene one day at luncheon, when Martin, Mrs. Bransby's eldest boy, vehemently took up the cudgels in defence of his absent friend Owen, of whom Theodore had been speaking with sneering contempt. Martin was ordered away from the table for being impertinent to his half-brother, but general sympathy was with the culprit, and Mr. Bransby said, when the boy had left the room, "Of course it would not do to allow Martin to be saucy, but you are too hard upon Rivers, Theodore. He may have his faults, but if he be idle, he is not self-indulgent. Rivers has a Spartan disdain of personal luxuries, and although he doesn't work, no one suffers by that but himself. He is incapable of a mean thought, has a most noble trustfulness of nature, and is a gentleman to the core." Theodore turned deadly white, and answered, "I am sorry not to be able to agree with you, sir. To be a lounging hanger-on, as Rivers is, at the Hadlows, is not compatible with my conception of a gentleman." He rose as he spoke, and left the room so as to cut off any possibility of a reply. Mrs. Bransby had sat by with downcast eyes, parted lips, and beating heart. She was divided between delight at hearing her husband assert his own opinion against Theodore, and her constitutional timidity and dread of a quarrel. When Theodore was gone, she put her hand on her husband's shoulder, and said, "It is like you, dear Martin, to stand up for the absent. We are all, the children and I, so fond of young Rivers." "I hate priggishness, and I hate spitefulness," rejoined Martin Bransby, with a sparkle in his fine dark eye. The old man's face had flushed when he uttered his protest. It was an unusual outburst, for of late, whether from failing health or from whatever cause, Mr. Bransby had more and more shrunk from opposing or contradicting Theodore. He seemed almost timidly anxious to conciliate him, and was evidently distressed by any symptom of ill will between his eldest son and the rest of the family. After a while the flush died from his cheek and the fire from his eye. He sat with bowed head, softly caressing the white jewelled hand which had slidden down from his shoulder. Presently he said, "Don't let us cherish feuds or blow up resentment, Louis. If there are subjects on which Theodore thinks differently from you, and me too, my dear, let us avoid them. He has his good points, though he has weak ones, as we all have. Let us spare them. Theodore may be very helpful to the boys when I am gone, and I have it very much at heart that there should be peace and goodwill between them." In Theodore's mind, however, the little incident rankled. He was silent about it, but that was no indication that he had either forgiven or forgotten it. He was also annoyed and disappointed at seeing May Cheffington so seldom during this sojourn at home. He had formerly met her constantly at College Quad, but he could not now frequent Canon Hadlow's house as he had done in old days, even had he wished it. And although it appeared that Mrs. Bransby had struck up a great friendship with May during his absence, May's visits to her were very brief and rare. Theodore half suspected that his stepmother perversely stinted her invitations to the girl for the express purpose of vexing him, and at length he plainly asked her how it was that Miss Cheffington came to their house so seldom. Mrs. Bransby was tempted to give him her real opinion as to the reason, but she refrained. She would not vex Martin by saying sharp things to his son. So she answered vaguely that Miss Cheffington now passed a good deal of her time at Garnet Lodge with her friend Clara Bertram. "Excuse me," said Theodore, tilting his chair and looking down as from the summit of Mont Blanc upon his stepmother. "The Dormer Smiths were very kind to that little Bertram girl in town, and Mrs. Dormer Smith launched her in some of the best houses. But pardon me for setting you right. She is not quite on such a footing as to be a friend of Miss Cheffington's." However, he acted on the hint accidentally given, and began to honour the Miss Pipers with frequent visits. The good-natured old maids received him very kindly, but it may be doubted whether he were particularly welcome to any of the persons who had taken the habit of dropping in, nearly every evening, at Garnet Lodge. Major Mitten and Dr. Hatch were old habitués, but the circle now included some new ones. Mr. Bragg was often there. Theodore considered it striking proof of the incurable commonness of Mr. Bragg's tastes, already illustrated, to Theodore's apprehension, by a memorable instance that he, to whom some of the best county society was accessible, and who had even been invited to Glengowrie, should prefer the middle-class sitting-room and the middle-class gossip of Polly and Patty Piper. There was, too, the inevitable Owen Rivers, and occasionally Mr. Sweeting and Cleveland Turner would drive over from the country house, which the former had hired in the neighbourhood. Miss Bertram's visit was prolonged, in Theodore's opinion, very unduly. It might be all very well to invite her for professional purposes, but once the musical party was over, it was absurd to keep the girl as a visitor in the house. Altogether there was much that Theodore disapproved of at Garnet Lodge, but, as he told himself, he went there for a purpose totally disconnected with its owners. And if he did some violence to his social principles by condescending to frequent such an undistinguished and bourgeois set of people, he was resolved to make amends by totally dropping their acquaintance in the not distant future. As to May, although he genuinely believed that the Dormer Smiths had influenced her against him, he was not so foolish as to think that she had been coerced, or that she was at all in love with him. Nevertheless, a vast deal might depend on the influence of those around her, in the case of a girl so young, so fresh-hearted, and so inexperienced. He had faith in his own perseverance and constancy. The main point, the only vital point, was to prevent any rival from succeeding. So long as May were free, he had good hope. It was quite certain that the Cheffington family would never sanction her marrying Owen Rivers. That must be taken as absolutely sure. And indeed, Miss Cheffington herself would probably scout the idea. But with regard to what Rivers hoped and intended, Theodore could not be mistaken. There, at least, he was clear-sighted. It was disgraceful on the part of a fellow like Rivers, subsisting on idleness on a beggarly pittance, and without prospects for the future, or advantages in the present, to aspire to such a girl as May Cheffington. Of course, Rivers knew very well that it would prove a good speculation. May might prove to be the sole heiress of a rich nobleman. At any rate, she would certainly inherit her grandmother's money. Mrs. Dobbs' savings, however paltry, would be sufficient bait for Rivers, who had none of that ambition for fine tailoring, upholstery, and the paraphernalia of fashionable life which becomes a gentleman. Jealousy apart, perhaps that which made Owen peculiarly offensive to him was to see a man at once so poor, so contented, and so free from any misgivings as to his right to be generally respected. On his side, it must be owned that Owen wasted no cordiality on Theodore. To see May speaking civilly to that correctly dressed and dignified young man caused Mr. Rivers a certain irritation which occasionally manifested itself in the most unreasonable ill-humour towards her. "I really believe you like his empty arrogance," he said to her once. "Why else you should sit and listen to him with that complacent air, I cannot conceive." "Oh, I enjoy it of all things," answered May mischievously. "Otherwise I should of course cut him short by remarking in a loud voice, and with a ferocious glare, 'Mr. Bransby, I look upon you as a tedious prig. How delightful social intercourse would become if we had all reached that fine point of sincerity!'" But there were other causes of dislike between the young men unconnected with May Cheffington. Owen felt not only admiration but regard for Mrs. Bransby, and resented her stepson's demeanour towards her, while Theodore was embittered by hearing Owen's praises in his own family. The perception of this lurking enmity between them made May anxious to smooth asperities and prevent a rupture. In her heart, although she admitted he had done nothing to startle or offend her of late, she intensely disliked Theodore Bransby. Yet she found herself in a position of taking his part against Owen. Owen was too absolute, too inflexible, too implacable, she said. After all, Theodore had always conducted himself irreproachably. He might not be agreeable to them. May had innocently come to join herself with Owen in this kind of partnership in sentiment. But probably they were not always agreeable to other people. They ought to be tolerant if they wished to be tolerated, and the like sage reflections, all which pretty lectures, though they made Owen no whit less obdurate towards Theodore, melted his heart into ever softer tenderness for May. She had not gone to Glengowrie. The reprieve he had allowed himself, after which she was to depart, and he must steel himself to endure her absence for, probably, the remainder of his life, had expired. But May was still there, and there, too, was he. He was free to go away at any moment, but he lingered. He began to suffer sharp pangs of regret when he thought of the lost opportunities which lay behind him, for now sometimes it seemed to him as if this sweet, pure girl might come to love him. And what had he to offer her? How could he ask her to share such a life as his? Owen had held certain uncompromising theories, such as that a woman who hesitated to partake poverty with the man she professed to love was not worth winning, and that a man must be but a poor creature who should weigh a woman's fortune against himself and fear to woo a well-dowered girl, lest he might be thought to love her money-bags and not her. And he had long ago decided that with his marriage at least, supposing that unlikely event ever took place, considerations of money should have nothing to do on either side. But theories, even true theories, are apt to find themselves a little out of breath when suddenly confronted with the fact. The advice so vigorously given by Mrs. Dobbs to do some honest work, if it were but breaking stones upon the road, took a new significance when he thought of May. That on this point May agreed with her grandmother's view, he had ascertained, although a shy consciousness restrained her from urging him to change his course of life. He began to cast about in his mind for some possible employment, but he found, as so many others had found before him, how difficult it is to turn general acquirements into a definite channel. A chance word of Mr. Bragg's at length suddenly suggested a hope to him. Mr. Bragg mentioned one evening at Garnet Lodge that he proposed making a journey into Spain, partly on matters connected with his son's business, and said that he should like to find some trustworthy person to accompany him as secretary and interpreter. "I don't speak any foreign language myself," said Mr. Bragg. "Of course, there's always somebody that knows English, and pounds sterling are a pretty universal language, I find, and make themselves understood everywhere. But still you're at a disadvantage with people who can talk your tongue while you can't talk theirs." "But you could send somebody, couldn't you?" suggested Miss Patty. "Spain, I've heard, is such a horrid country." "Horrid!" cried Major Mitten indignantly. He was strong in recollections of sundry youthful escapades and excursions from Gibb. "Most delightful country, most picaresque, poetical, and—" "Oh yes, but I meant the cooking," explained Miss Patty. Mr. Bragg, however, valorously declared himself ready to face the perils of Spanish cookery. His son was not satisfied with his correspondent at Barcelona. Mr. Bragg wanted change of air, and since he had given up the idea of visiting the Highlands this autumn, he would take this opportunity of seeing foreign parts, and at the same time looking into matters at Barcelona for his son. Owen's heart beat fast as the thought occurred to him of offering himself to Mr. Bragg as secretary for this journey. He hurried after Mr. Bragg when the latter's carriage was announced, and stopped him in the hall to ask him when and where he could have a private interview with him. Mr. Bragg answered in his slow, ruminating way, as he took his coat from the servant. "An interview with me? Oh, well, why not come over to lunch? My house ain't beyond a pleasant walk for your young legs." "No, thank you, I won't come to luncheon. But I want an appointment. I shall not take up much of your time. On business." "Oh, on business, is it?" said Mr. Bragg. It was curious to note how evidently the sound of the word made him bring his mind to bear on what was said to him with a new and keener attention. "On business? It's nothing you could write, I suppose?" "Yes, I could write it. Shall I?" "I think it would be the best plan, if you don't mind. You see, I find in a general way that talk, what you might call, branches out so. Now, a letter limits a man. I don't mean this for your particular case, you know, but speaking in a general way. Perhaps if we find afterwards that there is anything to talk over, you might look me up at my office in Friar's Row. It'll be easier to settle all that when I know what the business is. Good night. My respects to your aunt." Owen hastened to his lodgings, and set himself at once to compose a letter to Mr. Bragg. Seeing that it was then past 11 o'clock at night, and that Mr. Bragg had set out for his country house, it was scarcely probable that he should have found a secretary between that hour and the following morning. But Owen felt as if every moment's delay might be fatal. Oldchester persons, who had seen him lounging on Canon Hadlow's lawn, and merely knowing him as a young man fond of smoking and reading and such unprofitable employments, would have been amazed at the impetuous energy he threw into the writing of this letter. But the same weight of character which gives massiveness to repose adds a formidable momentum to action. The main difficulty he soon found was to make his letter short. Thus, after several failures, and the tearing up of 3 copies, he accomplished to a fair extent, if not wholly to his satisfaction. When he had finished the letter, he put it into a cover, stamped and addressed it, and went out to post it with his own hand. By that time it was considerably past midnight. The letter could have been delivered by hand in Friar's Row next morning, and would probably have reached Mr. Bragg equally soon. But it was a relief to Owen, in his restless, impetuous mood, to have done something irrevocable. And there are a few actions in life so obviously irrevocable as posting a letter. This is what he had written. Dear Sir, I venture to offer myself for the post of your secretary during the journey you propose making to Spain. My qualifications are honesty, a fair knowledge of the Spanish language, and considerable experience of travelling in Spain, where I have made 2 long tours on foot. Perhaps I ought to add to these good health and willingness to be useful. My disadvantages are ignorance of the forms of mercantile correspondence, and inexperience of the duties of a secretary. I believe I could learn both very quickly. I have hitherto been a man without occupation. I am now anxious to have one by which I can earn money. Should you, on inquiry and consideration, think I could honestly earn some as your secretary, I should be grateful if you would give me a trial. I am ready to wait on you at your office or elsewhere, in case you wish for an interview, and remain, dear sir, yours truly, Owen Rivers. The following afternoon Owen was summoned to see Mr. Bragg at his office. The old house in Friar's Row had been painted and varnished inside and out. Plate glass glittered in the window panes, and elaborate brass handles shone on the doors. Owen had never been in the house during the days of Mrs. Dobbs' occupation, but he knew that May had spent much of her childhood there, and he looked round the private room into which he was shown with a tender glance, such as probably never before rested on those mahogany office fittings, morocco-covered chairs, and neatly ranged account-books. Mr. Bragg was sitting at a writing-table, and held out his hand without rising, when Owen entered. "Sit down, Mr. Rivers," he said, pointing to a chair opposite to his own, on the other side of the table. Owen sat down, and remained waiting in silence. "Well, so you think you'd like to go to Spain with me?" said Mr. Bragg, slowly rubbing his chin, and looking thoughtfully at the young man. "I should like to get work to do, Mr. Bragg. I don't care much where it is, but it struck me that I might be useful to you in Spain." "Ah, well, I was surprised at your letter." "Nothing in it that you object to, I hope?" "Oh, no. Oh, dear, no. Only I didn't know you was in want of employment. And I should have thought—" "Yes?" "I should have thought you'd have liked some more what you might call professional employment. A man can't step into a profession from one day to another, and besides, the professions are overstocked. There's no elbow room in any of them, especially for a poor man." "Ah, yes, I hear that sort of thing is said a great deal, but it seems to me that it might be a reason for giving up living altogether. There's a good many of us in all classes, one way and another, but a man has got to make room for himself." "You have a right to say so, Mr. Bragg, and I have no right to dispute it, for you have tried and succeeded, and I have not even tried." "Ah, that seems a pity, with your education and all. However, I didn't intend to branch out, as I said to you last night. With regard to the point in hand, I would just say at once that this situation would be strictly temporary, you understand. It couldn't be looked on in the light of what you might call an opening." "I understand." "At the same time, it might, I don't say it would, lead to an opening," continued Mr. Bragg, indenting the paper before him by drawing his thumbnail along it with a strong, steady movement, as though he mentally saw the opening in question and were mapping out the way to it. "I quite understand that if you engaged me as secretary for this journey, you would not bind yourself to anything beyond. Whether anything further came out of it, or not, would depend, first, on my suitableness, and next, on circumstances." "That's it," said Mr. Bragg, leaning back in his chair and nodding slowly. "Well, Mr. Bragg, I can only say I would do my best. As to my knowledge of Spanish, I'm not afraid. I began to learn the language first for the sake of reading Cervantes, as so many people have done before me. But since then I have acquired a colloquial knowledge of it by talking with all sorts of Spaniards when I was tramping about their country." "I have heard," said Mr. Bragg, not displeased to show himself acquainted with the literary aspect of the matter, "of a man that learned Spanish in order to read a book called Don Quixote." "Just as I did." "Oh, did you? I thought you mentioned a different name. And can you write it?" "Fairly well, but I should have to learn the commercial style." "There'd be more need, perhaps, for you to understand it than to write it yourself. All communications with my son in Buenos Aires could, of course, be written in English." Mr. Bragg here made a long, thoughtful pause. It was so long a pause that Owen at length broke it by saying with a smile, though the colour rose to his brow, As to my character, I can't give you one for my last place, because I never had a place, but my uncle Canon Hadlow will, I believe, guarantee my trustworthiness." He felt a queer little shock when Mr. Bragg, instead of protesting himself fully satisfied on that score, answered in a matter-of-fact tone, "Oh, yes, I dare say he will. I make no doubt but what that'll be all right." Then, after a second shorter pause, he continued, "There's one point, Mr. Rivers, that I must put quite plain. I expect everybody in my employment to obey orders. Now, you see, you, having been what you might call brought up a gentleman, might not—" "Oh, I hope you don't think that insubordination is part of a gentleman's bringing up." "It hadn't ought to be, but it's best to be clear." "Clearly, then, I can undertake to obey your orders, and I would only warn you to give them carefully, because I shall carry them out to the letter. If you ordered me to make a bonfire of your bank notes, I should burn 'em all without mercy." Mr. Bragg laughed his quiet inward laugh. There was something in the conception of himself ordering bank notes to be burned, which keenly touched his not very lively sense of the ludicrous. "All right," said he, "I'll take that risk." "Then, am I to conclude— May I hope that you will engage me?" asked Owen, with nervous eagerness. "Why, I shall ask leave to turn it over in my mind a little longer. But I'll undertake not to keep you waiting beyond to-morrow morning. You see, if I do make an offer, it's best you should have it in writing. And similarly, if you accept it, I ought to have that in writing." "Thank you. Then I need not intrude longer on your time." "No intrusion at all, Mr. Rivers. Good morning to you." Owen turned round at the door, and coming back to the writing-table, said, "May I ask you to keep my application to yourself for the present?" "Certainly," answered Mr. Bragg, but he looked slightly surprised. "Of course I don't mean the thing to be secret so far as I am concerned." "Why, no, we could hardly keep it secret," said Mr. Bragg gravely. "Of course not. But if your answer should be favourable, I should like to be the first to tell a person, the one or two persons who take any interest in me." "But I shall have to say a word to your uncle, and that's pretty well the same thing as saying it to your aunt, I take it." "Oh, yes, to be sure. I didn't mean you not to mention it to them." "All right. I certainly shall not mention it to anybody else," returned Mr. Bragg. And when the young man was gone, he said to himself, "I wonder who else there is I could mention it to that would care two straws one way or the other. I like his way. He don't jaw like that young Bransby, and he didn't try to soap me." The next day Owen Rivers was formally engaged as travelling secretary to Mr. Bragg for 3 months, beginning from October, which was now near at hand. End of Chapter 9. Volume 2, Chapter 10 of That Unfortunate Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That Unfortunate Marriage by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 10. Mrs. Dobbs had judged rightly as to the effect of May's letter on her Aunt Pauline. That sorely tried lady was overwhelmed at this time by various troubles. She did not write to May, but addressed a very long and somewhat rambling letter to Mrs. Dobbs. After the strongest expressions of dismay and horror at the rumour of her brother's marriage, Pauline proceeded. "I really cannot answer May's letter, at all events not at present. I am deeply distressed that she should have addressed me on the subject at all. It is such terribly bad form in a girl of her age to appear cognizant of anything not brought to her knowledge by the proper channels. I had heard a vague report of the connection, which was bad enough, but who could have supposed that Augustus would have degraded himself to the point of marrying such a person? But I ought not to trouble you with my feelings on this matter, for I am very sure you cannot imagine one tithe of the various distressing results to the family which will flow from it. It is much to be regretted that May so precipitately decided not to go to Glengowrie, particularly under recent untoward circumstances. I learn from a friend in town that my cousin, Mr. Lucius Cheffington, is much better. I do not mean, of course, that this is an untoward circumstance, but it alters the position of affairs. I scarcely know what I write. You may not be aware, few persons are aware, of the delicate state of my nervous system. I suffer keenly from any mental pressure, and of late I seem to have had nothing else. My cure at this place has been sadly interfered with by anxiety for others. But really, whether poor dear Lucius recover or not, if this story from Belgium is true, my niece's position will be a most painful one. From the tone of her letter to me, I can see that she does not at all take in the situation. You can tell her one thing from me. If my brother were to succeed to the title to-morrow, he would have nothing but what the entail gives him. So if she imagines otherwise, it would be well to undeceive her. You won't mind my saying that in this respect the circumstances of my brother's first marriage were peculiarly unfortunate, since they prevented any settlement being made for the children." "Ay," said Mrs. Dobbs, interrupting her reading at this point. "Not to mention that by that time Augustus had nothing left to settle." Then she resumed the letter. "You and I, my dear Mrs. Dobbs, must join our forces in face of these new and trying circumstances. The more I think of it, the more I regret that my niece has missed the opportunity of going to Glengowrie, especially since I have learned that Mrs. Griffin is going to chaperone another young lady in her stead. In society it is fatal to drop out of sight. You are forgotten immediately, and I cannot expect Mrs. Griffin to do more than she has done. Indeed, both she and the dear Duchess have been extraordinarily kind. I fear May scarcely appreciates how kind, but the truth is that she is singularly, I scarcely know the word to use, not dull, but indifferent on certain points. There is an apathy about her sometimes which has caused her uncle and myself a great deal of distress. But really she must rouse herself from it now. It is a great comfort to us to know that you, my dear Mrs. Dobbs, take a sound view of my niece's position, and have her best interests at heart. Believe me, very truly yours, P. Dormer Smith. P.S. I have this moment received a letter from Miss Hadlow, in which she mentions, amongst other items of news, that the gentleman whom I wrote of as being interested in May has declined his invitation to Glengowrie, and is now in Oldchester. There appears to be something absolutely providential in this. I know you have great influence over May. Pray exert it to make her see what is right. I have never been able to get her to look on her social position as involving certain duties. But indeed, in her case, the duty immediately before her of obtaining a splendid settlement and a fine position is an easy one. I have seen cases of real sacrifice to this social obligation endured without murmur. Since they are both in Oldchester, it must surely be easy to give the gentleman every opportunity of presenting his suit. Indeed, there may be better opportunities than at Glengowrie. The longer we live, the more we realise how everything is overruled for good. P.D.S. I reopen this to write an essential word, the name of the gentleman I have alluded to. You may form some conception of the pressure on my brain from my having omitted to do so before. He is a Mr. Bragg, a man of very large wealth, and received everywhere. I know that my uncle has more than once received him at Combe Park, and he would, I dare say, have got some chaperone there, and had May down for a time, but, of course, under the bereavement we have all just suffered in the death of my cousin George, this cannot be at present. But there surely must be among the better families in Oldchester some whom Mr. Bragg visits, possibly the bishop, if he is there, or perhaps the dean. I know Lady Mary slightly. Pray lose no time, my dear Mrs. Dobbs, in ascertaining this." Mrs. Dobbs pondered long after reading this epistle. In May's absence, she often turned over in her mind the advantages of an alliance with Mr. Bragg, remembered favourable precedents, and taught herself to think that it might be. The sight of the girl's face and the sound of her voice were apt to scatter these fancies as sunrise scatters the mists, but they returned when May disappeared again, and haunted all the old woman's lonely hours. One morning, after an evening spent at Garnet Lodge, when Mrs. Dobbs was alone with her grandchild, and was meditating how she should approach the subject chiefly in her thoughts, May unexpectedly began. "Granny, do you know I have something to say that will surprise you?" "Have you, May? Nothing ought to surprise me at 70 odd. But somehow things do surprise me still." "Of course they do, Granny. I think it is only blockheads who are never astonished, because one thing is much the same to them as another." "Well, I'm glad I can prove myself no blockhead at such an easy rate. What is your surprise about, May?" "It's about Mr. Bragg." The colour came into May's cheeks as she looked up with a bright, shy glance from her favourite low seat beside Granny's knee. But it was nothing to the deep, sudden flush which dyed Mrs. Dobbs' face. She looked at her grandchild almost vacantly for a moment, and then grew paler than before. But May did not observe all this. She sat smiling to herself, with the colour varying in her face, as it so easily did on the very slightest emotion, her hands clasped round her knees, and her bright head bent down as she continued, "I have had my suspicions for some time past, but I said nothing until last night. Then, when I went into Clara's room to put my hat on, I just gave her a tiny hint, and she said very likely I was right, and did not laugh at me a bit. But I dare say you will laugh at me, Granny." "Let us hear, my lass," said Mrs. Dobbs, moistening her lips, which felt parched. "Well, I think that Mr. Bragg has a motive in coming so often to Garnet Lodge." "I suppose he has." "Ah, but a very special motive. A matrimonial motive. There, Granny." Mrs. Dobbs looked down with a singular expression at the shining brown hair so near to her hand, which rested on the elbow of her easy-chair. But she did not caress it as she habitually did when within reach. She sat quite still, and merely said, "So, you think it surprising that Mr. Bragg should have matrimonial intentions, do you?" "Oh, no, it isn't that. Mr. Bragg is a very kind-hearted man, and would be sure to make a good husband. And do you know, he is very far from stupid, Granny." "I dare say. Joshua Bragg always had his head screwed on the right way." "His manner is against him. Of course he is uneducated and rather slow, but after all that doesn't matter so very much." "And he's rich," added Mrs. Dobbs in a dry tone. "Ever so rich. I'm sure he must have heaps and heaps of money, or else Aunt Pauline would not approve of him so highly." "And not quite decrepit." "Decrepit? What a word to use, Granny! No, I should think not, indeed." "Neither a brute, nor in his dotage, and immensely rich. I don't know what a woman can wish for more," said Mrs. Dobbs with increasing bitterness. "Why, Granny!" exclaimed May, looking up. "I thought you rather liked Mr. Bragg. I've always heard you speak well of him." The hand on the chair arm clenched and unclenched itself nervously, as Mrs. Dobbs answered in short, jerky sentences, and as though she were forcing herself with an effort to utter them. "Oh, so I do. Joshua Bragg is an honest kind of man. I've nothing against him. Don't think that, my lass." "Well, Granny, but now for the surprise. I wonder you have not guessed it by this time. Who do you think is the lady?" "I can't guess. Tell it out, May, and have done with it." "To be sure, there is not much choice. If it were not one, it must be the other. But I have made up my mind that Mr. Bragg and Miss Patty will make a match of it. What do you say to that, Granny?" Mrs. Dobbs said nothing, but gasped and laid her head back on the cushion of her chair. "I thought you would be surprised. But when one comes to think of it, it seems very suitable, doesn't it? Mr. Bragg admires Miss Patty's cookery above everything, and she is such a kind, charitable soul. She would do worlds of good with riches, and they agree on so many points, even their crotchets. And do you know, Miss Patty would look 10 years younger if she would leave off that yellow wig. She has such nice soft grey hair that she brushes back. I have settled that she is to leave off the wig when she marries Mr. Bragg, and take to picturesque mob caps. I have been arranging all sorts of things in my own mind. I'm quite coming out in the character of a matchmaker, Granny." In the midst of her chatter the girl looked up, and uttered an exclamation of dismay. Her grandmother's head still lay back against the cushion of the chair. Her eyes were closed, and she seemed to be laughing to herself, but the tears were pouring down her cheeks. At May's exclamation she opened her arms wide, and then pressed the girl's bright brown head against her breast, saying brokenly, "Don't be feared, child. I'm all right. I couldn't help laughing a bit. It's so funny to think of old Joshua. And Miss Patty." "But you are crying too, Granny. Is anything the matter? Do tell me." "Nothing, child. I'm all right. Poor Joshua. He was a good lad when he worked for your grandfather. And I remember her, a little miss in a white frock and a blue sash. It brings up old times, that's all, May. Lord, what fools we are when we try to be cunning." And Mrs. Dobbs went off again into a fit of laughter interspersed with sobs. "I didn't try to be cunning," said May indignantly. "You, my lamb! Who ever thought you did?" returned her grandmother, wiping her eyes and kissing May's forehead. By and by she resumed her usual solid self-possession. She told May that she did not agree in her view of the state of the case, and advised her not to hint her matchmaking project to anyone. "You have said a word to Miss Bertram, and that can't be taken back. But she is wise beyond her years, and will not chatter." "But there's nothing wrong in the idea, Granny," protested May, who was considerably puzzled by her grandmother's unusual demeanour. "No, nothing wrong. Only Mr. Bragg might not like it. He might be looking after a young wife. Who knows? Anyway, we will keep our ideas to ourselves." As she spoke, the latch of the garden gate clicked, and following May's glance, Mrs. Dobbs saw from the open window Owen Rivers advancing up the path towards the house. The gentleman of princely fortune, whose image had interposed between her shrewd apprehension and the facts before her, having melted away like a phantom, she perceived that here was a new influence to be reckoned with, a new force which, whether for good or ill, might help to shape her grandchild's future. "May I come in?" asked Owen. Come in, Mr. Rivers." Mrs. Dobbs felt as though she had invited embodied destiny to cross her threshold. Destiny, in the prosaic guise of a blue-eyed, square-built young man in a shooting-jacket and a wide-awake hat. But that power does not often appear to mortals with much outward pomp and circumstance. We are like children who think a king must needs go about in royal robes, crowned and sceptred. But the decree which changes our lives is mostly signed by some plain figure in everyday clothes, whom we should not turn our heads to look upon. Owen entered the little parlour and came and stood opposite to Mrs. Dobbs' chair without any of the customary salutations. "Well," said he eagerly, "I have some news for you." "Lord have mercy! This is a day of news," muttered Mrs. Dobbs under her breath. Then she said aloud, "I hope it's good news." "I have found some work to do. Is that good?" Mrs. Dobbs clapped her hands softly. "Very good," she said. Half an hour ago her approbation would have been more heartily expressed. But she was looking at him now with different eyes, and considering his prospects with a new and serious interest. "You haven't asked me what the work is," said Owen, just a little disappointed by her quietude. "I suppose it is not stone-breaking, but if it is, I stick to my colours. Better that than nothing. You will say, Mrs. Dobbs, that I am luckier than I deserve to be. I am engaged as secretary to a man who is about to travel in Spain. I happen to know Spanish. Luck again, for I learnt it merely to amuse myself." "Yes, I do think that isn't bad for a beginning, and I hope it will lead to something more. Who is the gentleman, if I may ask?" Before Owen could answer, May, who had perched herself on the elbow of Joe Weatherhead's vacant chair, said, "I think I can guess. It's Mr. Bragg." "Mr. Bragg?" echoed her grandmother, as if doubtful of having heard aright. "I remember hearing him talk of a journey into Spain, and of wanting to find a gentleman to go with him. Am I not right?" "Quite right," answered Owen. "Mr. Bragg? Well, that is strange," whispered Mrs. Dobbs to herself. Owen had taken a chair and sat bending forward with his elbows on his knees, pleating and puckering in his fingers the brim of his soft felt hat. He had not hitherto so much as looked towards May. Now he straightened himself in his chair, and fixing his eyes on her earnestly, asked, "And what do you say to my news, Miss Cheffington?" "I say as Granny does, that I'm very glad," she answered, smiling, but speaking in a subdued tone. "It's more to the purpose to ask what Canon and Mrs. Hadlow say to it," put in Mrs. Dobbs. "I hope they are pleased." "I dare say. I have no doubt. I have not seen Aunt Jane yet. The fact is, I am on my way to College Quad, but I thought I would look in here as I passed, and tell you that I have followed your advice, Mrs. Dobbs." The direct road from Owen's lodgings to College Quad was a short and nearly straight line. To visit Jessamine Cottage on the way from one to the other was analogous to going round by Edinburgh on a journey from London to Leeds. "I wanted a little patting on the back and cheering up, you see," continued Owen. "Cheering up!" cried May. "Oh, but I remember that Mrs. Hadlow said you always liked to be pitied for having your own way. You must require a great deal of consolation, truly, for the prospect of travelling in that delightful country." Owen nodded and carefully fitted one pleat of his hat brim into another as he answered, "I dare say my appetite for consolation is bigger than you imagine." "I think it is Mr. Bragg who needs cheering up. Poor man, he little knows what a peremptory Protestant and positive secretary he will have," retorted May, with a half-shy, half-saucy, wholly mischievous glance. "Not at all. Now that is just the kind of mistake which Aunt Jane so often makes. But if I serve, I mean to serve honestly, and to be thoroughly obedient. I have told Mr. Bragg so." And Owen proceeded to justify himself, and to develop his views as to the duties of a secretary, with superfluous energy and earnestness. The old woman sat watching him, and as she looked she was amazed at her own previous blindness. How could she, how could any one, have seen them together without perceiving that they were falling over head and ears in love with each other? These two young creatures seemed, in her old eyes, like a couple of children playing in a pleasure boat. But she knew that the river was running towards the sea, widening and deepening with an irrevocable current. There was room for anxiety about the future, no doubt. Yet a sense of relief in her mind, as if she had escaped out of some oppressive atmosphere, revealed more and more distinctly how repugnant the idea of May's marrying Mr. Bragg had really been to her. "Sarah Dobbs," said she to herself severely, "you're a worldly, false old woman. You're a nice one to find fault with that poor creature, Pauline. What were you doing, pray, but sacrificing your conscience to the mammon of unrighteousness? The Lord be praised, the dear child is better, and purer, and honester than either of us old harridans." Then she broke into the conversation between May and Owen, which by this time had sunk into a low murmur, and asked abruptly whether the engagement with Mr. Bragg was to lead to any further employment. Owen repeated what Mr. Bragg had said to him as nearly as he could remember it, and Mrs. Dobbs thought it hopeful. "Joshua Bragg is an honest man, a man to be relied on, one of the few who generally means what he says, all that he says, and nothing but what he says," said she, nodding thoughtfully. May was glad to find Granny doing justice to Mr. Bragg, and remarked to herself that if it were possible to conceive Granny's ever being capricious, she would have called her capricious to-day in her varying tone about that worthy man. "I shouldn't wonder," pursued Mrs. Dobbs, "if he put you in the way of getting permanent employment, supposing you please him. He might get you a place out in South America with his son. Young Joshua is in a great way of business there, I'm told. Would you go if you had the chance?" she asked suddenly, looking at Owen with a searching gaze. "Undoubtedly," he replied at once. "And you wouldn't mind being banished, like, from England?" "Mind? Oh, well, of course I should prefer 1,000 a year in a villa on the Thames. But a fellow who has been an idler up to 24 must take any chance of earning something, and be thankful for it." "That's right." Mrs. Dobbs drew a long breath of relief. "It would only be for a year or two. I should come back," added Owen wistfully. Then he shook hands and went away, and Mrs. Dobbs and her granddaughter were left to discuss the news he had told them. May chatted away cheerfully, even gaily. When Mr. Weatherhead arrived, the subject was talked over again. Joe's pleasure in the prospect opening before Mr. Rivers was somewhat tempered by his sense of the incongruity involved in "a gentleman like that, brimful of learning, and belonging to the old landed gentry," being under the orders of Joshua Bragg. "There's no contradiction at all, Joe, if you look at it fairly," said Mrs. Dobbs. "Mr. Bragg will command where he has a right to, that is, in matters that he knows better than Mr. Rivers, for all his book learning. It isn't as if Joshua wanted to teach the young man how to be a gentleman. I don't say it's not a good thing to be a gentleman, but it ain't exactly a paying business nowadays, if ever it was, which I doubt." "Ah, more's the pity," said Joe, shaking his head. "Why, if I was a gentleman, or a lady, I shouldn't agree with you there, Joe. If gentlehood don't mean something above and beyond what can be paid for, 'tis a poor business. It seems to me just as pitiful for gentry to expect money's worth for their old family, high breeding, and fine manners, as it is for the grand workers of the world to grumble because they can't have power over the past as well as the present and the future. Mr. Bragg ain't one of that sort. You'll never catch him inventing a family crest, or painting wild beasts on his carriage." Joe took his pipe out of his mouth, and looked with solemn approbation at his old friend. "Sarah," said he, "you're right, and I believe you're a better Conservative than me, when all's said and done." May had been silent during this discussion. She held some needlework in her hands, but they were lying idly in her lap, and she was gazing out of the window as intently as though the small suburban garden offered a prospect of inexhaustible interest. The cessation of voices roused her. She looked round and said softly, "It's a good climate, isn't it, Granny? Where Mr. Bragg's son lives, I mean." End of chapter 10. Volume 2, Chapter 11 of That Unfortunate Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That Unfortunate Marriage by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 11. Before going to bed that night, Mrs. Dobbs sat down and wrote a letter, marked "Private and Confidential," to Mr. Bragg. "Dear Mr. Bragg," she wrote, "I think it my duty to let you know at once that the idea mentioned in your conversation with me must be given up. I have made quite sure in my own mind that there is no chance of it coming to anything. I feel very much how right you were to speak to me first. You have spared other people's feelings as well as your own. When you asked me the question, I answered you truly, to the best of my belief, that there was nobody else in the field. But since our talk together, I have found out that I was wrong there. There is another attachment. It may come to something, or it may not. And you will understand that I am putting a great confidence in you. But I know I can trust to your honour as you trusted to mine. Not a word has passed my lips of what you said to me, and never will. Of course you may think me mistaken, and choose to find out the state of the case for yourself at first hand. If you do so, I shall not have a word to say against it. Anyway, I know you will act upright according to your conscience, as I have tried to act according to mine. I want to tell you that I appreciate how generous your intentions were, though I'm afraid I did not show it at the time, being surprised and upset. Believe me,
With sincere respect, yours truly, Sarah Dobbs. Shortly after that, Mr. Bragg came and called upon her. He thanked her for her letter and spoke in a friendly tone, but he seemed indisposed to consider the matter as finished. "Young people sometimes don't know their own minds," he said. He further declared that he had no present intention of speaking to May, but that, as he was going abroad, he might, if nothing were settled meanwhile, resume the subject on his return to England. "I am quite sure in my own mind that it's no use," said Mrs. Dobbs firmly, "and it's only fair to tell you so as strong as possible. However, of course, you must act according to your own judgment." "There is one question I should like to ask, if I might," said Mr. Bragg, lingering at the door on his way out. "You and me can trust each other, and if you feel at liberty to tell me, I should like to know whether the party you alluded to in your letter is Mr. Theodore Bransby." "Certainly not." "Well, I'm glad of it. There was a talk of his paying Miss C. a great deal of attention in town. In fact, I did hear she had refused him. Understand, I'm not fishing as to that. It's no matter to me one way or the other, so long as he is not the party. I can't say that I know any harm of the young man, but he's what you might call a poor sort of metal, not pleasant to handle, and I should fear brittle in the working. I really am relieved in my mind to know that he is not the party. Thank ye." The news of Owen's engagement to Mr. Bragg was variously received by his various acquaintances in Oldchester. Some laughed good-naturedly, some ill-naturedly. Some said it was a good thing the young man had at last seen the necessity for exerting himself. Some wondered why on earth he had accepted such a position, and some, a good many those, wondered why Mr. Bragg had accepted him. Mrs. Hadlow did not feel unmixed satisfaction by any means. "It's just like Owen," she said to her husband. "There is such a singular perversity about him. He has thrown away one straight stick after the other, and now all of a sudden he clutches at this crooked one as eagerly as though his life depended on getting hold of it." Canon Hadlow, for his part, was well pleased enough. The sentiment at the bottom of his wife's heart was that to employ a Rivers in any such base mechanic business as writing commercial letters was like harnessing a thoroughbred Arab to the dust-cart. But the canon could not, in the nature of things, fully share that feeling. Nevertheless, he had a strong regard for Owen, and spoke of him in high terms to Mr. Bragg. But the testimony in Owen's favour which chiefly impressed Mr. Bragg was the testimony which Owen gave himself, by deeds, not words. Being moved by a certain energetic simplicity which belonged to him, to perform the duties he had undertaken with the most complete thoroughness he could command, he got a clerk who conducted the foreign correspondence of a great Oldchester manufacturer to give him lessons after business hours. He worked away evening after evening at the composition of mercantile letters in Spanish, until he succeeded in producing epistles so surprisingly technical that his instructor declared he went far beyond what was necessary in that line, and would do well to mitigate his business style with a little good Spanish. He studied also to improve his handwriting. It was a legible hand already, since he wrote with the single-minded aim of being read, but he strove to make it distinctly commercial in character, and succeeded. All this became known to Mr. Bragg, who said nothing, but when it got wind among the little circle of persons who frequented Garnet Lodge, it was the subject of some raillery from Owen's friends. So long as the raillery proceeded from such persons as Dr. Hatch or Major Mitten, there was no offence in it, but with Theodore Bransby the case was different. Theodore was, in truth, delighted, first of all because Rivers had, as he phrased it, entered Mr. Bragg's service, a step which must forever disqualify him for aspiring to ally himself with the Cheffingtons, supposing he were not disqualified already, and secondly because his engagement would take him out of England for 3 months. So delighted was Theodore that his spirits rose to the unwonted pitch of attempting some pleasantries. Now there is nothing which more surely reveals the quality, if not the quantity, of a man's mind than his notion of a joke. Laughter, like wine, is a great betrayer of secrets, and for incurable coarseness of feeling, a stout cloak of gravity is your only wear. Theodore would tilt his head, and say with a sneering smile, "Burton's clerk declares that Rivers is as thorough-going as the man who blacked himself all over to play Othello. Do you write a page of round-hand copies every morning before breakfast, Rivers?" Or, "I hear that Rivers has taken to frequent the commercial gents' ordinary at the Bull in order to pick up the correct phraseology." Owen paid very little attention to these sparkling sallies, but Mr. Bragg, after listening for some time, broke silence one evening by saying, in his quiet, ponderous way, "You're rather hard on me, I think, Mr. Bransby." Theodore looked at him with sudden gravity, and unfeigned surprise. "Hard on you?" he exclaimed. "Oh, when a young gentleman is what you might call satirical, he's apt to be harder than he means. You needn't look so serious. I'm not offended." The moment Mr. Bragg declared he was not offended, Theodore began to fear that he was, and whatever might be his private opinion of the millionaire, he had no intention of affronting him. So he protested that Mr. Bragg must be under some misapprehension, and that he, Theodore, could not even guess what he meant. "Oh, come, Mr. Bransby, it's pretty clear. I'm but a plain businessman, but it isn't necessary to copy the company at the Bull in order to come down to my level." "Good heavens, my dear sir! You can't suppose I was merely—" Theodore paused an instant, and then went on with a little disconcerted laugh. "I was merely paying my humble tribute of admiration to Rivers' energy." "Oh, yes, I quite understand that. You appreciate seeing how a honourable gentleman sets to work to keep his part of a bargain, whereas a half-and-half chap, like that little clerk of Burton's, don't see the high-mindedness of it." Theodore was so entirely taken by surprise, and so uncertain how far Mr. Bragg was in earnest, that he could but stammer out renewed assurances that he had been misunderstood, and after that he subsided into a glum and dignified silence for the rest of the evening. He would probably have cut short his visit and gone away early, but for his persistent resolution never to leave Owen in possession of the field when May was present. There was no question of seeing her home now, for either old Martha was sent to fetch her, or one of Miss Piper's servants walked her to Jessamine Cottage. But nevertheless Theodore made a point of outstaying Owen, or at the very least going away simultaneously with him. On this particular evening, however, Dr. Hatch interfered with this practice by requesting Theodore to accompany him when his carriage was announced. "I want to have a word with you quietly," whispered the doctor, "and it is almost impossible to do so in your father's house without alarming Mrs. Bransby. Come along with me, and I'll give you a lift home." There was no refusing this invitation, but Theodore withdrew, comforted by the conviction that his rival would have no chance of profiting by his absence. Here, however, he reckoned without his hostess, for Martha failing to appear at her accustomed hour, and the maid who usually supplied her place being ill, Miss Piper bustled into the drawing-room after a brief absence, demanding which of the gentlemen present would volunteer to escort Miss Cheffington home. Mr. Bragg, who kept early hours, had already departed, and only Mr. Sweeting, Major Mitten, and Owen remained. Mr. Sweeting begged to be allowed the honour of leading Miss Cheffington to his carriage, but May declined the offer, saying that Mr. Sweeting's horses had a long journey before them, and that, moreover, it being a lovely moonlight night, she would prefer to walk. Upon this, Owen offered his services, and Miss Piper at once accepted them. "It is a good deal out of your way," she said, "but I am sure you will not mind for once, Mr. Rivers. I am responsible to Mrs. Dobbs for sending her granddaughter safely home." Owen assured Miss Piper that he should not mind at all. While May was putting on her wraps, Miss Polly and Miss Patty jocosely reproached Major Mitten for not having displayed his usual gallantry in offering to escort the young lady. Major, you are growing terribly lazy," said Miss Polly. "You will lose your reputation for being the most devoted squire of dames in Oldchester," added Miss Patty. "I'm getting to be an old fellow," returned the Major quietly. Then, as they all three stood for a moment in the porch, watching the two young figures pass down the garden in a glory of moonlight, the good Major whispered to Miss Patty, "Do you think I was going to spoil that? Lord bless me, one has been young oneself." As soon as May and her companion had got clear of Garnet Lodge, the girl said, "I find that I had never thoroughly done justice to Mr. Bragg. The more I know of him, the more highly I think of him." Lucky Mr. Bragg! But now did he not administer an admirable rebuke to Theodore Bransby? "Never mind Theodore. Let us talk about more interesting things." "What can be more interesting?" asked May, laughing. "Ourselves." As she remained silent, he went on. "Do you know that we have not had one opportunity for a quiet talk together since I got this engagement?" "Haven't we?" "Ah, you don't remember so accurately as I do. But that was not to be expected. Take my arm." She obeyed as simply as a child. She had been drawing on her gloves when they left Garnet Lodge, but the operation had not been completed, and it chanced that the hand next to Owen was ungloved. She laid her fingers, which gleamed snow-white in the moonlight, on his sleeve. "You think I have done right in taking this employment?" he said. "Quite right." She turned her young face and looked at him with a sweet fervour of sympathy and approval. Owen raised the white slender fingers to his lips, and then, replacing them on his arm, laid his own warm, strong hand over them with a gentle pressure. "You know why I did so, don't you, darling?" he said. "Yes, Owen," was the answer, given in a shy whisper, but with innocent frankness. "My own dear love!" he exclaimed, pressing her arm strongly and suddenly to his side. "There is no one like you in the world. Look at me, May. Let me see your sweet, honest eyes."
He caught her two hands in both his, and they stood for a moment at arm's length, facing each other, and holding hands like two children. The moonlight shone full on the young girl's fair face, and glittered on the bright teardrops in her eyes, as she raised them to Owen's. "What can I do to deserve you?" he said. "But why do I talk of desert? You are God's gift, May, and no more to be earned than the blessed sunshine." He put her arm under his once more, and they paced on again without speaking. But to them the silence was full of voices. It was the silence of a dream. They might have wandered heaven knows whither had not their feet instinctively carried them along the right path, and they found themselves, almost with a start, arriving at the white palings in front of Jessamine Cottage. "We must tell Granny, mustn't we?" said May, looking up at Owen with a delicious sense of implicit reliance on him. "Yes, but I'm terribly afraid. I hope she will not be angry." "Angry? How can you think so? Granny is fond of you." "But she is fonder of you, and she knows your value, although, thank God, you don't. If you did, what chance should I have had? You know how poor I am. Not quite penniless, but very poor." "Not so poor as I, since I am really and truly quite penniless. But I don't mind that, if you don't." Owen felt a desperate temptation to fold her in his arms and beseech her to marry him to-morrow, throwing prudence and pounds sterling to the winds. But the ardour of a genuine passion purifies the nobler soul, as fire purifies the nobler metal and burns away the dross of self. He answered gravely, "Our positions are very different, darling. I hope I have not done wrong to tell you how dear you are to me." "I think it would have been unkind and cruel to go away without telling me," she answered bravely, though the sound of the words as she said them brought the hot colour into her cheeks. "Thank you, dearest. That is the best comfort I could have, if I may dare to believe it. But it does seem so wonderful that you should care for me." The contemplation of this wonder might have occupied them both for an indefinite time, but that they saw a light begin to shine through the fanlight of the little entrance hall of Jessamine Cottage. In the stillness of the night, the sound of their voices, subdued though they were, had reached the ears of Mrs. Dobbs. She presently opened the door, and stood looking at them as they hurried up the garden path. "Oh, Granny dear, I'm afraid I'm late," said May. "I did not guess that you were sitting up for me." "Martha had a touch of her rheumatism, so I sent her to bed. I did not mind waiting. I suppose Miss Piper's maid couldn't come with you. Was that it?" asked Mrs. Dobbs. She lingered at the open door, expecting Owen to say good night. But May took her grandmother's hand and pulled her into the house while he followed them. When they reached the lamp-lighted parlour, May, still holding her grandmother's hand with her left hand, stretched out her right to Owen and gently drew him forward. Then she flung her left arm round the old woman's neck and kissed her. There was no need for words. Mrs. Dobbs sank down, white and tremulous, in her great chair, while May nestled beside her on her knees, and tried to place Owen's hand, which she still clasped, in that of her grandmother. But the old woman brusquely drew her hand away. "You have done wrong," she said, turning to Owen, and scarcely able to control the trembling of her lips. "I didn't think it of you. But men are all alike. Selfish, selfish, selfish." "Why, Granny!" exclaimed the girl, breathless with dismay. Then she started up with a flash of impetuous indignation, and stood beside her lover. "He is not selfish!" she said vehemently. "Hush, May. Granny is right," said Owen in a low voice. "I told you that I feared I had done wrong." Mrs. Dobbs still trembled, but she was struggling to regain her self-command. "You might have waited yet a while," she said brokenly. "The child is young. You ought not to have bound her until you see your way more clear." "Oh, believe me, I will not hold her bound," answered Owen. "I never meant that. I ought not to have spoken yet. I feared so before, and now you say so, I know it. But I'm not wholly selfish." May had stood listening silently, looking with wide eyes and parted lips from one to the other. She now fell on her knees again beside her grandmother, and clasping the old woman's hands in both her own, cried eagerly, "But listen, if there was any fault, it was mine. I love him so much, and he's going away. Think of that, Granny. Come here and kneel down beside me, Owen, and let her look you in the face. Think if he had gone away and never told me. And I so fond of him. You didn't guess how I cried that night when I heard he was to leave England. He has made me so happy, so happy. And we can wait. We don't mind being poor. You said you were fond of him, and he is so good, and I love him so. And you to speak to him so cruelly. Oh, Granny, Granny!" The tears were pouring down her face and dropping warm upon the wrinkled hands she held. Suddenly Mrs. Dobbs opened her arms, and folding May in one of them, laid the other round Owen's shoulders as he knelt before her, and drew them both into her embrace. "Come along, you two," she said, sobbing and smiling. "I've got a precious pair of babies to look after in my old age. No more common sense between you than would lie on the point of a needle.
No prudence, no worldly wisdom, no regard for society, nothing but love and truth. And what do you suppose they'll fetch in the market?" After a few minutes she ordered Owen away. "I'm tired," she said, "and we have all had our feelings worked up enough for one while. Go home now, Mr. Rivers." "Well, well, Owen, then, if it must be. Go home, Owen, and sleep and dream. And to-morrow, when you're quite awake, broad, staring, work-a-day world awake, which you're not now, either of you, come here and we will talk rationally." Owen obeyed heroically, and marched off without a word of remonstrance. But May kept her grandmother listening and talking long after he had gone. She made Mrs. Dobbs go to bed, and sat by her bedside pouring out her young heart, joyfully secure of Granny's understanding and sympathy, until at length Mrs. Dobbs inexorably commanded her to go to rest. "Good night, dear, dearest, goodest Granny," said May, leaning down to kiss her grandmother's broad, furrowed brow. "Only this one very last word. Do you know, I am very hopeful about Owen's future, because I am sure that Mr. Bragg has taken a great fancy to him, and appreciates him. And Mr. Bragg can make Owen's fortune if he likes." "Mr. Bragg," murmured Mrs. Dobbs, turning her head on her pillow. "Ah, there's a nice kettle of fish. I'm as big a baby as the children, for up to this very instant I'd clean forgotten all about Mr. Bragg." End of chapter 11. Volume 2, Chapter 12 of That Unfortunate Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That Unfortunate Marriage by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 12. Before they parted, Mrs. Dobbs had arranged with Owen that he should come and have an interview with her at 10 o'clock the following morning. But as she desired to speak with him privately, she resolved to go to his lodgings early enough to catch him before he should leave home. She found Owen already at his writing desk, and as he turned a startled face on her, briefly assured him that all was well with May. "But I must have a private talk with you," she said, "and I can't get that in my own house without fussing and making mysteries." Owen was already acquainted with the main incidents in May's young life, but Mrs. Dobbs proceeded to give him the history of her own daughter's marriage, and a sketch of her son-in-law Augustus. "I am not speaking in malice," she said, "but the real truth about Captain Cheffington must always sound severe. As a general rule, I never mention his name, but it is right and necessary that you should know what manner of man May's father really is, because only by knowing that can you understand how it is that the responsibility of guiding her rests wholly and solely on my shoulders." "It could not rest on worthier ones," said Owen. "Ah, there we differ. It's a shame that the darling girl, such a lady as she is in all her ways and words and innermost thoughts, should have no better guidance than that of an ignorant old body like me. However, 'tis as vain to cry for the moon to play ball with, as to get honour or duty, or even honesty, out of Augustus. There's the naked truth. Mrs. Dobbs, I can say from the bottom of my heart that if ever good came out of evil, it has come to May. She has been thrown out of the hands of a worthless father into those of the best of grandmothers. But I suppose I ought to write to Captain Cheffington under the present circumstances." Mrs. Dobbs shook her head. "I wouldn't if I was you," she said. "I only thought that, since with all his faults he is fond of his daughter—" "Is he?" interrupted Mrs. Dobbs, opening her eyes very wide. "Oh, well, that's news to me." "Of course his fondness is not judicious, but still, as he has not much money, he must make some sacrifices to pay a handsome sum to Mrs. Dormer Smith for having May with her in London." "He pay? Lord bless your innocent heart!" "Does he not? May told me he did." "Ah, May thinks so. You see, I have thought it right to keep some respect for her father in her mind, for her sake." "Then if Captain Cheffington did not furnish the money, who did?" asked Owen. Had May been present, one glimpse of Granny's face, blushing like a girl's to the roots of her hair, would have betrayed the truth to her, but Owen did not guess it so quickly. After a minute or so, however, as Mrs. Dobbs remained silent, he added rather awkwardly, "Did you pay the money?" "Look here, young man," answered Mrs. Dobbs, "you must give me your word of honour that you'll never let out a syllable of this to May without I give you leave, else you and me will quarrel." Owen took her broad, wrinkled hand in his, and kissed it as respectfully as if he had been saluting a queen. "I promise to obey you," he said, "but you make us all look very small and selfish beside you." We old folks that have but a slack hold on life must lay up our stores of selfishness in other people's happiness. It's a paying investment, my lad. I'm Oldchester born and bred, and you don't catch me making many bad speculations." The old woman laughed as she spoke, but a tear was trembling in her eye. "Come," said she, "we needn't go into all that. There isn't much time to spare. I want to be back to breakfast before May misses me." Then she proceeded to impress on Owen that she could not at present sanction an engagement between him and her granddaughter. Each must be held to be free, at least until Owen should return from Spain, and be able to see his future course a little more distinctly. This he promised without difficulty. Next, Mrs. Dobbs insisted that May should go back to her aunt's house, when the Dormer Smiths returned to London for the winter. May had shown great reluctance to do this, but Mrs. Dobbs believed she would yield if Owen backed up the proposal. With regard to Captain Cheffington, Mrs. Dobbs recommended that secrecy should, for the present, be preserved towards him, as well as towards the rest of the world. "He cares not a straw for his daughter, of that I can assure you. Indeed, lately, since the dear child has taken her proper place in the world, he has shown a strange kind of jealousy of her. He wrote me a regular blowing-up letter, demanding money, and saying that since I was so rich, Lord help me, as to keep May in London in luxury, I ought at least to assist May's father in his unmerited distress, and he made a kind of half-threat that he would come to England and drag her away if he was not paid off." "That scoundrel! But you didn't—" "Didn't send him any money? No, my lad, I did not. First, because I wouldn't. Next, because I couldn't. But wouldn't came first. There's no use trying to put a wasp on a reasonable allowance of honey. You must either let him gorge himself, or else keep him out of the hive altogether. So now you know my conditions. Firstly, no binding engagement for 3 months at least. Secondly, we three to keep our own counsel for that time, and say no word of our secret to man, woman, or child. Thirdly, you to urge May to go back to London, and see a little more of the world from under her aunt's wing. I make a great point of that," added Mrs. Dobbs, looking at him searchingly. "But I see you're rather glum over it. Are you afraid of May's being tempted to change her mind?" "It isn't that," answered Owen with unmistakable sincerity. "If she is capable of changing her mind, I should be the first to leave her free to do so. I don't say that it wouldn't go near to break my heart, but I need not be ashamed as well as wretched. Whereas, if I took advantage of her innocence and generosity and inexperience to bind her to me, and found out afterwards that she repented when it was too late. But that won't bear thinking of. No, I see nothing to object to in your conditions. Only I was thinking that it will be hard on you to part from her again this winter." Mrs. Dobbs suddenly stretched out her hand towards him, with the palm outward. "Stop," she said. "I can go on right enough, if you don't pity me." She set her lips tight, and stood for a few seconds breathing hard through her nostrils, like a tired swimmer. Then the tension of her face relaxed. She patted Owen's head, as if he had been 6 years old, saying, "You're a good lad and a gentleman. I know one when I see him." Before Mrs. Dobbs went away, Owen said a word to her on 2 points: the probability that Augustus Cheffington might eventually be his uncle's heir, and the rumour of his second marriage. As to the first point, although she allowed it seemed likely that Augustus might inherit the title, yet Mrs. Dobbs assured Owen, speaking on Mrs. Dormer Smith's authority, that he would certainly get no penny which it was in Lord Castlecombe's power to bequeath. "If you're afraid of May being too rich," said Mrs. Dobbs with a shrewd smile, "I think I can reassure you." "Thank you," said Owen simply. He was struck by her delicacy of feeling, and thought within himself, "That well-bred woman, Mrs. Dormer Smith, would have suspected me, not of fearing, but of hoping that May would be rich, and she would have hinted her suspicions in terms full of tact and a voice of exquisite refinement." With regard to the question of Captain Cheffington's second marriage, Mrs. Dobbs declared herself utterly in the dark. "But," she said, "if I was obliged to make a bet, I should bet on no marriage. Augustus is too selfish." When later Owen went to Jessamine Cottage, he found May very unwilling to return to London for the winter, but she yielded at length. The other conditions she acceded to willingly, but she made one stipulation, namely, that Uncle Joe should be admitted to share their secret. "You know you can trust him implicitly, Granny," said May. "He likes news and gossip, but he will be true as steel when once he has given his word to be silent." So it was agreed that Mr. Weatherhead should be taken into their confidence. When May and Owen were alone together afterwards, he asked why she had so specially insisted on this point. "Don't you see, Owen," she answered, "that it will be an immense comfort to Granny when she is left alone?
To have someone whom she can talk with about us?" Meanwhile, no answer arrived from Captain Cheffington to the letter which Mrs. Dobbs had written about the report of his marriage. May might have been uneasy at his silence, but for the new and absorbing interest in her life, which confused chronology and made time fly so rapidly that she did not realize how long it was since her grandmother had written to Belgium. The gossip set afloat by Valli at Miss Piper's party gradually died away, being superseded in public attention by fresher topics. One of these was the disquieting condition of Mr. Martin Bransby's health. The old man had seemed to recover from the serious illness of last year, but it must have shaken him more profoundly than was generally supposed at the time. For after the first brief rally, he seemed to be failing more and more day by day. Dr. Hatch kept his own counsel. He was not a man to interpret the code of professional etiquette too loosely on such a point. But besides professional etiquette, old friendship moved him to be cautious and reticent in this case. He had some reasons for uneasiness about Martin Bransby's circumstances, as well as his bodily health. This uneasiness was vague, truly, but it sufficed to make the good physician keep a watch over his words. So all those who listened curiously to Dr. Hatch's voluble and apparently unguarded talk about the Bransbys went away no wiser than they came as to old Martin's real condition. To Martin Bransby's eldest son, however, Dr. Hatch did not think it right to practise any concealment. On the evening when he invited Theodore to drive home with him from Garnet Lodge, the doctor plainly told the young man that he had grave fears for his father's life. Theodore seemed more moved than the doctor had expected. He was not demonstrative, indeed, but his voice betrayed considerable emotion as he said, "But you do not give him up, Dr. Hatch? There surely is still hope." "There is hope. Yes, I cannot say there is no hope. But, my dear fellow," and the good doctor laid his hand kindly on Theodore's shoulder, "we must be prepared for the worst." "You have not, I gather, mentioned your fears to Mrs. Bransby?" said Theodore, after a pause, during which he had been leaning back in the corner of the carriage. "No, no, poor dear. No need to alarm her yet." "She must know, however, sooner or later," observed Theodore coldly. "I'm afraid she must. But why protract her misery? She is very sensitive, devotedly attached to your father, and not too strong." "Mrs. Bransby always appears to me to enjoy good health enough to take any exertion she feels inclined for." "I was not alluding to muscles, but nerves," returned the doctor dryly. "There is a little hysterical tendency, and her health is too valuable to her children to be trifled with." They drove on in silence to Mr. Bransby's garden gates. Theodore alighted and stood at the carriage door. "Does my father know?" he asked in a low voice. "There I confess I am puzzled," said Dr. Hatch. "I have never told him his danger in plain words, but he is too clever a man to be hoodwinked. My own impression is that your father suspects his state to be critical, but shrinks from admitting it even to himself. I think there must be some private reason for this," added the doctor, leaning forward and peering into Theodore's face as he stood in the moonlight which at the same moment was shining in May's eyes, looking at her young lover. "It certainly does not arise from cowardice. Your father is one of the manliest men I have ever known." If Theodore knew or guessed that his father had any secret reason for anxiety, he did not betray it. "I have observed increasing weakness of character in him lately," he said. The words might have been uttered so as to convey perfect filial tenderness, but there was a subtle something in the tone suggestive of contempt, or at least of remoteness from sympathy, which jarred painfully on Dr. Hatch. He said good night abruptly, and gave his coachman the order to drive on. After this conversation, it somewhat surprised the doctor to learn that Theodore meant to leave home at the beginning of October, although he was not to enter on his practical career as a barrister until the winter. He had accepted one or two invitations to country houses during the pheasant shooting, and gave, as his reason for going at that time, that his health required a change of air. "His health!" growled Dr. Hatch, when Mrs. Bransby gave him this piece of news. "I should have thought he might stay and be of some use to his father in business." "Oh, we are rather glad he's going," exclaimed Mrs. Bransby impulsively. Then she said apologetically, "Martin does not want him at home. Theodore has never taken any interest in office matters, and Tucky manages capitally. Tucky is Martin's right hand." Mr. Tucky was the confidential head clerk in the office which still retained the name of the firm, Cadell and Bransby, although Cadell had departed this life 20 years ago, and the business had been, ever since that time, wholly in the hands of Martin Bransby. Mrs. Bransby did not hint at one motive for Theodore's departure, which her woman's wit had revealed to her, namely, that Miss Cheffington would be leaving Oldchester at about the same time. It was true that Theodore had calculated on this, and also on the fact that Owen Rivers would be safely out of the way across the Pyrenees. But there was another motive which lay deeper, and indeed formed a part of the very texture of Theodore's temperament. He shrank from the idea of being present during his father's last illness. It has already been stated that he was subject to the dread of having inherited his mother's consumptive tendency, and he shunned all suggestions of sickness and death with the sort of instinct which makes an animal select its food. The very mention of death produced the effect of a physical chill on his nervous system. He was not without affection for his father, although it had been much weakened by Mr. Bransby's second marriage. Many persons who knew Theodore's tastes for gentility assumed that Miss Louisa Lutyer's descent from a good old family would be gratifying to him, and help to make him accept the marriage good-humouredly. But the fact was quite otherwise. Theodore constantly suspected his stepmother of vaunting the superiority of her birth over that of her predecessor. He had never seen either of his maternal grandparents, and did not know all the details which Mrs. Dobbs could have given him about the history of Old Rabbit. But he knew enough to be aware that his mother had been a person of humble extraction, and he could more easily have forgiven his father had the latter chosen a person still humbler for his second wife. It was chiefly his ever-present consciousness that Louisa was a gentlewoman by birth and breeding, which made him jealously resent the luxuries with which his father surrounded her, and even the fastidious elegance of her dress. And apart from all other considerations, it would have given him sincere satisfaction to marry a wife who should have the undoubted right to walk out of a drawing-room before Mrs. Martin Bransby. One of the many points of antagonism between Owen and Theodore was the opposite feeling with which each regarded Mrs. Bransby. Owen had a chivalrous devotion for her. Theodore was nothing less than chivalrous. Owen's admiration was made tender and protecting by a large infusion of pity. Theodore held that in marrying his father, Miss Louisa Lutyer had met with good fortune beyond her merits. As to his stepbrothers and sisters, Theodore's feelings towards them was one of cool repulsion, with the single exception of little Enid, the youngest, whom he would have petted could he have separated her in all things from the rest. As soon as Owen's engagement with Mr. Bragg was assured, Owen called at the Bransbys to tell his news in person. On inquiring for Mrs. Bransby, he was told that she was with her husband in the garden, and being a familiar visitor, the servant left him to find his way to them unannounced. It was a warm September afternoon. Everything in the old garden, the lichen-tinted brick walls, the autumnal flowers, the deep velvet of the turf, the foliage slightly touched with red and gold, looked mellow and peaceful. Under the shadow of a tall elm tree, whose topmost boughs were swaying with the movement and resounding with the caws of rooks, Martin Bransby reclined in a long chair, and his wife sat on a garden bench a yard or two away. When she saw Owen approaching, Mrs. Bransby laid her finger on her lips, and then Owen saw that Mr. Bransby was asleep. The old man lay with his head supported on a crimson cushion, against which his abundant silver hair was strongly relieved. The brows above the closed eyelids were still dark. The placidity of repose enhanced the beauty of his finely moulded features, but he was very pale, and his cheeks and temples looked worn and thin. Mrs. Bransby welcomed Owen with a smile and an outstretched hand. At the first glance he had thought that she, too, looked pale and suffering, but the little glow of animation in her face when she spoke effaced this impression. "Am I disturbing you?" asked Owen in a whisper. "No, no, sit down. You need not whisper. It is enough to speak low. He sleeps heavily. I'm so glad to see him sleep, for his nights have been restless lately." As Mrs. Bransby spoke, she pushed aside a heap of gay-coloured silks with which she was embroidering a rich velvet cushion, and made room for Owen on the garden seat beside her. "I know your news already," she continued, "and I must congratulate you, though you will be sadly missed. My boys will be in despair. We shall all miss you." "I am glad, at all events, that you seem to approve of the step I have taken." "Of course. All your friends must approve it." "Well, they are not so numerous as to make their unanimity absolutely impossible." Then, after a short silence, during which Mrs. Bransby resumed her embroidery, and Owen thoughtfully raked together some fallen leaves with his stick, he said, "But you don't know the extent of my good fortune. There's a chance, rather a remote one, but still a chance, that this employment may lead to more, and that I may get some work to do in South America." She started, and the gay embroidery fell from her hands on to the grass, as she exclaimed with plaintive, down-drawn lips like those of a child, "Oh, not to South America! Don't go so far away." He merely shook his head. "Oh, that is terrible," she said. "I never thought of that. But perhaps you will not go." "Very much, perhaps. It would be better luck than I could expect." "And you really could have the heart to leave us all, and go off to the other side of the globe? Oh, I can't bear to think of it." "Don't speak so kindly. You will take away all my courage," he said, looking for a moment at the beautiful eyes fixed on his face. "Ah, I'm very selfish. Of course you ought to go, if going will lead to a career for you. Although one can't help feeling that you will be somehow wasted in mere commercial pursuits. Yes, yes, of course, I am wrong," she added, hastily anticipating his rejoinder. "It is all very proper and Spartan, no doubt. But I am not in the least Spartan, you know." "People usually find it easy to be Spartan for their friends. Very few keep their stoicism for themselves, and their soft-heartedness for others as you do." He glanced involuntarily at Martin Bransby as he spoke, and she followed his glance with instant quickness and understanding. "How do you think he's looking? You do not think he seems worse, do you?" she said. "No, indeed, no. I was afraid, when you talked about stoicism—" "No, I only meant that you always show great courage when Mr. Bransby is ill." "I don't think I'm naturally courageous, but love gives courage." "Yes, the genuine sort of love. Although it makes one frightened, too, in one way. I am sometimes very uneasy about him." She turned a gaze of profound tenderness on her husband's sleeping face. "I trust your uneasiness is needless," said Owen. "Mr. Bransby seems to be going on well, does he not?" "Oh, yes, I hope so, but he does not gain strength. His rest is very troubled, and he talks in his sleep, and I think his spirits are much less cheerful than they were. He has great regard for you. He will approve of what you are doing, I know, but he will be as sorry as the rest of us to think of your going so far away." She said all this in her usual sweet voice, and with her usual soft grace of manner. Then all at once she broke down in a sudden passion of tears, and burying her face in her handkerchief, she sobbed out, "If you go to South America, he will never see you again. Never, never. I know his days are numbered. They think they keep me in ignorance, but I know it, I know it." Owen was melted by her grief. In the eyes of sound-hearted manhood, beauty, while it attracts, adds a sort of sacredness to a pure woman. To see that lovely face convulsed with weeping made an impression on his senses, such as he might have felt at seeing an exquisite work of art defaced or mutilated. And beyond that, there was the warm human sympathy, and the feeling of compassionate protection due to her sex. "Dearest Mrs. Bransby," he said, looking at her piteously, "pray, pray take comfort. Oh, how I wish that I could give you any help or comfort." She continued to weep softly and silently for a little while longer. Then she wiped away her tears and spoke with calmness. "Forgive me. It was selfish to distress you," she said. "But it has relieved my heart to cry a little. And you've always been so friendly. I have as great reliance on you as if I had known you all my life." "As far as the will goes, you cannot overrate my friendship. But the power, at last, is small, or rather none." "No, don't say that. Whenever I have forced myself to look forward to the great sorrow which may soon come upon me, I have said to myself, I know Mr. Rivers would be good to me and the children, and would help us with honest advice. I have no one belonging to me, of my own family, left to rely on. The boys and I would be very desolate and forlorn, if we were left to guide ourselves by our own wisdom." "There is Theodore," said Owen, but he said it with dry awkwardness, as though there were something in the words to be ashamed of. "Theodore does not love us," returned Mrs. Bransby quickly. "You were praising me just now for caring about my friends. But you see how selfishly my thoughts were all the time. It does seem so dreary to imagine you far away out of our reach." She wore on her wrist a bracelet consisting of a broad gold band, in which was set the portrait of her youngest child. Now little Enid had a special affection for Owen. She caressed him and tyrannized over him, and whenever Bobby and Billy desired to coax Mr. Rivers into playing with them, they conspired to make Enid prefer the request, secretly agreeing that Mr. Rivers spoiled Enid and would never resist her. In short, Mr. Rivers was Enid's sworn knight, and did her suit and service. The sweet baby face looked out of its gold frame, with large grave eyes, and faintly smiling mouth, and soft yellow hair like the down on a nestling bird. Owen took Mrs. Bransby's hand, and bent over it until his lips touched little Enid's portrait. "Near or far," he said, "you and your children may always count on my faithful affection." When he raised his head again, Theodore was standing in front of them. He had come noiselessly along the grass, and halted a little behind his father's chair. Mrs. Bransby's head was turned in the opposite direction, and she did not see him immediately. But Owen saw him, and caught a singular expression on young Bransby's face, which made his own blood run swiftly with a confused sense of furious anger. It was an expression of mingled surprise, suspicion, and an indescribable touch of exultation. But even as Owen fixed his eyes on him sternly, the look was gone, and Theodore's smooth face was as coolly supercilious as usual. "Your father has been having a good sleep, Theodore," said his stepmother when she saw him. "So I see," he answered. And again something singular in his tone made Owen long to seize him and hurl him away out of Mrs. Bransby's presence. "Mr. Rivers has been telling me his news," said Mrs. Bransby. "We ought to rejoice, I suppose, but I can't help feeling selfishly sorry." "We must hope that our loss will be his gain," replied Theodore. He felt instinctively that Owen's eyes were still fastened on him, and Owen's eyes, like many light blue eyes, had the power of expressing an intensity of fierceness, when he was thoroughly incensed, which few persons would have found it easy to support. But Theodore had averted his own gaze, and was looking down on his father with ostentatious solicitude. The old man slightly moved his head, and Mrs. Bransby was by his side instantly. "Are you refreshed by your sleep, dear Martin?" she asked as he opened his eyes. "Yes, Louis, yes. Oh, there's Rivers. How are you, Rivers?" He rose from his chair and shook hands with Owen, asking him to come to the house and have tea. Mrs. Bransby offered her husband her arm, but he took her hand and laid it tenderly upon his sleeve. "Not yet, Louis, not yet," he said, smiling down upon her. "I needn't lean upon you yet." Then the two walked slowly side by side towards the house, leaving the young men to follow. As they did so, crossing the wide lawn side by side, it suddenly occurred to Theodore, with a shock of surprise, that he and Owen had not exchanged any sort of greeting or salutation whatever. End of chapter 12. Volume 2, Chapter 13 of That Unfortunate Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That Unfortunate Marriage by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 13. The Dormer Smiths arrived in London early in November, and May joined them almost immediately. Her aunt was delighted to find May looking remarkably well. "Some good has come of her vegetating in Ilchester," said Pauline to her husband. "Her complexion is radiant. Also, I think her figure has improved. If she would but consent to have her stays taken in, Smithson could manage it half an inch at a time, and might easily get her waist down to 18 inches. But there is that lamentable touch of self-indulgent apathy about May. However, she has really a great deal of charm, and in spite of all the drawbacks connected with poor Augustus's unfortunate marriage, she looks thoroughbred." The two little boys, Harold and Wilfred, had returned from their sojourn in a farmhouse, so much strengthened that their father seriously talked of sending them into the country altogether for a couple of years. Even Mrs. Dormer Smith, although unwilling to relinquish her character of chronic invalid, confessed that Carlsbad had done her good. In fact, the whole family returned to London in improved health and spirits. A great many nice people were to be in town for the winter, and the excuse of May's presence and the assistance of May's allowance would enable Pauline to enjoy society and at the same time to satisfy that singular worldly conscience of hers with a sense of duty fulfilled. There was a little disappointment at Mr. Bragg's absence from England, but even here Mrs. Dormer Smith had the not inconsiderable consolation of knowing that if he were far from May's attractions, he was also far from those of Constance Hadlow, and she more than ever rejoiced at that providential interposition in the interests of the Cheffington family, which had kept Mr. Bragg away from Glengowrie. Another symptom which filled Aunt Pauline with complacent hopes was May's newly developed interest in Mr. Bragg, and her eager willingness to talk about his Spanish tour. Pauline was inclined to attribute something of this improved state of mind to Mrs. Dobbs's influence, and confessed to herself that the old woman was doing all she could to compensate the house of Cheffington for the injury done to it by the disastrous mésalliance. Mrs. Dormer Smith's cheerfulness at this time would have been absolutely unclouded but for the dread hanging over her about her brother. She had given May to understand that the rumours spread by Valli and others were based on error, and she even conveyed the idea to her niece, although scrupulously abstaining from explicit falsehood, that Captain Cheffington himself had denied those rumours in private communications to her and Frederick. But the fact was that Augustus had remained inflexibly silent. The Dormer Smiths knew nothing of him, and so completely had he dropped out of the society of all with whom they were likely to consort, that a doubt sometimes crossed Pauline's mind as to whether her brother were still living or not. Meanwhile, every week May received a letter from Owen, forwarded by Mrs. Dobbs. The latter had restricted the correspondence to one letter a week on each side. Owen wrote very joyously. His work was easy, too easy, he said, and he was constantly seeking opportunities to be useful to his employer. Mr. Bragg he pronounced to be an excellent master, clear-headed in his commands, and reasonable in his exactions. He seemed to approve of his secretary so far, and although he was rather taciturn and not prone to encourage sanguine expectations, yet Owen began to have good hope that Mr. Bragg would not turn him adrift when the 3 months' engagement should be at an end. May now became decidedly more popular in society than she had been during the height of the season. Happiness, like sunshine, beautifies common things, and the new brightness of her outlook on it was reflected by the world around her. That feeling which she had expressed in writing to her grandmother, the forlorn feeling of a child who, in the midst of some gay spectacle, wearily cries to go home, had disappeared. She knew that when the curtain should fall on the puppet show in Vanity Fair, her own true love was waiting to welcome her. Sometimes she speculated on how Aunt Pauline would take the revelation of her attachment to Owen Rivers. That she should have had any doubt on the subject proved her ignorance of Aunt Pauline's views. Mrs. Dormer Smith would not for the world have expressed to May any gross or sordid sentiments about marriage. She had not the slightest idea that she entertained any such herself. But as she had long ago said, there are many things, never put into words, which girls brought up in a certain bond learn by instinct. Now, in that kind of instinct, May was greatly deficient. May reflected that her aunt had spurned Theodore Bransby's proposal on the avowed ground of his being nobody, and she understood, or thought she understood, that Aunt Pauline accorded a tangible existence only to such persons as could be proved by genealogical records to have had a certain number of great-grandfathers. Now, thus considered, Owen was very undeniably and solidly somebody. He was poor, certainly, but how often had Aunt Pauline mingled her plaintive regrets with Mrs. Griffin's about the increasing worship of Mammon which vulgarized London society? And although Aunt Pauline sometimes showed a deference for wealth which was rather puzzling in the face of these utterances, yet May observed that her personal liking and admiration were given on very different grounds. Witness her regard for Constance Hadlow. Mrs. Dormer Smith even kept up an intermittent correspondence with that young lady. Constance's letters were precisely of the kind which Mrs. Dormer Smith delighted in, budgets of social gossip selected with unerring tact. Constance had returned to Oldchester, but she did not spend many consecutive weeks in her parents' house, being invited to visit among the élite of the county aristocracy, as Mrs. Simpson phrased it. Miss Hadlow had, in fact, achieved what might be called, all things considered, a brilliant social position. Her visit to Glengowrie had been a great success. She had made a conquest of the Duchess, and also, though that was comparatively of small consequence, of the Duke. Mrs. Griffin was charmed that her protégée had done her so much honour, and promised to take her into society the following season, if Canon and Mrs. Hadlow would give her leave to come to town. Indeed, Mrs. Griffin began seriously to revolve in her mind whether she could not contrive to marry Charley Rivers' granddaughter and secure her a fine establishment. Mrs. Griffin was proud of her achievements in that line, which, though few, were brilliant, like a certain famous Italian singing master who was wont in his old age to decline unpromising pupils on the ground that it was not worth his while to make seconde donne. Mrs. Griffin practised only the higher branches of matchmaking, and refused to fly her falcons at anything under 20,000 a year, or a peerage. What made Miss Hadlow's letters particularly interesting to Mrs. Dormer Smith at this time was that the former was frequently staying in the neighbourhood of Combe Park, and occasionally met Lord Castlecombe and Lucius, whom she reported to be constantly ailing, as, indeed, he had been since before his brother's death. But his state did not seem to inspire any immediate apprehension, and Constance even said a word now and then about creaking wheels, and intimated her belief that Mr. Lucius Cheffington would probably outlive many more robust-looking persons. But it was not only these polite chronicles which kept the Dormer Smith household informed as to the doings of Oldchester people. Mrs. Dobbs, of course, wrote frequently to her grandchild. The saddest news which she had to give May was the continuous and rapid decline of Mr. Bransby's health. Theodore was still away from home, Mrs. Dobbs wrote, and she commented severely on his heartless neglect of his father. She had learned through Mrs. Simpson that old Martin Bransby showed great anxiety for his son's return, and it was reported that he had caused a letter to be written, telling Theodore that he desired to speak with him, and urging him to come home without delay. In the first days of December the end came. Martin Bransby died, rather suddenly at the last, and his eldest son was not with him. On being telegraphed to, he arrived in Oldchester with the utmost possible dispatch, but too late to see his father alive. "People are very sorry for the widow and her children," wrote Mrs. Dobbs, "for it's beginning to be said now that they're left rather badly off, and that the bulk of everything will go to Theodore. I don't know any facts one way or the other, but I do know that foolish folk cackle louder over a grave than almost anywhere else.
So we may hope things are not so bad with that pretty, gentle woman as Oldchester gossip makes out." One of May's first thoughts on reading this letter was, "How grieved Owen will be!" She grieved herself for the kindly old man who had always been good to her, and for the grief of those who loved him, and she incurred a mild rebuke from her aunt by appearing at a dinner party that evening with pale cheeks and red eyelids. Contrary to Mrs. Dobbs' hope, it turned out that the gossip had for once been correct. Martin Bransby's affairs were left in a strange entanglement. There were many debts, and, as it seemed, very little money to meet them. People inquired how he had got rid of the handsome property left him by his father. He had not got rid of it in the ordinary sense of the words, but the bulk of it was as far beyond his control as though he had thrown it into the sea. At the time of Martin Bransby's first marriage, old Rabbit had made the most stringent arrangements in his daughter's interest. Not only her own dowry, which was a handsome one, but nearly the whole of Martin's property was strictly settled on her and her children. Mr. Rabbit was enabled to drive a hard bargain by his command of ready money. He advanced a large sum to his son-in-law for the purchase of Cadell's share in the firm. Mr. Cadell was old, and wished to retire. The opportunity was favourable, and promised brilliant results. Nor were these promises belied by experience. The old established solicitor's business was a very flourishing and lucrative one. Martin Bransby was soon able to pay back the loan to his father-in-law with interest. Old Rabbit observed that this was only taking from one hand to give to the other, for it would all come back to him and his in the end. As a matter of fact, old Rabbit left every penny he had in the world to his daughter and her children after her, but the money was strictly tied up out of her husband's reach. This seemed a trifling matter in those days to Martin Bransby. Whom should he desire to enrich but his own children? And things were going so well in the office that it seemed probable he might amass another fortune. But when, after his second marriage, a young family began to gather round him, he could not help regretting the terms of his original marriage settlement. As soon as Theodore came of age, Mr. Bransby made an attempt to induce him to relinquish some part of the property in favour of his younger brothers and sisters, but the attempt failed and was never repeated. Mr. Bransby was deeply wounded by Theodore's attitude, and on his side, Theodore considered his father's request unreasonable and unfair. "If I might venture on a suggestion, I would advise your retrenching a little, sir," he had said with icy politeness. "In that way you would soon save enough to provide for Mrs. Bransby and her children in a style fully equal to what they have any right to expect from you." The remembrance of that interview was a thorn in the flesh of Martin Bransby, and it left in Theodore's mind increased resentment against his father's second marriage. But Theodore's advice, however unfilially proffered, was sound enough. Retrenchment in the daily expenses of that easy-going and lavish household would have been judicious. But then to retrench would have been to deprive Louisa of the luxuries and elegancies which so became her, and which gave her so much pleasure. Instead of taking this disagreeable method, Mr. Bransby tried speculation. He made one or two lucky strokes, but at the first loss became panic-stricken, and threw good money after bad in a kind of desperation. After his death, something of all this leaked out in a confused way, to the public astonishment. "To think of Martin Bransby's money matters being in a bad way," people said. "There must be more in this than meets the eye, for he was acknowledged to be a first-rate man of business." In brief, as much amazement was expressed as though men of business were commonly infallible, and the world had never heard of a man of business whose conduct was not ruled by self-restraining prudence. At the same time, many persons declared that they had long ago prophesied disaster, and had even warned Martin to put some check on his wife's extravagance. But such little inconsistencies as these are but pebbles in the stream of general gossip, diversifying it with an agreeable ripple, but never checking its flow. May wrote an affectionate letter of condolence to Mrs. Bransby. She received no answer to it, and presently she learned that Mrs. Bransby and her children had left Oldchester and gone to London. Constance Hadlow did not mention the family at all in writing to Mrs. Dormer Smith. They had fallen out of the sphere of her observation, and no one can be expected to turn away his telescope from contemplating the fixed stars in order to stare at common terrestrial phenomena, especially phenomena of a non-metallic and unproductive nature. About Christmas time, Theodore Bransby called unexpectedly at Mrs. Dormer Smith's house in London. He came early in the forenoon, so early indeed that Mrs. Dormer Smith was not yet visible. On asking to see Miss Cheffington, he was shown into a room where May was sitting with the children. Harold and Wilfred were now permitted to spend part of the morning with their cousin at her particular request, and it was found that this arrangement answered the double purpose of delighting the boys and leaving Cecile more leisure for needlework.
May started and flushed on hearing Mr. Theodore Bransby's name announced. But the first glimpse of Theodore disarmed her wrath. He was paler than ever, or seemed to be so in his deep mourning, and there was unmistakable sorrow in his face. May rose quickly and gave him her hand in silence. There were tears in her eyes, and the unexpected sight of tears in his made her forgive him for pressing her hand harder and holding it longer than mere politeness warranted. "I have been so sorry," said May. "Thank you," he answered. "You are always kind and good." "So sorry for you all, the widow, the poor children," added May, as a bright drop brimmed over and rolled down her cheek. Theodore relinquished her hand, and rapidly passing his handkerchief across his eyes, gave a dry, husky little cough in his throat. It was a sound which curiously repelled sympathy. "You were not in Oldchester when your dear father died," said May. She did not intend any covert reproach. Her words were prompted by a pitying thought of the undying regret which must haunt Theodore on this score. "No, I was not there. I know I have been blamed for that." "Oh, indeed, I had no such meaning." I well believe it, but I have been blamed most unjustly. I went away with my father's full consent. Indeed, he thought I needed the change. He wrote to me when he found himself growing worse, to ask me to come back. Of course, I meant to comply with that request. You cannot doubt it." "I have no right to doubt it," answered May gently. "No, but pray listen. I wish to justify myself in your eyes. The truth is, I was in the act of packing my valise to return to Oldchester when a telegram reached me saying that my father's danger was imminent. I was in Yorkshire, in a country house, where there was but one postal delivery a day. Letters were often delayed, and, in fact, my father's letter had preceded the telegram only by a few hours." "Oh, how sad! I am so sorry for you!" cried May, clasping her hands. She felt some generous compunction for having done him injustice. "Yes, I have lost a good father," said Theodore. "You have indeed, and what a loss is Mrs. Bransby's!" A subtle change came over his face, though he did not seem to move a muscle, and he made no answer. "How is she?" asked May, leaning forward eagerly. Theodore's eyebrows took their old supercilious curve as he replied, "Mrs. Bransby? Oh, she's quite well, I believe." "Believe? Have you not seen her lately?" "Oh, yes, I have seen her. She appeared perfectly well. I did not at first quite take in the sense of your question, but now I see what you meant. Every one has not such keen sensibilities as you, May." Even this familiar use of her name she let pass, although it jarred upon her. "I am sure Mrs. Bransby is not insensible," she answered, "and she loved your father dearly." "I am not disputing it, but she was and is a doting mother, and her feelings are greatly engrossed by her children. In one way this is happy for her. She does not feel the void, the loneliness which oppresses me." It seemed to May that there might be some truth in this. Theodore was not generally beloved. Cold as he seemed, he doubtless missed his father's affection. He would feel isolated and forlorn. This might be in great part his own fault, but May pitied him. She softened towards him still more when he went on to speak of his plans for assisting his young stepbrothers. He had already offered to send Martin to school at his own expense. He was endeavouring to be of use to Mrs. Bransby. She was, unfortunately, very unpractical and rather impracticable, but he hoped that, when her grief calmed down, she would listen to reason and take advice. "Is she not well off?" asked May, moved by genuine interest in the widow and her family. Theodore shook his head. "I may tell you," he said, "that she is in very straitened circumstances. I do not proclaim this generally, because people who know how indefatigably my poor father worked, and what a large income he earned, are apt to blame her, and accuse her of extravagance." While he was still speaking, a message came from Mrs. Dormer Smith, asking Mr. Bransby to go to her in the drawing-room. She, too, was touched by his mourning garb and pale face, and received him with sympathetic gentleness. May's report of his behaviour in Oldchester had been favourable, in so far that he had not attempted to renew his suit. But what most of all conciliated Mrs. Dormer Smith was the thought of Mr. Bragg. Now that her niece was so near making a splendid marriage, it was easier to forgive Theodore's presumption. Doubtless the young man had already seen his error, and really, putting aside that one aberration, he was very nice. Her good opinion was increased in the course of their private conversation, which turned on matters very interesting to Pauline. Theodore had seen her uncle lately. He had, moreover, had a good deal of talk with him about matters political. A vacancy was likely to occur shortly in the representation of that division of the county where Lord Castlecombe's landed property was situated. The Castlecombes were anxious to oppose a threatened Radical candidate, and Theodore had offered to stand. On his elder brother's death, Lucius Cheffington had resigned his post in the civil service, and under normal circumstances his father would have desired that he should return to the House of Commons. But his health was at present too feeble to warrant his attempting any exertion. Then old Lord Castlecombe thought it would be well to put some one into the vacant seat who might be willing to resign it whenever Lucius should be able and willing to come forward again as a candidate. This was not expressed but understood, and Lord Castlecombe had approved of Theodore's ready comprehension of the state of the case, and his clear view of the advantages such an arrangement would offer to himself. Election expenses, even in these days of purity and the ballot, retain as mysterious a rapidity of growth as Jack's beanstalk, and the assistance of Lord Castlecombe would be very solidly valuable. On the other hand, Theodore considered that, ambition apart, it would be useful to him in his career as a barrister to write M.P. after his name, and was willing to assume some share of the cost of the canvass. The old lord discovered in this sententious young gentleman two merits, the possession of money, and the knowledge of how to spend it advantageously. Lucius acquiesced passively in all his father's arrangements, but he could not be induced to thaw half a degree in his personal relations with Theodore. "The fellow is an intolerable prig," he said to his father, "and his vulgarity is of a particularly objectionable kind, the fine pretentious kind." "Of course he's a damned snob," answered my lord with cheerful candour. "But what the deuce does that matter? We are not going to take him into our arms, only to throw him into the arms of the voters. And I can tell you it will be a vast deal better to have him for our member than Mr. Butter, the Radical button-maker. At any rate, this young Bransby won't go in for abolishing the peers or starting a separatist crusade in the Scilly Islands." In the course of his talk with Mrs. Dormer Smith, Theodore hinted to her as much of his political outlook as seemed good to him. The account of his relations with Lord Castlecombe greatly impressed her, for she was very sure her uncle would not waste any of his time and attention on an entirely insignificant person, and Theodore's tone in speaking of the political position of the Castlecombe family was such as to win her complete approval and sympathy. When Pauline talked over his visit with her husband, after narrating that part of it which concerned Lord Castlecombe, she added, "And the young man has a great deal of proper feeling. I really begin to think that mistake he made must have been in some way May's fault. Oh, not intentionally, Frederick, but she is so unformed in her ideas. However, we need not discuss all that, for I am convinced Mr. Bransby is quite safe now. I was going to say that he told me confidentially that he would not advise us to encourage any intimacy between May and his stepmother. She is in London, I believe, letting lodgings, or some dreadful thing of that sort. It is just the kind of thing May would delight in if I would let her, visiting and championing people who are in impossible positions, and talking all kinds of quixotic nonsense about them. However, this Mrs. Bransby is not the kind of person who can be encouraged. She's very handsome, I understand, and tout sans peu coquette. There was some not too creditable flirtation with young Rivers before her husband's death, and Mr. Bransby evidently thinks she is the kind of woman always to have some one dangling after her. He spoke really very nicely, and said he hoped she might soon marry again, as she is scarcely fit to be trusted with the responsibility of bringing up a young family. You are so apt to indulge May in her whims, that I thought it necessary to repeat all this with distinctness. You must see, as I do, that it would be quite disastrous for May to keep up any intimacy with such a person as this Mrs. Bransby, a handsome, flirting, needy widow, if she were even in society. End of chapter 13. Volume 2, Chapter 14 of That Unfortunate Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That Unfortunate Marriage by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 14. The sale of Martin Bransby's handsome furniture, books, plate, carriage, and horses realized a considerable sum, but only a small portion of that sum remained when all debts were paid. Theodore made all the arrangements, and Mrs. Bransby passively acquiesced in them. She was crushed by grief, and timidly acknowledged herself to be sadly helpless and ignorant of business matters. It was Theodore who had decided that the family should leave Oldchester. It was Theodore who had taken a house for them in a northern suburb of London. It was Theodore who suggested that Mrs. Bransby might eke out her income by receiving 1 or 2 lodgers. For Martin's schooling he promised to be responsible, and he would also guarantee the rent of the London house for 1 12-month. But he could promise no further assistance, giving as a sufficient reason for not doing more the heavy claims on his purse which would result from his forthcoming political candidature. A tidy annual sum was secured to the widow, a sum smaller than that which she had been in the habit of spending on her dress, and this was all she had to rely on to keep herself and her 5 children. It was clear that an effort must be made to earn some money. Some articles of furniture remaining from the Oldchester sale nearly sufficed to furnish the small London dwelling. The house, fortunately, was clean, freshly painted, and in good repair, but the vulgar wall-papers were an affliction to Mrs. Bransby's eyes, and the dimensions of the room seemed to her painfully cramped. When she ventured to hint as much to her stepson, he gave her a severe lecture, and begged her to understand that the days when her whims could be lavishly indulged were over. "But it can scarcely be called a whim to want air for my children to breathe," returned Mrs. Bransby, with a flash of indignation which she repented the next moment. And when Theodore pointed out that the house was a remarkably airy one for the rent, and that he, in his kind consideration, had taken a great deal of trouble to find a dwelling for them in a healthy locality, she meekly apologized for having been betrayed into any expression of impatience, and promised to make the best of her new circumstances. They were such as might have depressed a stronger and less sensitive person. When Theodore had gone away, and the children were in bed, and the widow sat alone in the mean little room, which, small as it was but dimly illuminated by 1 candle, the sense of her forlorn position weighed her down, and seemed to make the atmosphere thick with misery. It was not the loss of material luxuries which afflicted her. A month ago she would have felt that keenly, but now her great sorrow had absorbed all minor troubles. Poverty! What was poverty compared with desolation of spirit? How willingly would she have faced severer bodily hardships than any which threatened her, if her lost husband could be restored to her? She dropped her head on her folded arms resting on the table. The widow's cap slipped aside, and a veil of bright brown waving hair fell over her bowed face. She had been forced to restrain her tears all day. There were the children to be thought of. There were Theodore's cold, clear questions and suggestions to be answered. But now, in solitude, her tears gushed out. She wept with long, deep-drawn sobs. The words of the litany seemed to be repeated over and over again, as by a voice whispering in her ear. "The fatherless children and widows, and all who are desolate and oppressed." She rocked herself from side to side and moaned out, "Oh, come back to us! Come back, Martin! Martin!" A hand was gently laid on her shoulder. With a great start she raised her head and saw her eldest boy standing by her side. He was a handsome boy, very like his father, but now his naturally ruddy face was pale, and his eyes had a depth of yearning tenderness in them which went to his mother's heart. "Don't cry so, mother dear," he said. "Father couldn't bear to see it if he knew." She clasped the boy in her arms, and although she still wept, her sobs were less convulsive, and she gradually grew calmer. Martin stood beside her very quietly, occasionally stroking back the pretty soft hair which strayed over her face, and was damp with tears. Presently Mrs. Bransby said, "I thought you were in bed, Martin. How silently you came downstairs!" "I took off my shoes, mother," he answered, showing his feet. "I didn't want to disturb the others. The children are asleep, and Phoebe is snoring away." Phoebe was their one servant, a housemaid from their Oldchester home, who had volunteered to remain with them and follow their fortunes. "Poor Phoebe! I dare say she is tired," said Mrs. Bransby. "I should think she was, rather. She has been working like a brick all day," returned Martin. There was a little silence, during which Mrs. Bransby dried her eyes, put up her dishevelled hair, and replaced her cap. "Ought you not to go to bed, my boy?" she said, looking wistfully at him. "I want to stay and talk to you quietly a little, mother." Mrs. Bransby hesitated. "I should dearly like you to stay a while, Martin," she answered, "but I'm afraid it would not be right. You look pale and worn out. You and I must help each other now to do what is right, and what he would have wished," she added with quivering lips. "Yes, mother," answered the boy eagerly. "That's just what I want, and I know he would have wished me to spare you all the bother I can. So now just listen. Mother, indeed I couldn't sleep if I went to bed now, and it's far wearier work to lie awake than to sit up and talk. Look here, mother. Theodore has offered to send me to school, hasn't he?" "Yes, Martin, I'm very thankful for that. I don't see how I could have afforded it." "Well, but now I've been thinking that it would be better if Theodore would give you that money instead of paying for my schooling, and for me to get a situation and earn something." "Earn? My darling boy, how could you earn anything?" "Why, mother, I could do all that the office boys did at Oldchester. Old Tucky told me once that he earned 15 shillings a week. Just fancy, mother! That's a good lot, isn't it?" It looked a very childish face that he turned towards his mother, a face with frank, sparkling eyes, and rounded cheeks, to which the excitement of making this proposition had brought back the roses. "Oh, Martin, my dearest boy, it is sweet of you to think of this, but you are too young, darling." "I'm going on for 13, mother," interrupted Martin. "Yes, dear, but even that is very, very young," answered his mother gravely, although the phantom of a smile flitted across her pale face. Martin looked disappointed, and for a moment almost angry. He had a naturally hot temper. But he battled down the temptation, and merely said, "Well, mother, you need not decide anything to-night. You can think it over. I believe I could earn something, and I'm sure that if I can, I ought." "But your education, Martin?" "I might perhaps go on learning a little at home in the evenings," he rejoined, but more slowly and less confidently than he had spoken before. "You know, Martin, he wished you to study. He was so proud of your abilities, so fond of you." Her voice broke, and she turned away her head. "Yes, mother, but he was fonder of you," answered Martin simply. "I know quite well that if father could speak to me now, this minute, he would say, 'Martin, take care of your mother.' That's what he did say one day when I was alone with him, only a week before." The boy paused, made a violent struggle to master his emotion, and then went on bravely, though his young face grew white to the lips. "And I'm going to do it, please God." The tears that poured down his mother's cheeks as she embraced him and kissed his forehead were not at all bitter. "Not desolate, not wholly desolate," she murmured, "while I have you, my precious, precious son." They sat a while talking of their means and their plans and their prospects. Mrs. Bransby felt that although many of Martin's notions were, of course, crude and childish, yet there was a strain of firm manliness in him on which she could rely, and the boy had a quick intelligence. Before parting from his mother for the night, he proposed that she should write to Owen Rivers and ask his advice. "You'll believe what Mr. Rivers says, mother, if you don't believe me, and I think you'll find that he will consider it my duty to earn something if I can. Anyway, he's such a good fellow, and he has such a thundering lot of sense. He's sure to give us good advice." The widow caught at the suggestion. She had almost as implicit faith in Owen as her children had. She promised that Martin should enclose a letter of his own in hers to Mr. Rivers, and when she bade the boy good night at the door of his poor little chamber, she was surprised to find her heart somewhat lightened of its load. "I say, look here, mother," whispered Martin, beckoning her in from the open door. "Don't those young shavers sleep like 1 o'clock?" He pointed to Bobby and Billy, who occupied one large bed, a relic from the Oldchester nursery, while Martin's little camp bedstead was squeezed into a corner of the same room. The two little fellows were sleeping the profound sleep of healthy childhood. Bobby had a smile on his parted lips, and Billy lay with one fat hand doubled up under his cheek, and the other buried in the thick masses of his brother's curly hair. "It isn't half a bad room when the window's wide open," went on Martin cheerfully. "I can see a tree, quite a good-sized elm, from my bed. Good night, mother dear. I hope you'll sleep. I think this'll turn out an awfully nice little house when we get used to it." The two letters to Owen Rivers, Martin's and his mother's, were written the next morning. Mrs. Bransby sent them under cover to Mr. Bragg, addressed to Oldchester, to be forwarded, and with a line from herself to Mr. Bragg, begging that he would let Mr. Rivers have them without delay. She had written very fully and frankly to Owen, telling him without reserve what her means were. Only on one point had she been reticent: Theodore's conduct. In her heart she thought Theodore cruelly cold and hard towards her and the children, but she would not complain of him. He was her dear husband's son, and she felt as if it would be disloyal to that honoured husband's memory to paint Theodore to others as she saw him. Theodore's recommendations to his stepmother to take "good, steady, paying lodgers" was in the nature of those vague counsels we are all apt to proffer freely to our neighbours, such as to cheer up, not to yield to weakness, to look on the bright side, to dismiss disagreeable thoughts, to set to work briskly and earn money, and the like. That is to say, it was easier said than done. When, after the family had been somewhat over a week in town, Theodore came again to see them, and found that no steps had been taken to carry out this suggestion, he showed considerable displeasure, and said a sharp word or two about the difficulty of helping unpractical people. The word unpractical was, in fact, a favourite reproach to apply to poor Mrs. Bransby on the part of a great many persons. Mrs. Dormer Smith caught it up from Theodore. Constance Hadlow echoed the same phrase when, at length, in answer to some private inquiries of Mrs. Dormer Smith, she wrote about the Bransby family. May's first eager proposal to go and see Mrs. Bransby was met by her aunt with an absolute refusal; but she was so urgent, and appealed so strongly to her uncle, that Mrs. Dormer Smith, making a virtue of necessity, for she feared that if leave were refused May might go without it, graciously consented that her niece should pay one visit to Mrs. Bransby. "One visit will be enough, May," said Aunt Pauline, "quite enough to show that you feel kindly towards her, and that sort of thing. It is really stretching a point. However, if it must be, it must be. I only implore you not to talk about these people in society. Pray, pray do not pose as a district visitor, or whatever it is called." May shrugged her shoulders and was silent. She knew how vain it was to reason with Aunt Pauline on a point of this kind, but she comforted herself by looking forward to the time, very near now, when Owen would return, and when, in some mysterious way, not explicable to her head, but quite sufficing to her heart, all her difficulties would vanish before his presence. And that same afternoon she set off to Collingwood Place, Barnsbury Road, in a cab, attended by Smithson. Mrs. Bransby received her affectionately, and thanked her for her visit, but she did not ask her to repeat it. She perceived, far more quickly than May had perceived it, that Mrs. Dormer Smith would not like her niece to keep up any intimacy with a family who lived in Barnsbury, and were served by one maid of all work. When the children clung round May, and clamoured to know when she was coming to see them again, Mrs. Bransby interposed. She told them that May could not be running in and out of their house in London as she had done in Oldchester, and they must understand she could not take up the time of her aunt's maid in making long journeys to Barnsbury; and she said privately to May, "Don't get into trouble with your aunt by coming here, my dear. I know you would help us if you could, but you cannot. But I ought not to say that. It is helpful to know you are unchanged and warm-hearted as ever. Some day, please God, we may be able to see each other freely." "Yes, some day," cried May, joyfully, thinking of him who would help to make that and all the other good things possible. And then she coloured vividly, as though she had betrayed a secret. Mrs. Bransby, however, did not notice this. She went on pensively, "And yet I am almost afraid to look forward to any pleasant thing, lest it should be snatched away from me. Misfortune makes one a sad coward. I have had a disappointment just lately about Mr. Rivers. His not coming back so soon as was expected." "He's coming back at the end of this month," said May, in a quick, almost breathless way. "No, he was to have returned to England at the end of December, but that is altered. His present engagement is prolonged for some weeks. I had a letter from him last evening from Barcelona, and he does not expect to be in England before the latter part of January at the soonest." May drove homeward much depressed and out of spirits. It was not only that Owen's return was postponed, but that she had not been the first to hear of it. To be sure, his weekly letter was not yet due, and he was rightly scrupulous in keeping his promise to Mrs. Dobbs about corresponding with May. But need he have volunteered to give this news to Mrs. Bransby before writing it to her? A dull feeling of discontent seemed to oppress her, but on reaching home she tried to shake it off, and to forget it in fighting her friend's battle against Aunt Pauline. Aunt Pauline had constructed for herself an image of Mrs. Bransby founded on Theodore's hints. She had decided in her own mind that Mrs. Bransby was a weak-minded, lounging, lazy woman, who, no longer able to adorn herself with fine clothes, would sink into slatternhood, and throw herself and her family as a dead weight on to any shoulders who would carry them. "A woman belonging to the provincial middle class, who thinks of nothing but dress," said Mrs. Dormer Smith, shaking her head mournfully. "One knows what that must come to." "But Mrs. Bransby thought of a great many things besides dress," cried May. "She thought of her household and her children, and above all of her husband." Mrs. Dormer Smith merely shook her head again with an air of mild martyrdom, as though some one were unjustly accusing her. "And I assure you, Aunt Pauline," May continued, "that the little house she is living in, poor and humble, of course, in comparison with her old home, is a pattern of neatness." "You say poor and humble, May. But do you not think that a house at £45 a year is quite as good as she has any right to expect, under the circumstances? I do. And that poor young Bransby has to be responsible for the rent." "I am sure Mrs. Bransby won't let him be out of pocket if she can possibly help it." "I dare say. But she is a sadly unpractical person." "It was most touching to see her with all those children about her. trying to be cheerful and composed, and looking so lovely in her melancholy morning dress. I presume she wears crape. Ah, there's no more extravagant wear. She might have one dress trimmed with crape for occasions, but her ordinary everyday frocks ought to be of plain black stuff. Hem-stitched muslin collars and cuffs, perhaps," added Mrs. Dormer Smith, relenting at the image of uncompromising ugliness she had herself conjured up. "But they can be made at home, and need not cost much. Has she any lodgers?" "No, not yet, but there has been very little time, and it is difficult, she says, to find suitable persons." Yes, that is precisely the kind of thing one would expect her to say. That is the speech of a thoroughly unpractical person. "The fact is," burst out May hotly, "it is unpractical to be poor. It is unpractical to be left a widow with 5 children and only a miserable pittance to keep them on." It was intolerable to hear Aunt Pauline sitting in judgment on this poor lady, of whom she really knew nothing whatever save her misfortunes; and May was greatly astonished at the glib way in which her aunt, usually so prosaically matter-of-fact, discoursed about Mrs. Bransby, putting in visionary details with a lavish fancy. The girl had yet to learn that the most narrow and commonplace minds are capable of wild exaggeration within their own sphere, and that to be unimaginative is no guarantee for truthfulness of perception. Mrs. Dormer Smith, whatever her defects might be, possessed almost perfect gentleness of temper. She merely said softly, "May, when will you understand that nothing can be worse form than that habit of raving about people? You are so dreadfully emphatic." "I don't care a straw about what you call good form. I prefer good substance," answered May, still in a glow of indignation. "My dear child, what does this woman matter to you?" "Matter? She is my friend. She has always been kind to me, and even if she were not my friend, I would defend her against unfair accusations." Mrs. Dormer Smith was silent for a few minutes. Then she said in her slow, somewhat muffled tones, "May, you compel me to say what I would rather leave unsaid. Mrs. Bransby is not the kind of person your uncle and I wish you to associate with. I do not assert that there has been anything positively wrong in her conduct. Now oblige me by listening quietly. If you start up in that melodramatic way, you will bring on one of my nervous headaches. I was merely going to remark that a woman so handsome as I am told she is, and so very much younger than her husband, ought, in the most ordinary view of what is convenable, to avoid anything like seeking to attract men's admiration and that sort of thing. But instead of that, Mrs. Bransby carried on in a very flagrant flirtation during her husband's lifetime with a young man considerably her junior. It was noticed, of course, and commented on. If she was so led away by foolish vanity when she had a sensible husband to guide her, what will it be now that she is left to her own devices?" May stood staring at her aunt like one suddenly awakened out of sleep. "This is all false," she said, after a moment. "False and very cruel. Who told you such things, Aunt Pauline?" "I decline to tell you, May. Some one who has had the means of knowing what went on in this Bransby household, and some one whose judgment I can trust. It must suffice to assure you that I am quite certain of my facts." And strange as it may seem, Mrs. Dormer Smith really thought she was certain of them. May turned away contemptuously. "Mrs. Bransby is really very much to blame," she said. "It is bad enough to be poor and unprotected, but to be the most beautiful woman in all her circle of acquaintance as well is not to be forgiven." Then May left her aunt's presence, and betook herself to her own room, where she locked the door and burst out crying. These calumnies were bewildering. She sat on the side of her bed for more than an hour, in a drooping posture, depressed and miserable. As she thought over her aunt's words, the belief flashed into her mind that Mrs. Dormer Smith's informant must have been Constance Hadlow. She did not suspect Constance of having deliberately invented stories to the poor widow's discredit, but she did think that Constance had repeated them, and that they had lost none of their venom in her repetition. It chanced that on that very morning her aunt had spoken of a letter just received from Miss Hadlow, and May knew very well the sort of gossip which made up the staple of that correspondence. Not for one moment did her suspicions point to Theodore. The idea that he could have originated odious insinuations against his father's wife was inconceivable to her. But Conny. She had observed latterly a tendency in Conny to bitterness and detraction when speaking of Mrs. Bransby. Was she jealous? And why? When they talked of Mrs. Bransby's flirtations with a man younger than herself, whom did they allude to? All at once, May drew herself sharply into an upright attitude, while a burning flush covered her face and throat. She dashed away some stray tears with her handkerchief, and exclaimed, speaking out loud in her excitement, "I will not think of such mean, malicious, despicable folly. I will turn my mind away from it. It is shameful even to be conscious of anything so base-minded." End of chapter 14. Volume 2, Chapter 15 of That Unfortunate Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That Unfortunate Marriage by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 2, Chapter 15. 2 days after May's interview with Mrs. Bransby, Owen's weekly letter arrived. In it he informed her of the unexpected postponement of his return, and he mentioned having written this news to Mrs. Bransby in answer to a letter from her, appealing to him for help and advice. But he did not expend many words on the Bransby family. He had to keep May minutely informed of his own doings, and of his prospects, so far as he could judge of them, and whatsoever time and space remained at his disposal when this was accomplished was devoted to a theme which touched him more nearly than the fortunes of gentle Louisa Bransby, although his regard for her was very real. Owen was deeply in love, and wrote love letters, and that species of composition does not deal with circumstantial and connected narrative, at any rate about third persons. But although Owen did not return to England at the end of December, Mr. Bragg did. He appeared one day in Mrs. Dormer Smith's drawing-room, when he was received by that lady with marked graciousness, and by May with a change in colour and shy eagerness which he might have been excused for misinterpreting. Mrs. Dormer Smith was delighted. May's behaviour appeared to her to be just what it ought to be. Uncle Frederick, too, who happened to be at home, for Mrs. Bragg called at so unfashionably an early hour that the master of the house had not yet gone out to his club, had reason to be gratified. He took the opportunity of consulting Mr. Bragg as to a little investment he proposed making, and Mr. Bragg, while dissuading him from that particular investment, spontaneously offered to put his money into a good thing for him. "I make it a rule not to advise people in general about such matters," said Mr. Bragg. "The responsibility's too great, not to mention that if it once, what you might call, got wind that I did give such advice, I should have my time took up altogether with other people's business, and I don't see the force of that." "Of course not. Most inconsiderate," murmured Mr. Dormer Smith. "But I reserve the right to make exceptions now and then," continued Mr. Bragg, "and I shall be happy to be of use to you." All this while no word had been said about Owen. May's secret consciousness made her too bashful to introduce his name. But at length Mr. Bragg mentioned it of his own accord. It was in speaking of Mr. Bransby's death. Mr. Bragg expressed kindly sympathy with the widow, and added, "She has one good friend, poor soul, anyway. My secretary takes the greatest interest in her. You know him, Miss Cheffington, Mr. Owen Rivers." "Yes," answered May, in as constrained a tone as though the subject were distasteful to her. Yet the poor child was longing with all her heart to speak of Owen, and to hear him spoken of. "To be sure you do. We used to meet him at the Miss Pipers pretty well every evening, didn't we? Besides, he's a cousin of your great friend, Miss Hadlow." "Oh, of course!" exclaimed Mrs. Dormer Smith, with a sudden remembrance of that relationship, and a consequent increase of interest in Owen, whom personally she knew but very slightly. "A cousin of Constance Hadlow's. Yes, yes, I recall it now. Mrs. Griffin told me that his grandfather, who married a Lispooney—" She stopped, remembering that family genealogy was a subject not likely to be specially agreeable to Mr. Bragg, and asked that gentleman sweetly, "How do you like him? Does he do well?" "First rate," answered Mr. Bragg emphatically. May coloured with pleasure, and turned aside her face to hide a broad childlike smile which stole over it. "First rate," repeated Mr. Bragg. "He gives full satisfaction. Not but what there are little what you may call twists in him here and there. He's peculiar in some ways, but I never did expect angels from heaven to come down and do office work for me. I consider myself lucky if I get honesty and fair industry. Now, Mr. Rivers is more than honest. He's honourable." "Isn't that a distinction without a difference in this case?" asked Mr. Dormer Smith lightly. "Well, no, I don't think so," answered Mr. Bragg in his slow, pondering way. "You see, honesty makes a capital slow combustion kind of fire. But if you want a white heat, you must have honour. I can't express myself quite clear, but I have it in my mind." "And so Mr. Rivers takes a great interest in this Mrs. Bransby," said Pauline. Her thoughts had been busy with this point ever since Mr. Bragg had uttered the words, and she was pleased that May should hear something like corroboration of the charge against Mrs. Bransby.
"Uncommon. He's quite what you might call devoted to her." "She's a deuced pretty woman, isn't she?" put in Mr. Dormer Smith with a little knowing laugh. Mr. Bragg replied with perfect seriousness, "Mrs. Bransby is a lady of great personal attractions, and so far as I know of her, most amiable. I'm sorry to hear she's left in poor circumstances. Martin Bransby seems to have made most imprudent speculations. If he'd have come to me, poor man, I could have given him some useful warnings, and would have done it too. I'd have made one of my exceptions in his favour." Mrs. Dormer Smith's interest in the deceased Martin Bransby was too slight to enchain her attention. When the widow was no longer being spoken of, Pauline's thoughts flew off rapidly to the fashion and texture of May's wedding dress, which had already haunted her solitary musings, and to the question whether Mr. Bragg would be likely to do anything for her boy Cyril, who was just about to be entered at the university. But her eyes remained fixed with a politely attentive look on Mr. Bragg, and when he ceased speaking, she murmured plaintively, as being a safe thing to say, "That is so good of you." As soon as Mr. Bragg was gone, May sat down to write an account of his visit to Owen. Her heart swelled with pride as she repeated to him Mr. Bragg's words about himself. Indeed, she was so enthusiastic about Mr. Bragg that Owen jestingly told her in his next letter that he was growing jealous of his master. So he always termed Mr. Bragg. It was out of the question that May should hint to Owen a word of the unkind things which were said of Mrs. Bransby. She could not bring her pen to write them. It seemed to her as if she could never even speak them to him. But she said all the most sympathetic and affectionate things she could think of about the poor widow and her children, being inspired by the malicious gossip only to a more chivalrous warmth on her friend's behalf. But yet that gossip was like a barbed seed that clings where it alights, and could not wholly be shaken out of her memory. If she could but have spoken with Granny, she could not write all the confused feelings that were in her mind. To have tried to do so would have seemed almost like hinting something which might be construed into a doubt of Owen. But if she could speak with her living voice, Granny, who loved her so much, and would listen with such understanding ears, would surely find the right words to conjure away the oppression which weighed on her spirits. She was ashamed of not feeling so happy as she had felt 3 weeks ago, and yet it was impossible to deny that a cloud, light and filmy but still a cloud, had come between her and the sun. She was very lonely. Sometimes she was startled by the sudden recognition of how completely aloof she was in spirit from the beings around her. Next to Owen's letters, her little cousins were her chief comfort. She had them with her as much as possible, helping them with their lessons, and joining in their play. Their brother Cyril being now at home from Harrow, the younger children received even less than the scanty share of her attention which their mother had ever vouchsafed to them. Mr. Dormer Smith was a good deal engrossed by his eldest son, and Harold and Wilfred would have been forlorn indeed at this time, but for cousin May. Yes, the children were a great comfort to her, and after them she liked Mr. Bragg's society better than that of most people. He was so closely associated with Owen. Mr. Bragg had become a frequent and familiar guest at the Dormer Smiths' house. Uncle Frederick highly valued his advice and assistance in financial matters, while Aunt Pauline was never tired of repeating his praises. Only, as she privately complained to her husband, he hung fire a little. "Why in the world he shouldn't speak out, I cannot conjecture," she said, with that soft, suffering expression of countenance, which Mr. Bragg's assiduous visits had recently banished for as much as 2 or 3 days altogether. "It really is not May's fault this time. Nothing could be nicer than she is to him. I should be uneasy about the Houghtonvilles, but that they are spending the winter at Rome, and besides, Mrs. Griffin assured me that he wouldn't look at Felicia. In fact, he told her in plain terms that Miss Cheffington was the one young lady he admired. Dear Mrs. Griffin, I shall never forget what a friend she has been all through the affair. And the dear Duchess. But really, Mr. Bragg does hang fire most unaccountably. I think it is beginning to tell on May herself a little. She mopes. Now that is a very serious matter, for her complexion is of the delicate kind which will not stand worry." The new year opened dark and damp in London. But the external gloom did not quench social gaiety, of which there was a good deal going on at this time. Mrs. Dormer Smith entered into it, and insisted on May's entering into it as much as possible. She reflected that this would be the last year during which she would have the assistance of May's allowance, and that it would be well to profit by it to the utmost while it lasted. The allowance was never expended in any way by which May could not benefit.
For example, if Mrs. Dormer Smith were going to a dinner party without her niece, she would not spend May's money on the hire of a carriage to save her own hard-worked brougham horse; but when May accompanied her, she would do so, and on such occasions she would indulge in some little extra elegance of dress, on the plea, quite genuinely preferred, that she must be decently dressed in the girl's interests. In spite of Theodore Bransby's recent mourning, they frequently met in society. "It is my duty to keep up my social connections," he would say to Mrs. Dormer Smith with a grave, resigned air, and no one could have more fully appreciated and approved the sentiment than she did. Theodore travelled rather frequently backwards and forwards between London and Oldchester in these days. He was busy in the neighbourhood of his native city preparing the ground for his political campaign, while he was constantly attracted to London by the hope of seeing May. He had discovered that Mrs. Bransby wrote sometimes to Owen Rivers, and he frequently volunteered to give her items of news about May, which he thought and hoped she might transmit to Spain. Miss Cheffington had sat near him at Lady A's dinner party. He had escorted Miss Cheffington and her aunt to Mrs. B.'s soirée musicale. Mrs. C. had given him a seat in her box at the theatre, where he met Miss Cheffington, and so forth. "Miss Cheffington appears to be very gay," said Mrs. Bransby once, with a sigh, not envious, but regretful. Her own life was so dull and dark. "Miss Cheffington is very much in the world, of course. Her birth and her beauty entitle her to a good deal of attention, and she gets it. I see no objection to that. On the contrary, it delights me that she should be admired." His stepmother stared at him in sudden surprise. "Theodore!" she exclaimed impulsively. "There is nothing between you and May, is there?" He drew himself up, and answered in as coldly offended a tone as though he had not desired, and even angled for, that very question. "Excuse me, Mrs. Bransby, but I do not think it well to use a young lady's name in that way. It is too delicate a matter to be handled at all in its present stage." "Don't you believe him, mother," said Martin, when Theodore had gone away. "May Cheffington isn't likely to think of him." "I don't know, Martin. It may not seem likely to us because we know what Theodore is," interposed Martin boldly. His mother let that suggestion lie, but she said, "You must remember, my boy, that Theodore has many qualities which... He is very well educated, and clever, and gentlemanlike." "No, that he is not," put in the irrepressible Martin. "And he probably has a distinguished career before him. Besides, he is rich now, you know." "As if May would care for that!" exclaimed Martin, with innocently lofty disdain. "Her friends might care for it for her," answered Mrs. Bransby thoughtfully. She had fallen into the habit of consulting with Martin on all kinds of subjects. Sometimes she reproached herself for harassing the boy with cares and questions beyond his years; but in truth it would have been impossible at that time to keep Martin from sharing her cares, and the pride of being allowed to share her counsels also more than made him amends. Mrs. Bransby had a lodger now, a lodger who was the incubus of her life. He was an elderly German, engaged in the city, and besides occupying the chamber which Theodore had ordained must be let if possible, he breakfasted with the family every day, and dined with them on Sundays. The man was vulgar, greedy, and sullen in his manners. His habits at table, without being absolutely gross, were revolting to Mrs. Bransby's refinement, and his exigencies on the score of the Sunday dinner were such as to keep her in constant anxiety, and to excite boundless indignation in Phoebe. Phoebe, indeed, so detested Mr. Bucher that Mrs. Bransby was occasionally reduced to beg for a cessation of hostilities, and, very much against the grain, to plead Mr. Bucher's case, even with tears in her eyes. Such being the state of things, it can well be imagined with what an ebullition of joy Mrs. Bransby hailed a letter from Owen Rivers, announcing his approaching arrival in London, and proposing himself to her as a lodger. He would like, he said, to board entirely with the family, and offered terms which Mrs. Bransby feared were almost too generous. Martin, it is needless to say, enthusiastically welcomed the idea of having Owen Rivers to live with them, and Phoebe's delight in the prospect of Mr. Bucher's being speedily superseded made her volunteer to prepare his favourite pudding on the very next Sunday, although hitherto she had obstinately professed the blankest ignorance of its composition. Before, however, giving the unpopular Mr. Bucher notice to quit her house, Mrs. Bransby thought herself bound to consult Theodore. Her mind misgave her lest Theodore, who she knew detested Owen Rivers, should strongly set his face against receiving him, and she wrote her letter to her stepson in considerable trepidation. But, to her surprise, she speedily received an answer entirely approving the plan. It was not gracious. Theodore was never gracious to her, but that was a small matter in comparison with obtaining his consent to the arrangement, and this consent was unmistakably given. "I believe," he wrote, "that you will be justified in taking Rivers for a lodger if you wish it. I meet his employer, Mr. Bragg, very frequently at the house of Mrs. Dormer Smith, and he apparently intends to retain Rivers in his service, at all events for the present. You will, therefore, I should say, be quite sure of regular payments." So Owen's offer was joyfully and gratefully accepted. He had, of course, written to tell May as nearly as possible the time of his arrival in England, but he had not mentioned his scheme of living at the Bransbys, fearing lest it might not be practicable. He did not, in fact, receive Mrs. Bransby's reply to his proposal until he was on his way home. He found it addressed, as he had directed Mrs. Bransby, to the Poste Restante in Paris, where he spent one day on business for Mr. Bragg. And thus it chanced that the first intimation which May received of the matter came from Theodore Bransby. He was dining at the Dormer Smiths. Mr. Bragg was there also. It was what Mrs. Dormer Smith called a very quiet little dinner, just one or two people, quite cosily, and had been given simply and solely for Mr. Bragg. There was but one other guest, Lady Moppet. Mrs. Dormer Smith did not consider Lady Moppet to be worth cultivating. She was rich, but not in the best set. Moreover, she had a craze for music. Mrs. Dormer Smith's private sentiment about all the arts was akin to that of the Turkish potentate, who inquired at a ball why they did not make their slaves dance for them instead of taking all that trouble themselves. She considered, in fact, that the muses ought to be kept in their places, but she would never have uttered any word approaching to such a Boeotian phrase. She had an almost perfect taste in phrases. There, however, sat Lady Moppet at her dinner table. Mr. Dormer Smith had stipulated for some human being to speak to. Mr. Bragg must of course be left to May, and Mr. Dormer Smith could not endure young Bransby. Theodore was not generally popular with his own sex, but Pauline had reinstated him in her good graces. And indeed, how was it possible not to feel agreeably towards a young man whom Lord Castlecombe himself delighted to honour? Lady Moppet was an old acquaintance of her host's, as has been stated, and except on the subject of music, she was a good-humoured woman enough, making amends for the inflexible rigidity of her dogma as to the divine art by a rather broad indulgence toward the merely moral shortcomings of her fellow creatures. Mr. Dormer Smith led her out to dinner. Mr. Bragg, of course, conducted his hostess, and Theodore, therefore, had to give May his arm to the dining-room. There was no help for that. But the party was small, and the table was round, and Mr. Bragg would not be far sundered from May. And once in the drawing-room, Aunt Pauline would take care that he should have abundant opportunities for private conversation with her niece. May endured Theodore's proximity far more graciously than would have been the case 3 months ago. He was not naturally quick at discerning the effect he produced on others, nor careful to spare their feelings. But love stimulates the perceptions in a wonderful way, prosaic though his subjects may be. The arch-magician has lost nothing of his cunning, and under his potent influence Theodore Bransby developed some little sympathetic insight into May's feelings. He even divined that part of her new soft kindliness of manner towards himself was due to pity for his bereavement, and he had learned, in a more unmistakable way, for she had told him so, that she approved his care of his stepmother and young brothers and sisters. Theodore was pretty safe in vaunting his disinterested efforts on their behalf. Mrs. Bransby and May were effectually kept apart, and neither of them suspected that this was chiefly his doing. He now, as he sat by May's side, had something in his mind which he greatly desired she should hear, but some feeling, unaccountable to herself, or at least which he did not choose to account for, made him hesitate to utter it to her directly. At length, in a little pause of the conversation, he bent slightly forward towards Mr. Bragg, who sat opposite to him, and said, "I suppose you do not propose returning to Spain, Mr. Bragg?" "Me? Oh, no, I don't think I've any call to do so, and there's plenty for me to look after elsewhere." "Of course. Transactions on such a colossal scale. When I heard that Rivers was coming back to London, I concluded that you had wound up the business which took you to Spain." "Mr. Rivers has been very helpful to me indeed. I feel myself under an obligation to him." To say the truth, Mr. Bragg was impelled to offer this testimony even at the cost of dragging it in somewhat inopportunely by his lively remembrances of sundry spiteful speeches made by young Bransby in former times. But rather to his surprise, Theodore did not now seek to divert the conversation from Owen's praises. "Yes, Rivers has come out wonderfully well, I understand," said Theodore. "I hear a good deal about him. He is in constant correspondence with Mrs. Bransby, as perhaps you know." "Oh," said Mr. Bragg quietly. "No, I cannot say I know it. By the way, I do call to mind Mrs. Bransby sending me a letter for him some time ago. Well, he may be in correspondence with her." "Oh, he is. I have reason to know it, for I think he is the sole topic of conversation at my stepmother's house just now. The whole family are in a fever of excitement about his coming to live with them." Without turning his head or even glancing at May, he felt that she was listening with a new and suddenly concentrated attention, and he said to himself, with a glow of elation, "She did not know it." "Ah, really?" said Mr. Bragg, addressing himself to his dinner. The matter did not seem to him one of any very special interest. If young Rivers went to lodge at Mrs. Bransby's, it would probably be a good arrangement for both. "Who's that? Anybody I know?" asked Lady Moppet from her place at the host's right hand. Theodore answered, "I was merely speaking of a man named Rivers, who—" "Owen Rivers? Oh, of course I know him. A dreadful heretic. He enunciates the most intolerable old-fashioned stuff, and he's so frightfully obstinate. Battles and argues one down positively. I really have no patience. But what about him? Is he going to be married?" "Not that I know of," replied Theodore, with his correct air, and an odd effect, as though his white cravat and shirt-front had been suddenly petrified. "Oh, I beg your pardon. I thought you said something of the sort." "By Jove, more unlikely things have happened," put in Mr. Dormer Smith jocosely. "He's exposing himself to a tremendous fire. Dangerous work for a fellow to live under the roof of a lovely and captivating woman, who sets him up as a kind of guide, philosopher, and friend, eh?" "Dangerous? I should think the end of that arrangement is a foregone conclusion," exclaimed Lady Moppet. "Mr. Rivers is a very agreeable young fellow, when he isn't talking about music. But who's your lovely and captivating woman? Does anybody know her?" There was an instant's pause, during which Pauline cast an expressive glance of the most poignant reproach at her husband. Then Theodore answered very gravely, "Mr. Dormer Smith was merely jesting. The lady is Mrs. Martin Bransby, my father's widow." End of chapter 15. End of volume 2. Volume 3, Chapter 1 of That Unfortunate Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That Unfortunate Marriage by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 1. The following morning, Mrs. Dormer Smith was in a flutter of excitement. She left her bedroom fully an hour earlier than was her wont. But before she did so, she sent a message begging May not to absent herself from the house. For even in this wintry season, May was in the habit of walking out every morning with the children, whenever there came a gleam of good weather. Mrs. Dormer Smith's maid, who was charged with the message, volunteered to add, with a glance at May's plain morning frock, "Mr. Bragg is expected, I believe, miss." "Very well, Smithson. Tell my aunt I will not go out without her permission." Smithson still lingered. "Shall I? Would you like me to lay out your grey merino, miss?" she asked. "Oh, no, thank you," answered May, opening her eyes in surprise. "If I do go out, it will only be to take a turn in the square with the children. This frock will do quite well." Smithson retired, and then Harold, who was engaged in a somewhat languid struggle with a French verb, looked up savagely and said, "I hate Mr. Bragg." Wilfrid, seated at the table with a big book before him, which was supposed to convey useful knowledge by means of coloured illustrations, immediately echoed, "I hate Mr. Bragg." "Hush, hush, that will never do," said May. "Little boys mustn't hate anybody. Besides, Mr. Bragg is a very good, kind man. Why should you dislike him?" "Because he is going to take you away," answered Harold slowly. "Nonsense! I dare say Mr. Bragg will not ask to see me at all, and if he does, I shall not be away above a few minutes." "Shan't you?" asked Harold doubtfully. "Of course not. What have you got into your head?" "Yesterday, when they didn't think I was listening, I heard Smithson say to Cecile—" May stopped the child decisively. "Hush, Harold! You know I never allow you to repeat the tittle-tattle of the nursery, and I am shocked to hear that you listened to what was not intended for your ears. That is not like a gentleman. You know we agreed that you are to be a real gentleman when you grow up. That is, a man of honour." "I didn't listen," cried Wilfrid eagerly. "I'm glad you did not." "No, I didn't listen, Cousin May. I was in Cyril's room.
Cyril gave me a long, long piece of string, ever so long." May laughed. "Your virtue is not of a difficult kind, Master Willie. You never do any mischief that is quite out of your reach." Then, seeing that Harold looked still crestfallen, she kissed his forehead and said kindly, "And Harold will not listen again. He did not remember that it is dishonourable." The child was silent, with his eyes cast down on his lesson book for a while. Then he raised them and looked searchingly at May and said, "I say, Cousin May, I mean to marry you when I grow up." "And so do I," said Wilfrid, determined not to be outdone. "Very well, but I couldn't think of marrying any one who did not know his French verbs, so you had better learn that one at once." Harold's naturally rather dull and heavy face grew suddenly bright, and he settled himself to his lesson with a little shrug, and a shake like a puppy. "No, you wouldn't marry any one who didn't know French, would you?" he said emphatically. "And I know French," pleaded Wilfrid. "There, now, be quiet, both of you, and let me finish my letter," said May, and there was nearly unbroken silence among them. Meantime, Mr. Bragg was having an interview with Mrs. Dormer Smith. He had gradually made up his mind to put the same question to her that he had put to Mrs. Dobbs, namely, whether May were free to receive his proposals. He could not help being uneasy about young Bransby's relations with May. Mrs. Dobbs, it was true, had denied that her granddaughter thought of him at all, and Mr. Bragg did not doubt Mrs. Dobbs' veracity, but he underrated her sagacity, or rather her opportunities for knowing the truth. She lived very much outside of May's world. She might divine the state of May's feelings, and yet be mistaken as to their object. The story he had heard of young Bransby's having been rejected by Miss Cheffington could not be true, for was not young Bransby a constant visitor at her aunt's house, frequenting it on a footing of familiarity, talking to May herself with a certain air of confidential understanding? He had observed this particularly during last night's dinner. But if, on the other hand, the possibility of Mrs. Dobbs being mistaken on this question were once admitted, all sorts of other possibilities poured in after it, as by a sluice gate, and lifted Mr. Bragg's hopes to a higher level. At any rate, he resolved to take some decisive step. Time had been lost already. He had told Mrs. Dobbs that he was too old to trust to the day after to-morrow, and that was now 3 months ago. Hence his visit to Mrs. Dormer Smith by appointment, an appointment made verbally the preceding evening, with a request that she would mention it to no one, least of all to Miss Cheffington. Aunt Pauline was, of course, quite sure beforehand what was to be the subject of their conversation, and was not in the least surprised, although inwardly much elated, when Mr. Bragg broached it. "Understand me, ma'am," said Mr. Bragg. "I only wish you to tell me truly whether, according to the best of your belief, Miss C.'s affections are engaged. I ask no questions beyond that. I don't want to pry." "Engaged? Oh dear, no, I assure you." "Excuse me, ma'am, but I mean a little more than that," said Mr. Bragg, slightly hastening the steady stride of his speech, lest she should interrupt him again. "Of course, I don't expect you to be inside of your niece's heart. A deal of uncertainty must prevail in what you may call assaying any human being's feelings. You may use the wrong test, for one thing. But ladies are keen observers, especially where they like, or, for the matter of that, dislike, any one very much. And what I want to know is this: have you any reason to think Miss C. is in love with any one?" Mrs. Dormer Smith, who was listening with a bland smile, almost started at this crude inquiry. She felt the need of all her self-command to preserve that repose of manner which she considered essential to good breeding, but she answered gently, though firmly, "My dear Mr. Bragg, that is out of the question. My niece is entirely disengaged. A girl of her birth and breeding is not likely to entertain any vulgar kind of romance in secret." "Thank you, ma'am," said Mr. Bragg. Then he added ponderingly, "It might not be vulgar, though." Mrs. Dormer Smith privately thought Mr. Bragg no competent judge of what might or might not be vulgar in a Cheffington. She merely replied with a certain suave dignity, referring to a former speech of his, "Do I understand rightly that you desire to speak with Miss Cheffington yourself?" "If you please, ma'am, yes. I think I should like to go through with it." "I will send for her to come here, Mr. Bragg." She rang the bell and gave her orders, and during the pause which ensued neither she nor Mr. Bragg spoke a word. He was absorbed in his own thoughts, and by no means as fully master of himself as usual. She was plaintively regretting that May had refused to change her morning frock for something more becoming.
"Not that it can be of vital importance now," thought Mrs. Dormer Smith, faintly smiling to herself with half-closed eyes. Presently the door opened, and May stood on the threshold. "Come in, darling," said her aunt. "Mr. Bragg wishes to speak with you, and I will only assure you that he does so with my and your uncle's full knowledge and approbation." With that, Aunt Pauline glided into the back drawing-room, and withdrew by a door opening on to the staircase, which she shut behind her, immensely to May's surprise. All at once a nameless dread came over the girl, chilling her like a cold wind. They had some bad news to give her of Owen. She turned suddenly so deadly pale as to startle Mr. Bragg, and looking up at him with piteous, frightened eyes, stammered faintly, "What is the matter?" "Nothing at all. Nothing is the matter that need frighten you, my dear young lady. Lord bless me, you look quite scared." His genuine tone reassured her, and the colour began to return to lips and cheeks. But the wilful blood now rushed too hotly into her face. Her second thought was, "They have found out my engagement to Owen." And although this contingency could be confronted with a very different feeling, and with sufficient courage, yet she could not control the telltale blush. "Just you sit down there, and don't worrit yourself, Miss Cheffington," said Mr. Bragg. In his earnestness he reverted to the phraseology of his early days. "There's no hurry in the world. If you was stalled, you just take your own time to come round." "Thank you," answered May, dropping into an armchair he pushed forward. "I am very sorry to have alarmed you," she said. "I'm afraid I must be growing nervous. I never thought I should be able to lay claim to that interesting malady." Although she smiled and tried to speak playfully, she had really been shaken, and she profited by the advice which Mr. Bragg repeated, to sit still and take her own time about coming round. By and by she said, almost in her usual voice, "Will you not sit down, Mr. Bragg? I am quite ready to listen to you." Mr. Bragg hesitated a moment. He would have preferred to stand. He would have felt more at his ease so. But looking down on the slight young figure before him, it occurred to him that it would be, in some vaguely felt way, taking an unfair advantage of the girl to dominate her by his tall stature. So he brought himself nearer to her level, by sitting down on an ottoman opposite, and not very near to her. "I suppose," said he, after a little silence, during which he looked down with an intent and anxious frown at the floor, "I suppose you can't give a guess at what I'm going to say?" May believed she had guessed it already, but she answered, "I would rather not guess, please. I would rather you told me." "Well, perhaps it may simplify matters if I mention that I have had some conversation on the subject with Mrs. Dobbs." "With Granny?" exclaimed May, looking full at him in profound astonishment. "Yes, it's some little while ago now. Mrs. Dobbs spoke very straightforward, and very kind too, but I'm bound to say she did not give me any encouragement." May stared at him in a kind of fascination. She could not remove her eyes from his face, and she began to perceive a dreadful clear-sightedness dawning above the confusion of her thoughts. Mr. Bragg was not looking at her. He was leaning a little forward, with his arms resting on his knees, and his hands loosely clasped together. He went on speaking in a ruminating way, sometimes emphasizing his phrase by a slight movement from the wrist of his clasped hands, as if he were with some difficulty reading off the words he was uttering from the oriental rug at his feet. "You see, Miss Cheffington, of course I'm aware there's a great difference in years, but that's not the biggest difference in reality. I don't believe myself that I'm so very much older in some ways than I was at 25. I was always a steady kind of a chap, and I never had much to say for myself. Never was what you might call lively, you know." May sat spellbound, looking at him fixedly, and with that dawn of clear-sightedness rapidly illumining many things, to her unspeakable consternation. "No, it isn't the years that make the biggest difference. I'm below you in education, of course, Miss Cheffington, and in a deal besides, no doubt. But I can be trusted to mean all I say, though I'm not able to say all I mean by a long chalk." As he said this, he raised his eyes for the first time and looked at her. She was still regarding him with the same fascinated, almost helpless gaze, but when she met his clear, honest grey eyes, with a wistful expression in them which was pathetically contrasted with the massive strength of his head and face, she was suddenly inspired to say, "Please, Mr. Bragg, will you hear me? I want to tell you something before you say any more. I think you are my friend, and if you don't mind, I should like to tell you a secret. May I?" He nodded, keeping his eyes on her now steadily. "Well, I hope you will forgive me for troubling you with my confidence. I know you will respect it. If I had not such a high esteem and regard for you, I could not say it." She stopped an instant. There was a choking feeling in her throat. She paused, mastered it, and went on. "I have promised to marry someone whom I love very much, and no one knows about it but Granny." When she had spoken, she hid her hot face in her hands and cried silently. There was absolute stillness in the room for some minutes. At length she looked up and saw Mr. Bragg still sitting as before with loosely clasped hands and downcast eyes. May rose to her feet and said timidly, "I hope you are not angry with me for telling you." Mr. Bragg stood up also, and placing one broad, powerful hand on her head, as a father might have done, looked down gravely at her upturned face. "Angry? Lord bless you, my child, what must I be made of to be angry with you?" "Oh, thank you, Mr. Bragg. And will you promise, but I know you will, not to betray me?" He did not notice this question. His mind was working uneasily. He thrust his hands into his pockets, and walked to the other side of the room and back before saying, "This person that you've promised to marry, is he one that your people here," he jerked his head over his shoulder in the direction in which Mrs. Dormer Smith had disappeared, "would approve of?" "Oh, yes," answered May. Then she added, not quite so confidently, "I think so. At any rate, I am very proud to be loved by him." "And Mrs. Dobbs?" "Oh, of course, dear Granny thinks no one could be too good for me," said May apologetically. "But she knows his worth." "Will you please tell me how long Mrs. Dobbs has known of this?" asked Mr. Bragg with a touch of sternness. "Known? She knew, of course, as soon as I knew myself. On the 27th of last September," answered poor May with damask rose cheeks. Mr. Bragg made a mental calculation of dates. His face relaxed, and he now replied to May's previous question. "Yes, of course. I'll promise not to say a word till you give me leave, especially since Mrs. Dobbs knows all about it. Otherwise, you're young to guide yourself entirely in a matter so serious as this is." She thanked him again, and dried some stray teardrops that hung on her pretty eyelashes. He stood for a moment looking at her intently, but there was nothing in his gaze to startle her maiden innocence or make her shrink from him. It was an honest, earnest, kindly though melancholy look. "Well," said he at last, "you're not so curious as some young ladies. You haven't asked me what it was I was going to say to you." "I dare say it was nothing serious," she answered quickly. "In any case, I am quite sure you will say, and leave unsaid, all that is right." "That's what you might call a pretty large order, Miss Cheffington. I'm an awkward brute sometimes, I dare say, but I'll tell you this much. If I don't say what I was going to say, it isn't from pride. I have had that feeling, but I haven't it now in talking to you. No, it isn't from pride, but because I want you and me to be friends. Downright good friends, you know, and perhaps it would be more agreeable for you not to have anything concerning me in your memory that you'd wish to be what you might call sponged out of the record. I appreciate your behaviour, Miss Cheffington. You acted generous, and like the noble-hearted young lady I've always thought you, when you told me that secret of yours. Why, now, come, come, don't you fret yourself," he exclaimed softly, for the tears were again trickling down her cheeks. "You are so very kind and good to me," she said brokenly. "Lord bless me, what else could I be? There, don't you vex yourself by fancying me cast down or disappointed about anything in particular. A man doesn't come to my age without getting used to disappointments, big and little." He took up his hat and stopped her by a gesture as she moved towards the bell. "No, don't ring, please. I've got an appointment in the city, and not much time to spare if I walk it. So I'll just let myself out quietly, without disturbing anybody. You can mention to your aunt that I shall have the honour of calling on her again very soon. Good-bye, Miss Cheffington." May held out her hand. He touched it very lightly with his fingers, and then relinquished it silently. "You are sure," she said pleadingly, "you are quite sure you're not angry with me?" "There ain't a many things I'm so sure of as I am of that," answered Mr. Bragg in his ordinary quiet tones. And then he opened the door and was gone. He went down the stairs and through the hall and into the street without being challenged. He shut the door softly behind him with a kind of instinct of escape, and marched away rather quickly, but square and steady as ever. After a while he looked at his watch, hesitated, and finally hailed a hansom cab. "Poultry, you can take it easy. I'm not in a hurry," he said to the driver as he got into the vehicle. Then Mr. Bragg leaned back and began to think. He had a habit of frequently closing his eyes when meditating, and this habit it was which had impelled him to get into a cab, since a pedestrian in the streets of London could only indulge in it at the risk of his life, and Mr. Bragg had no, not even the most passing, temptation to suicide. He shut his eyes tight now, tilted his head backward from his forehead, and reviewed the situation. He had behaved very well to May, and was conscious of having behaved well to her. She deserved the best and most considerate treatment. But Mr. Bragg was no angel, and he was extremely angry with Mrs. Dormer Smith. He felt some irritation, very unreasonably, as he would by and by acknowledge, against Mrs. Dobbs. She had been rather exasperatingly in the right. But Mrs. Dormer Smith had been most exasperatingly in the wrong, and he was very angry with her. Why had she not confessed that she knew nothing at all about her niece's feelings? It was clear she was quite ignorant of them. She had only to say that she could not undertake to answer for May. That would at least have been honest. "I dare say I might have spoken all the same," Mr. Bragg admitted to himself. "I think perhaps I should. I'd got to that point where a man must know for himself what the answer is to that question, and when likely or unlikely won't serve his turn. But I could have managed different. I needn't have looked like a Tom Noddy, trotted out there, making a regular show of a man. Not a doubt but what that flunkey knew all about it. Woman's a fool." Mr. Bragg's indignation rolled off like thunder in these broken growlings, and beneath it all, deeper than all, there lay an aching sorrow. It would not break his heart, as he knew. It might not even spoil his dinner, but it was a real sorrow, nevertheless. In the moment of assuring him that he must not hope to win her, May had seemed to him better worth winning than ever. Her soft touch had opened a long sealed-up spring of tenderness. There was some rough poetry within him, none the less pathetic because he knew thoroughly, sensitively, how unable he was to give it expression, and how ridiculous the mere suggestion of his trying to do so would seem to most people. He resolutely refrained as much as possible from letting his mind busy itself with these hidden feelings. His very thoughts seemed to hurt them at that moment. He preferred to nurse his wrath against Mrs. Dormer Smith, and to resent her having betrayed him into an undignified position. Mr. Bragg had been prosperous and powerful for many years, and the sense of being balked was very irksome to him. More irksome than in the days of his poverty, when youth and hope were elastic, and battle seemed a not unwelcome condition of existence. But before he reached the end of his eastward journey, Mr. Bragg began to speculate about the man whom May loved. In spite of Mrs. Dobbs' emphatic denial, he could not dismiss the idea that Theodore Bransby was the man. He had gathered the impression that Mrs. Dobbs did not like Theodore, and he remembered May's deprecating words, "Granny would not think any one too good for me," which seemed to indicate that Mrs. Dobbs had not hailed the engagement with rapture. Thinking over the dates, he concluded, quite correctly, that May's lover, whoever he may be, had declared himself not long after his, Bragg's, interview with Mrs. Dobbs. Now Theodore Bransby had been in Oldchester at that time, as he well remembered. Why Theodore, if it were he, should keep his engagement secret from the Dormer Smiths was not easily explicable. But Mr. Bragg knew the young man's political projects, and it might be that Theodore would wish to approach May's family armed with the importance which a successful electoral campaign would give him. One thing Mr. Bragg felt tolerably sure of, that Aunt Pauline would regret acutely the declension from a nephew-in-law with 50,000 a year to one whose income did not count as many hundreds. It was perhaps rather agreeable to Mr. Bragg to think of this. It was certainly a comfort to him to be able to dislike May's lover on independent grounds. He had always entertained an antipathy towards the young man, and however sincere and tender his interest in May Cheffington might be, it did not modify by a hair's breadth his opinion of young Bransby. "And after all, it may not be him," said Mr. Bragg, reflectively and ungrammatically. "But if it isn't him, it can't be anybody I know." The person he had appointed to meet in the city was an Oldchester man, and when the business part of their interview was concluded, he said to Mr. Bragg, "There's bad news from Combe Park, haven't you heard?" "Oh, why, they say Mr. Lucius Cheffington can't live many days." "So that scamp, what's his name, his nephew, will come in for it all. The old lord's awfully savage, I'm told. Shouldn't wonder if it balks young Bransby's hopes of getting his seat. Old Castlecombe won't like paying election expenses for him now. Great pity. He's a very rising young man, and a credit to Oldchester." End of Chapter 1. Volume 3, Chapter 2 of That Unfortunate Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That Unfortunate Marriage by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 2. When Mr. Bragg was gone, May felt a cowardly temptation to run away to her own room, and there recover her composure in solitude. But she reflected that that would be scarcely fair to her aunt, who no doubt was waiting with some impatience to hear the result of the interview. So she dried her eyes and resolutely ascended the stairs to her aunt's room. The gentle, refined voice, which had once so charmed her, but which, as she had long since learned, could utter sentiments singularly at variance with its own sweetness, answered her tap at the door by saying, "Is that dear May? Come in." May entered, and saw her aunt reclining in a lounging chair by the fireside. A book lay open beside her, but she evidently had not been reading recently. She looked up at May's flushed face and tear-swollen eyes, and these traces of emotion seemed to her satisfactory indications of what had passed. "He has spoken. It's all right," she said to herself. Then aloud, with a tender smile, holding out both her hands, "Well, darling." The softness of her tone had a perversely hardening effect on May. If her aunt had expected her to accept Mr. Bragg, and May was not dull enough to doubt this, now that her eyes were illumined by that dawn of clear-sightedness which had been so amazing to her, the least she could do was be quiet and common-sensible about it. Any assumption of sentiment seemed to May to be sickening under the circumstances. So she answered dryly, "Mr. Bragg desired me to tell you that he will have the honour of calling on you again before long." "Is he gone?" asked Mrs. Dormer Smith, with a momentary twinge of anxiety. "Yes, he's gone. He had an appointment in the city, and was rather pressed for time, so he could not stay to take leave of you." "Oh!" exclaimed her aunt, sinking back among her cushions with a smile. "I forgive him." Then, seeing May turn away as if to leave the room, she suddenly sat up again, and said with an air of gentle reproach, "And have you nothing to say to me, dear May?" "Nothing particular, Aunt Pauline." "Nothing particular? I do not think that is very kindly said, May." May's conscience told her the same thing. She had yielded to a movement of temper. The most sensitive chords in her own nature had been jarred and were still quivering, but that was no reason why she should be unkind or uncivil to her aunt. She repented, and with her usual impulsive candour said, "I beg your pardon, Aunt Pauline. I ought not to have answered you so." "You have been agitated, dear child. Come here and sit down by me. Now tell me, May, you surely will tell me. Mr. Bragg has proposed to you, has he not?" "No, Aunt Pauline." "What?" Mrs. Dormer Smith would have been shocked if she could have seen her own face in the glass at that moment. The vulgarest market woman's countenance could not have expressed surprise and consternation more unrestrainedly. "I think perhaps he would have asked me to marry him, but I stopped him." "You stopped him?" echoed her aunt, with clasped hands, but a little gleam of hope revived her. The matter had been mismanaged in some way. May was so deplorably devoid of tact. All might yet be well. "And why, for pity's sake, May, did you stop him?" "Because, as I could not accept him, Aunt Pauline, I wished to spare him as much as possible." "Could not accept him? Good heavens, May, this is frightful. Have you lost your senses? Do you know who and what Mr. Bragg is?" "He's a good, honest man, and I esteem him and like him." "And is not that enough? Do you know that there are girls of, I won't say better family, but higher rank than yours, who would give their ears to be... But it can't be. You are a foolish, inexperienced child who don't understand your own good fortune. You cannot be allowed to throw away this splendid opportunity. I will write to Mr. Bragg myself, and... Stay, Aunt Pauline, please to understand that I will never, under any circumstances, dream of marrying Mr. Bragg. He is quite persuaded of this. He and I understand each other very well, and we mean to continue good friends, but pray do not lower your own dignity by writing to him on this subject." Mrs. Dormer Smith burst into tears. "Go away, you ungrateful child," she said from behind her pocket-handkerchief. "I could not have believed you would have behaved in this manner after all I have done for you." May would have been more distressed than she was had the spectacle of her aunt's tears been rarer, but she had seen Mrs. Dormer Smith weep from what seemed to her very inadequate motives, even once at the misfit of a new gown. Nevertheless, she tried to soothe her aunt. "Please don't cry, Aunt Pauline. I can't bear you to think me ungrateful. But after all, what have I done? I dare say, I am sure indeed, that you are only anxious for my welfare. And what sort of life could I expect if I married a man I could not love?" "I beg you will not talk such nursery-maid's nonsense to me, May," returned her aunt, sprinkling some rose-water on her pocket-handkerchief, and dabbing her wet cheeks with it. "Could not love, indeed! Why could you not love him? Do you expect to rant through a grande passion like a heroine on the stage? I am shocked at you, May. Girls in your position owe a duty to society." May knew that her aunt was unanswerable when she broached these mysterious dogmas about society, unanswerable at all events by her. She could as soon have attempted a theological argument with a devotee of mumbo-jumbo. So she held her peace and stood still, anxious to escape, and yet fearful of seeming to be unfeeling by going away at that moment. One idea at length suggested itself to her as a possible consolation for her aunt, and she proceeded to offer it with unreflecting rashness. "But, Aunt Pauline," she said, "after all, you know, Mr. Bragg is a very low-born man. He was once a common artisan in Oldchester, and you remember you even thought Theodore Bransby presumptuous." The immediate reply to this well-meant suggestion was a fresh burst of tears. "You are too insupportable, May. One might suppose you to be an idiot. What has been the use of all my care, and my endeavours to make you look at things as a girl of your condition ought to look at them? Mr. Bragg could have placed you in a brilliant position. Now, I dare say, he will marry Felicia Houghtonville. I have no doubt he will, and it will serve you right if he does. You think of no one but yourself. What do you suppose that worthy woman, Mrs. Dobbs, will say when she hears of your behaviour, after all the money she has spent on sending you to London?" May turned round suddenly. "What do you say, Aunt Pauline?" she asked almost breathlessly. "Granny has spent money to send me to London?" Mrs. Dormer Smith caught at a forlorn hope. Might it not be possible, even now, to influence May through her affection for her grandmother? "Of course, May," she replied with an injured air. "Where do you suppose the money came from? Your uncle and I, as you must be well aware, find it difficult enough to keep up our position in society, with Cyril to place in the world and those two little boys to provide for." "But, papa," gasped May, "I thought my father was paying." "You chose to assume it. I never told you so. Mrs. Dobbs particularly wished us to keep the arrangement secret, and we did so. I appreciate her wisdom now in keeping it secret from you, May, for your conduct to-day shows you to be destitute of the most ordinary tact and prudence." "And Granny, dear old Granny, has been depriving herself of money to keep me in town!" exclaimed the girl, still entirely possessed with this new revelation. Mrs. Dormer Smith gallantly tried to improve her opportunity. She raised herself into an upright posture in her chair, and said solemnly, "Yes, May, and a nice return you make for it. The good old creature, no doubt, has been pinching herself for years on your account. She has paid for your schooling, your dress, and everything. She even contrives, I dare say, by enduring some privations." Mrs. Dormer Smith did not in the least suppose this to be the case, but she felt it was a rhetorical point, and likely to affect her niece. "She even contrives to give you a season in town with charming toilettes from Amélie, and a presentation dress that a duke's daughter might have worn, and everything which a right-minded girl ought to appreciate. And this is her reward. You refuse one of the finest matches in England. I cannot believe you will persist in such wicked perversity, May," continued Pauline, rising to new heights of moral elevation. "No, I cannot believe you will be so ungrateful to that good old soul, and indeed, I may say, to Providence. Really, there is something almost impious in it. Mrs. Dobbs does all she can to counteract the results of your father's unfortunate marriage. We all do all we can. Circumstances are so ordered by a superior power as to give you the chance of catching, of attracting the regard of a man of princely fortune, you rather than a dozen other girls whose people have been looking after them for the last 3 seasons, and all this you reject. Toss it away like a baby with a toy. No, May, you are a Cheffington. You are my poor unfortunate brother's own flesh and blood, and I will not believe it of you." Then, sinking back in her chair, she added in a faint voice, "Go away now, if you please, and send Smithson to me. I shall have to speak to your uncle when he comes in, and I really dread it. He will be so shocked, so astonished. As for me, I am utterly hors de combat for the day, of course." May willingly escaped to her own room and locked herself in. Her thoughts were in a strange tumult, busied chiefly with the news about Mrs. Dobbs. Why had she not guessed it before? Was there any one in the world like that staunch, generous, unselfish woman? This explained her giving up her old, comfortable home in Friar's Row. This explained 100 other circumstances. May thought, between laughing and crying, of Joe Weatherhead's eccentric eulogy on her grandmother as compared with classical heroines, and she longed to tell him that he was right. The full tide of love and sympathy and gratitude towards Granny rose in her breast above all other emotions, and for the moment even Mr. Bragg's wonderful proposals and her aunt's still more wonderful reception of them were forgotten. It even overflowed and temporarily obliterated impressions and feelings far keener than any which poor Mr. Bragg had power to awake in her heart. What a fool's paradise had she been living in, and what a mistaken image of her father she had been cherishing all this time! He had contributed nothing to her support. He had coolly left the whole care of her to others. He had been thoroughly selfish and indifferent. Every one seemed selfish but Granny. One thing she hastily resolved on, not to remain another week in London at her grandmother's expense. When Mr. Dormer Smith came home and was duly informed by his wife of May's incredible conduct, his dismay was nearly as great as Pauline's. Perhaps his surprise was even greater, for he had accepted his wife's assurances that May was quite prepared to give Mr. Bragg a favourable answer. He could not bring himself to regard May's behaviour with such lofty moral reprobation as his wife did, but he certainly thought the girl had acted foolishly and even blamably. Mr. Dormer Smith was extremely anxious not to offend or disgust Mr. Bragg. To have a man of that wealth in the family might be the making of all their fortunes. Already Mr. Bragg's advice and assistance had profited him. He and his wife had even privately reckoned on Mr. Bragg's doing something handsome, in a testamentary way, for their young children. May was very fond of her cousins, and what would a few thousands be to Mr. Bragg? Now the unexpected news which met him broke up all these glittering hopes, as a thaw melts the frost diamonds. "You must speak with her, Frederick. I have said all I can, and I really am not equal to another scene," said Pauline. She had subsided into an attitude of calm despondency, and seemed to be supported chiefly by the sense of her own unappreciated merits. She did not mention that she had already written a private confidential letter to Mr. Bragg, and dispatched it by special messenger to the hotel where he usually stayed when in London. Mr. Bragg had no town house, and the choosing and furnishing of a suitable mansion for him and his bride had been one of the rewards of virtue which Mrs. Dormer Smith had for some time past been anticipating for herself. May was so young and inexperienced, and Mr. Bragg, dear good rich man, had so little knowledge of the fashionable world, that Pauline confidently expected to be for some years to come the presiding genius of the elegant entertainments to which they would invite only the very best society. For, giving the rein to her fancy, Pauline had resolved that Mr. and Mrs. Bragg were to be extremely exclusive. A well-born girl, who, without fortune or title, had succeeded in marrying a millionaire, might surely, if there were any poetical justice at all in the world, indulge herself in the refined pleasures of social selection, and quietly decline to receive those doubtful borderers who made society, as Mrs. Griffin often complained, so sadly mixed. All this was not to be relinquished without a struggle. Mrs. Dormer Smith would do her duty to the last. Duty had commanded her to make an immediate appeal to Mr. Bragg not to take May's answer as final, but duty did not, she considered, require her to tell her husband anything about it until she saw how it had turned out. "You must see her, Frederick," repeated Mrs. Dormer Smith, and Frederick accordingly sent for May to come and speak with him. He awaited her in the drawing-room, and when May entered the room her eyes fell on the easy-chair which Mr. Bragg had placed for her, standing out just where she had left it. The whole scene came back to her mind as vividly as if she saw it in a picture before her bodily eyes, and the colour rose to her forehead. Her uncle went to her and took her hand kindly. "Well, May," said he, "what is all this I hear?" He was leading her towards the armchair, but May avoided it and took another seat, and Mr. Dormer Smith dropped into the armchair opposite to her himself. In considering what could have been the motives which had induced her to reject Mr. Bragg, he had prepared himself to listen to some, perhaps foolishly, romantic talk on May's part. Mr. Bragg certainly could not, by any stretch of friendship, be considered romantic. But Uncle Frederick would try to show his niece how much sounder and solider a foundation for domestic happiness Mr. Bragg was able to offer her than any amount of the qualities which go to make up a young lady's hero of romance. What he was not at all prepared for was May saying earnestly, as she leaned forward with clasped hands, "Oh, Uncle Frederick, what is all this I hear? My dear good grandmother has been impoverishing herself to pay for keeping me in London. Why did you not tell me the truth? Nothing should have induced me to accept such a sacrifice." Mr. Dormer Smith was not a ready or a flexible man by nature, and it took him a minute or so to alter the sight, so to speak, of the big gun he had been getting into position to mow down May's resistance against making a splendid marriage. "Why,
Oh, Mrs. Dobbs' allowance? Oh, yes. Well, my dear, you have pretty well answered your own question. If you had known, you would not have consented to come to town and take your proper place in society. Your aunt considered it most important that you should do so, and I'm sure, May, you must allow that she has done her very best for you in every way. Her very best, thought May. Yes, perhaps. Then she said aloud, Aunt Pauline has been very kind to me, but how could there be any proper place for me in society unless I could honestly afford to take it? To get it by imposing privations on my grandmother, who was not bound, except by her own abundant goodness, to do anything for me at all, this surely could not be right or just, could it? Mr. Dormer Smith was not prepared with a cogent answer on the spur of the moment, so he fell back on murmuring some faint echoes of his wife's maxims about duty to society, but he had not Pauline's sincere convictions on the subject, and did it but feebly. "And oh, Uncle Frederick," proceeded May, "what a mean impostor I have been all this time!" "Impostor, my dear? No, that's nonsense, you know." He was rather relieved to find May talking nonsense. That seemed much more normal and natural in a girl of her age than being so deuced logical and high-strung and that sort of thing. "That," he repeated firmly, "is really nonsense." "But, Uncle Frederick, I was appearing before everybody under false pretences. People thought, I thought myself, that my father supplied all my expenses." Mr. Dormer Smith pursed up his mouth and puffed out his breath with a little contemptuous sound. Then he answered, "Your father! My dear May, your father hasn't paid a penny piece for you since you were 7 years old." May was silent for a moment. She could not help some bitter thoughts of her father, but it was not for her to utter them. At length she said, "I cannot go on accepting my grandmother's sacrifice, Uncle Frederick. I will not." It occurred to Mr. Dormer Smith, as it had occurred to his wife, that May's affection for Mrs. Dobbs might supply the fulcrum they wanted for their lever. He answered, "Well, my dear, I don't blame your feeling, though it is a little overstrained, perhaps. But you have it in your own power to more than pay back all Mrs. Dobbs has done for you." "How?" asked May innocently. "Why, I am sure Mr. Bragg would be only too delighted." "Oh, Mr. Bragg! I was not thinking of Mr. Bragg. I would rather not talk of him just now." This was a little too much. Mr. Dormer Smith's face assumed a very serious, not to say severe, expression as he looked at his niece and said, "Excuse me, May, but you must think of him and talk of him also. That was the subject I sent for you to speak about. I don't know how we have drifted away from it. Your aunt tells me that you have not actually refused Mr. Bragg, but merely stopped him from proposing to you. Now, if that is the case, the matter is not past mending. No doubt Mr. Bragg may feel a little offended." "He's not in the least offended," interposed May. "Ah, well, so much the better. But you can hardly expect me to believe that he particularly enjoyed the interview. Mr. Bragg is a person of a great deal of importance in the world, and not accustomed to be treated as if he were no consequence. However," proceeded Mr. Dormer Smith, relaxing into a milder tone, "I dare say he can make allowances for a young lady taken by surprise. It seems you did not expect his proposal." "Expect it? How on earth could I have expected it?" "Some girls would. However, let us stick to the point. I don't think it is too late for you to make everything well again." "Uncle Frederick, I am bound to assure you most positively that I can never marry Mr. Bragg." "Now, don't be obstinate, May. What is your objection to him?" The girl hesitated. Then she replied, looking up with pleading eyes, "How can I say, Uncle Frederick? One does not marry a man simply because one has no particular objection to him. Mr. Bragg is old enough to be my grandfather." "No, scarcely that. Look here, May, I have a great affection for you. You have been very good and kind to my little boys, and they dote on you. I am not ungrateful for all you have done for the children, although I may not have said much about it." May was melted in an instant by these words of kindness, and said warmly, "And I am not ungrateful, Uncle Frederick. I know you mean well by me, and Aunt Pauline too." "Certainly we do. Naturally so. Well, now, just listen to me, my dear. If you were my own daughter, I should give you just the same advice. I should be very glad and thankful for a daughter of mine to marry Mr. Bragg. I know a great deal more of the world than you do, or ever will, please God, for it isn't a very pleasant kind of knowledge. And I tell you honestly, there are very few men, young or old, in the society we frequent, whom I'd choose for your husband rather than Mr. Bragg. He is a little uneducated and unpolished, of course. We needn't pretend not to know that. But he is a man of sound heart and sound principles, a man whose private life will bear looking into. I'm talking to you as if I really were your father, May, and I do assure you that I would not urge you to marry a man twice as rich as he is, if I knew him to be what some men are, and what you in your innocence have no idea of. I want you to believe that, May." "I do believe it, Uncle Frederick," sobbed May, taking his hand and kissing it. "There, there, my dear, don't cry. I couldn't talk in this way to many girls of your age, but you have so much sense and right feeling. I wanted you to understand that I'm not an altogether hard, worldly kind of man, ready to offer you up to mammon, eh? Look here, May, I would stand by you against every one if I thought you were going to be sacrificed. But you must trust a little to the experience of those older than yourself, my dear. Come, come, there now, don't distress yourself. You are not to be pressed and hurried, you know. You will think it all over quietly. Go to your own room and lie down a while. I will take care that you are not disturbed or worried or any way." He gently led her to the door. She was now sobbing uncontrollably. She longed to tell her uncle the truth about her engagement, but she thought that loyalty to Owen and to her grandmother forbade her to speak out fully without their leave. As she was quitting the room, she turned round, and making a strong effort to speak firmly, said, "Uncle Frederick, I shall never, as long as I live, forget the kind words you have said to me, and whatever happens, don't believe I'm ungrateful." "Well, Frederick?" said Mrs. Dormer Smith when her husband reappeared in her room. Frederick walked to the window, took out his pocket-handkerchief, and answered from behind it, rather huskily, "Well, I don't know. I almost hope it may come right." "Do you? Do you really? Well, that is a feeble ray of comfort, but it is rather too bad to have to undergo all this wear and tear of feeling in order to secure that perverse child's fortune in spite of herself." There was a long pause, during which Mr. Dormer Smith continued to look out of the window, and to blow his nose in a furtive kind of way. "I wonder," he began slowly, and then stopped himself. "You wonder? Frederick, pray speak out. I assure you I am not able to stand much more suspense and anxiety." "I was merely going to say, I wonder if there can be any one else." "Any one else?" "Any man she cares for." "Good heavens, Frederick, who should there be? Really, you are not very considerate to startle me with such extraordinary suppositions without the least preparation. There is no one, of course." "You are sure?" "I am sure there is no one possible. I know, of course, every man she has danced with, or who has paid her the smallest attention, and there is not one who could be thought of for a moment, even if Mr. Bragg did not exist. I should not hesitate to speak very strongly if I suspected her of any culpable folly of that kind. A girl without a farthing in the world, and her father, my poor unfortunate brother Augustus, in heaven knows what dreadful position. That May, under all the circumstances, can behave in this way is too intolerable. The more one thinks of it, the more flagrant it seems. No sense of duty, no consideration for her family. I shall be compelled to say to her—" Suddenly, in the midst of these fluent, softly uttered sentences, Mr. Dormer Smith turned round, wiped his eyes, blew his nose defiantly, and said with an explosion of feeling, "The girl's a fine creature, and by God I won't have her baited." End of chapter 2.
Volume 3, Chapter 3 of That Unfortunate Marriage by Frances Eleanor Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Each mortal's private feelings are the measure of the importance of events to him, and it often happens that while our neighbors are pitying or envying us, on account of some circumstance which, all the world agrees, must have a weighty bearing on our fate, we are mainly indifferent to it, and are occupied with some inner grief or joy, which would seem to them very trivial. To have received and rejected an offer of marriage from a man worth 50,000 a year would have been deemed by most of May Cheffington's acquaintance about as important an event as could have happened to her, short of death. But to her it was absolutely as nothing, compared with the facts that Owen was on the point of returning to England, and that he was to live in Mrs. Bransby's house. Why did this second fact seem to embitter the sweetness of the first? No, it was not the fact, she told herself, that was bitter. The bitterness lay in the manner of its coming to her knowledge. Why had not Owen written to her? There could be no reason to conceal it. Of course, none. Owen was doing all that was right, no doubt. But to allow her to hear of this step for the first time from Theodore Bransby at a dinner-table conversation, this it was which irked her. So, at least, she had declared to herself last night. Then the tone in which her uncle and all of them had spoken of Mrs. Bransby and Owen had jarred upon her painfully. Theodore had not joined in the tasteless banter, but then Theodore's way of receiving it, with a partly stiff, partly deprecatory air, as though there could possibly be anything serious in it, was almost worse. The pathway of life which had stretched so clear and fair before her but a short while ago seemed now to have contracted into a tangled maze in which she lost herself. The events of the morning had made May resolve that all secrecy as to her engagement must come to an end. She must see Owen immediately on his arrival in London. But how to do so? She did not know whether he was or was not in England at that very moment. Well, at all events, she knew Mrs. Bransby's address, and could write to him there. The thought gave her a pang, and the pang was intensified by the sudden and vivid perception, as one sees a whole landscape by a lightning flash out of a black sky, that it was caused by jealousy. Jealousy! She, May Cheffington, jealous, and of Owen? Yes, it might be painful, humiliating, incredible, but it was true. The flash had been inexorably sharp and clear. To young creatures, every revelation that they, even they, are subject to the common woes, pains, and passions of humanity, about which they may have talked glibly enough, is an amazement and a shock. Still earlier in our earthly course, we doubt that death himself can touch us. What child ever realizes that it must die? It is only after many lessons that we begin to accept our share of moral frailties and afflictions as a matter of course. Poor May felt sick at heart. Oh, if she could but see Granny! She longed for the motherly affection which had never failed her since the day her father left her, a rather forlorn little waif, whom no one seemed ready to love or welcome, in the old house in Friar's Row. She thought that to sit quite still and silent by Granny's knee, while Granny's kind old hand softly stroked her hair, would charm away all her troubles, or at least lull them to sleep. But for the present she could not rest. When she left her uncle, and felt secure from interruption in her own room, she sat down and wrote 2 letters. The first was to Owen, begging him to come and see her without delay, and at the same time telling him that circumstances had arisen which made it desirable to declare their engagement. The second letter was to Granny. To Granny she poured out her gratitude. She thanked her and scolded her in a breath. Who had ever been so generous, and so careful to conceal their generosity? And yet Granny had done very wrong to make such a sacrifice as was involved in giving up the old home in Friar's Row. "Had I known this a week ago," wrote May, "I do believe I should have tried to coax Mr. Bragg into breaking the lease and making you go back to the old house which you loved. But I cannot ask any favour of Mr. Bragg now." Then she told her grandmother all about her interview with Mr. Bragg, and her aunt's bitter disappointment, and her uncle's kind behaviour, although she could see that he was disappointed too. "I wonder," she added, "if you will be as astonished as I was. Perhaps not. I remember some things you said when I told you my grand scheme for marrying Miss Patty. Oh dear me, I feel like someone who has been walking in his sleep, calmly and unconsciously tripping over the most insecure places. But now I have been suddenly awakened, and I feel chilly and frightened and all astray." When she had written them, she resolved to post the letters herself. Since she had volunteered to take her little cousins out for a walk occasionally, the stringent rule which forbade her to leave the house unattended by a servant had been relaxed. It was so very convenient to get rid of the little boys for an hour or 2 at a time. It left Cecile free to do a great deal of needlework, a large proportion of it expended on the alteration and retrimming and so forth of May's own toilettes. Mrs. Dormer Smith was strictly conscientious as to that, and since May never went beyond the limits of the neighbouring square, there could be no objection to the arrangement. One point, however, Aunt Pauline had insisted on, that these walks should always take place in the morning, or at all events during that portion of the day which did duty for the morning in her vocabulary. The proprieties greatly depend, as we know, on chronology, and many things which are permissible before luncheon become taboo immediately after it. By the time May had finished her letters, however, it was well on in the afternoon. Carriages were rolling through the fashionable quarters of the town, and the footman's rat-tat-tat sounded monotonously like a gigantic tom-tom, sacred to the worship of society. May went downstairs, and opening the hall door, found herself in the street alone, for the first time since she had lived under her aunt's roof. There was a pillar letter-box, she knew, not far distant. To this she proceeded, and dropped her letters into it. It had been a fine day for a London winter, but the last faint glimmer of daylight had almost disappeared as she turned to go back home. There was an assemblage of vehicles waiting before a house which she had passed on her way to the post-box. Now, as she returned, there was a stir among them. Servants were calling up the coachman, and opening and shutting carriage doors. A number of fashionably dressed persons, mostly women, came down the steps of the house and drove away. May paused a moment to let a couple of ladies sweep past her on their way to the carriage. As she did so, she heard her name called, and looking round, she saw Clara Bertram's face at the window of a cab drawn up near the curbstone. "Is it really you?" exclaimed Clara, as they shook hands. "I could scarcely believe my eyes. What are you doing here alone?" "I have been posting some letters." Then, reading an expression of surprise in the other girl's eyes, she added quickly, "You wonder why I should have done so myself. For a simple reason. I did not wish the address of one of them to be seen. But Granny knows all about it." "I am quite sure, dear, you have some good reason for what you have done," answered Clara, in her quiet, sincere tones. "And you?" asked May. "What are you doing here?" "I have been singing a matinee at that house. I was just about to drive off when I caught a glimpse of you. I was not sure that it was not your ghost in the dusk." "I suppose you are constantly engaged now?" "Yes, I have a great deal to do." "Oh, I hear of you. Your praises are in everyone's mouth. Lady Moppet declares you are rapidly becoming the first concert singer of the day. She is as proud of you as if she had invented you. Indeed, she does say you are her discovery, as if you were a Polynesian island. I could find it in my heart to envy you, Clara. It must be so glorious to be independent, and earn one's own living." Clara smiled a faint little smile. "I am thankful to be able to earn something," she said. "But I don't think I should care so much about it, if it were only for myself." "No, of course, dear, I know," rejoined May quickly. She had been told that the young singer entirely supported an invalid father and sister. Then she added, "Your voice is a great gift. There are so few things a woman can do to earn money." "Why, one would suppose that you wanted to earn money," said Clara, smiling. "Perhaps." Clara looked more closely at her friend. The street lamps were now lighted, and she could see May's face distinctly. "You are not looking well, dear," she exclaimed. "You seem fagged." "I'm sick of London. I want to go home to Granny and be at peace," answered May wearily. Then she went on quickly, to stave off any possible questionings as to her state of mind. "But I must return for the present to my aunt's house. Good-bye." "Stay!" cried Clara. "Will you not get into the cab and let me drive you home?" "Drive? It is an affair of some 2 or 3 minutes at most." "Well, then, if you have half an hour to spare, let me drive you round the square, and then drop you at home. I have been wanting for 3 or 4 days past to speak to you quietly. I can't bear to lose this rare opportunity. We do not meet very often." Then, seeing that her friend hesitated, she asked, "Are you thinking about the cost of the cab for me?" "Yes," answered May frankly. "I thought so. That is just like you. But indeed you need have no scruples. The cab is engaged for the afternoon. When I sing at people's houses, unless they send a carriage for me, the cab fare is considered in my wages. Do come in." May complied, and the cab moved away slowly. When they had proceeded a few yards, Clara said, "I wanted to tell you, I think it right to tell you, something I have learned on good authority. Your father, I hope it won't distress you, is really married." May's first thought was that here again her Aunt Pauline had deceived her. "Are you sure?" she asked. "Yes, I think I may say so." "And how did you learn it?" "From Valli." "Oh, from Signor Valli. But you told me he was not to be trusted." "In some ways not, but I do not doubt what he says on this subject. He has no motive to invent the information. He cares nothing about the matter, except that I think he rather likes Miss Cheffington than not." "Is she a foreigner?" asked May, with a little more interest than she had hitherto shown. Her listless way of receiving the news had surprised her friend. "Yes, an Italian. At least she is Italian by language, if not by law, for she comes from Trieste. But she is almost cosmopolitan, for she has travelled about the world a great deal. She is, or was, an opera singer. Her name in the theatre is Bianca Moretti. She was rather celebrated at one time." Clara paused a moment, and then added, "I hope this news does not grieve you, dear." "No," answered May dreamily. "It does not grieve me. If my father is content, why should I grieve? He and I have been parted, in spirit as well as body, for so many years, that his marriage can make but little difference to me. I was afraid you might feel... Of course, Captain Cheffington's family will look on it as a dreadful mésalliance." May was silent for a few minutes. Then she said a very unexpected thing. "Poor woman! I hope he's good to her." "I suppose," said Clara, rather hesitatingly, "that the reason why Captain Cheffington has not announced his marriage to his relations is that he thinks they would object to receive an opera singer." "Possibly," answered May. In her heart she thought, "The reason is that he cares nothing for any of us." "It must be that," proceeded Clara, "for as far as I can make out, there seems to be no concealment about it in Brussels." Then they arrived at Mrs. Dormer Smith's house, and May alighted and bade her friend farewell. "Thank you, Clara," she said, "for telling me the truth. I loathe mysteries and concealments. When one thinks of it, they are despicable. Unless when one conceals something to shield others. suggested Clara gently. She had told her friend what she believed to be the truth so far as the fact of her father's marriage was concerned, but she had not given her all the details and comments which Signor Valli had imparted to her on the subject. His view of the matter was not flattering to Captain Cheffington. Valli declared with cynical plainness of speech that Captain Cheffington had married La Bianca merely to have the right to confiscate her professional earnings. Latterly, these had become very scanty. La Bianca did not grow younger, and her voice was rapidly failing her. A good deal of gambling had gone on in her house at one time, but it had been put a stop to, or at least shorn of its former proportions, by the ugly incident of which Miss Polly Piper had brought back aversion to Oldchester. Since that, things had not gone well with the Cheffington ménage. Captain Cheffington had become insupportable, irritable, impossible. He was, moreover, a malade imaginaire, a querulous, selfish, tyrannous fellow, always bewailing his hard fate, and the sacrifice he had made in so far derogating from his rank as to marry an opera singer. La Bianca was a slave to his caprices. To be sure, she was not precisely a lamb. There were occasions when she flamed up, and made quarrels and scenes. "But," said Signor Valli, "he is an enormous egoist, and with a woman, the bigger egoist you are, the surer to subjugate her. La Bianca would have stabbed a man who'd loved her devotedly, for half the ill-treatment she endures from that cold, stiff ramrod of an Englishman." Such was Vincenzo Valli's version of the case, and Clara Bertram, in listening to him, believed that, in the main, it was a true one. Valli had recently been in Brussels, where he had seen the Cheffingtons, and one or two other foreign musicians, whom she knew had come upon them from time to time, and had given substantially the same account of them. As to persons in the rank of life to which Captain Cheffington still claimed to belong, they were no more likely to come across him now than if he were living on the top of the Andes. May went into the house wearily. In the hall she met her Uncle Frederick, who had just come in, and had seen the cab drive away. "Who was that with you, May?" he asked in some surprise. "It was Miss Bertram," she answered. Then she asked her uncle to step for a moment into the dining-room. When he had done so, and closed the door, she said quietly, "My father is married to a foreign opera singer. They are living in Brussels. Did you and Aunt Pauline know this?" "Know it? Certainly not." May was relieved to hear this, and drew a long breath. The sensation of living in an atmosphere of deception had oppressed her almost with a feeling of physical suffocation. She then told her uncle all that Clara Bertram had said. Mr. Dormer Smith puckered his brows, and looked more disturbed than she had expected. "This will be another blow for your aunt," he said gloomily. "I don't see why Aunt Pauline should distress herself," she answered coldly. "My father is not likely to trouble her. Married or unmarried, my father seems determined to keep aloof from us all." Then she went to her own room. Mr. Dormer Smith shrank from communicating this news to his wife, and as he went upstairs he anticipated a disagreeable scene. He did not very greatly care about the matter himself, for he agreed with May that it was unlikely Augustus would trouble any of the family with his presence, and to keep away was all that he required of his brother-in-law. On entering his wife's room, he found her still in a morning wrapper, reclining on her long chair, but her hair had been dressed, and she announced her intention of coming down to dinner. Her countenance, too, wore an unexpected expression of placidity, almost cheerfulness. The country post had arrived, and there were several letters scattered on a little table by Mrs. Dormer Smith's elbow. Her husband went and placed himself with his back to the fire, which was burning with a pleasant glow in the grate. "Well," he said in a sympathizing tone to his wife, "how are you feeling now, Pauline?" They had not met since his outburst about May, and he had been rather nervously uncertain of his reception. Pauline never sulked, never stormed, and rarely scolded, but when she felt herself to be injured, she would be overpoweringly plaintive. Her plaintiveness seemed to wrap round you and damp you, and chill you to the bone like a Scotch mist, and when used retributively was felt, by her husband at all events, to be very terrible. But on this occasion, as has been said, there was a certain mild serenity in her face which was reassuring. "Thanks, Frederick," she answered. "There seems to be a little less pressure on the brain. Smithson bathed my forehead for 3/4 of an hour after you were gone." Mr. Dormer Smith hastened to change the subject. "Post in, I see," he said. "Any news?" "I have a very nice letter from Constance Hadlow," answered Pauline, with her eyes absently fixed on the fire. "How thoughtful that girl is! What tact! What proper feeling! Ah, the contrast between her and May is painful at times." Mr. Dormer Smith made a little inarticulate sound, which might mean anything. Despite her beauty, which he admired, Miss Hadlow was no great favourite of his, but he would not imperil the present calm in his domestic atmosphere by saying so. Misfortunes, pursued Pauline, still gazing at the fire, never come singly, they say, and really I believe it. Does Miss Hadlow announce any misfortune? Oh, no. At least we are bound not to look on it as a misfortune. Who could wish him to linger, poor fellow? She is staying near Combe Park, and she says Lucius has been quite given up by the doctors. It is a question of days, perhaps of hours. No, by George! Poor old Lucius, returned Mr. Dormer Smith with a touch of real feeling in his tone. Of course, this will make an immense difference in May's prospects. I don't mean to say that she will easily find another millionaire with such extraordinarily liberal ideas about settlements as Mr. Bragg hinted to me this morning. That is, humanly speaking, not possible, said Mrs. Dormer Smith solemnly. Still, the affair may not be such an irretrievable disaster as we feared. How do you mean? Asked Frederick, whose mind, as we know, moved rather slowly. It must make a difference to her, repeated his wife in a musing tone. The only child and heiress of the future Viscount Castlecombe, of course. By George, I didn't think of that at the moment. Yes, Gus is the next. I suppose that's quite certain. Mrs. Dormer Smith did not even condescend to answer this query, but merely raised her eyebrows with a superior and melancholy smile. Frederick pondered a minute or two. Then he said, You say heiress, but I don't think your uncle would leave Gus a pound more than he couldn't help leaving him. I fear that is likely. Still, there is much of the land that must come to Augustus, and Uncle George has enormously improved the estate. Do you know, I begin to hope that I may see my poor unfortunate brother come back and take his proper place in the world. When I remember what he was 25 years ago, it does seem cruel that he should have been absolutely eclipsed during all this time. I recollect so well the day he first appeared in his uniform. He was brilliant. Poor Augustus. Mr. Dormer Smith felt that the difficulty of telling his wife what he had just heard assumed a new shape. He had feared to add to the load of what Pauline considered family misfortunes. Now it seemed as if his news would dash her rising spirits and darken roseate hopes. He passed his large hand over his mouth and chin, and said, with his eyes fixed uneasily on his wife, who was still contemplating the fire, with an air of abstraction, "Ah, yes, but there may be a Lady Castlecombe to find a place in the world for." "Not improbable. I hope there may be. Augustus is a little past the prime of life. It would compensate for much if—" "I'm sorry to say, Pauline, that there's no chance of that. I mean, of such a marriage as you're thinking of. I came upstairs on purpose to tell you. In one way it won't make any difference to us, and I'm sure your brother has never deserved much affection or consideration from you, but still I know it will worry you." Mrs. Dormer Smith sat upright, with her hands grasping the two arms of her chair, and said, with a sort of despairing calm, "Be good enough to go on, Frederick. I entreat you to be explicit. I dare say you mean well, but I do not think I can endure much more suspense." "Well, you know the rumours we've heard from time to time about that disreputable Italian woman in Brussels, opera singer or something of the kind. Well, I'm afraid there's no use deluding ourselves. I think it comes on good authority. Your brother has married her." End of chapter 3. Volume 3, Chapter 4 of That Unfortunate Marriage by Frances Eleanor Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Although the little house in Collingwood Terrace had not perhaps fully justified Martin's cheery prophecy that it would turn out "an awfully jolly little place when once they got used to it," yet there, as elsewhere, peace, goodwill, order, and cleanliness mitigated what was mean and unpleasant. Mrs. Bransby's love of personal adornment rested on a better basis than vanity, although she was doubtless no more free from vanity than many a plainer woman. She had an artistic pleasure in beauty and elegance, and an objection to sluttishness in all its protean forms, which might almost be described as the moral sense applied to material things. Her delicate taste suffered, of course, from much that surrounded her in the squeezed little suburban house, but far from sinking into a helpless slattern, according to the picture of her painted by Mrs. Dormer Smith's commonplace fancy, she exerted herself to the utmost to make a pleasant and cheerful home for her children. Her life was one of real toil, although many well-meaning ladies of the Dormer Smith type would have looked with suspicion on the care Mrs. Bransby took of her hands, and would have been able to sympathize more thoroughly with her troubles if her collars and cuffs had occasionally shown a crease or a strain. Mr. Rivers' room had been prepared with the most solicitous care. It was a labour of love with all the family. Martin and his sister Ethel did good work, and even the younger children insisted on helping, to the irreparable damage of their pinafores, and temporary eclipse of their rosy faces by dust and blacklead. The young ones were elated by the prospect of seeing their playfellow Owen once again. Martin relied on his assistants to persuade Mrs. Bransby that he, Martin, should and could earn something, and even Mrs. Bransby could not help building on Owen's arrival to bring some amelioration into her life beyond the substantial assistance of his weekly payments. He arrived in the evening, and was received by the children with enthusiasm, and by Mrs. Bransby with an effort to be calm and cheerful, and to suppress her tears, which touched him greatly, seeing her, as he did for the first time, in her widow's garb. He was touched, too, by her almost humble anxiety that he should be content with the accommodation provided for him, and earnestly assured her that he considered himself luxuriously lodged. And indeed, for himself, he was more than satisfied, but he could not help contrasting this mean little house with Mrs. Bransby's beautiful home in Oldchester, and he found it singularly painful to see her in these altered circumstances. In this respect, as in so many others, his feeling differed as widely as possible from Theodore's, for Theodore, although fastidious and exacting as to all that regarded his own comfort, sincerely considered his stepmother's home to be in all respects quite good enough for her, and had privately taxed her with insensibility and ingratitude for showing so little satisfaction in it. All the family, including Phoebe, who grinned a recognition from the top of the kitchen stairs, agreed in declaring Owen to be looking remarkably well. He was somewhat browned by the Spanish sunshine, and he had an indefinable air of bright hopefulness. In Oldchester he used to look more dreamy. "It is business which is grinding my faculties to a fine edge," he answered laughingly, when Mrs. Bransby made some remark to the above effect. "I shall become quite dangerously sharp if I go on at this rate." "I don't think you look at all sharp," replied Mrs. Bransby gently. Whereupon Martin told his mother that she was not polite, and Bobby and Billy giggled, and they all sat down to their evening meal very cheerfully. When this table was cleared, and the younger children had gone away to bed under Ethel's superintendence, Mrs. Bransby said, "You smoke, do you not, Mr. Rivers?" "Not here in your sitting-room." "Oh, pray do. It does not annoy me in the least." Owen hesitated, and Martin thereupon put in his word. "Mother does not mind it, really. Not decent, human kind of tobacco, such as gentlemen use. That beast old butcher used to smoke a great pipe that smelled like a double-distilled essence of public-house tap-rooms." "Well, a cigarette, if I may," said Owen, pulling out his case. Then, drawing the only comfortable easy chair in the room towards the fireside, he asked, "Is that where you like to have it?" "That is your chair," said Mrs. Bransby timidly. "Good heavens!" exclaimed Owen, genuinely shocked. "What have I done to make you suppose I could possibly be capable of taking your seat?" He gently took her hand and led her to the chair. Then, looking round the little parlour, he spied a footstool, which he placed beneath her feet. As he looked up from doing so, he saw her sweet pale face, with the delicate curves of the mouth twitching nervously, in an endeavour to smile, and the soft dark eyes full of tears. "You must not spoil me in this fashion," she began. But the attempt to speak was too much for her. She broke down and covered her face with her trembling hands. Martin instantly crossed the room and stood close beside her, placing one arm round her shoulders and turning away from Owen, so as to fence his mother in. The boy's protecting attitude was pathetically eloquent, and so was the way in which his mother presently laid her head down upon his shoulder. They remained thus for a little while. Owen stood by the fire with his elbow on the mantelpiece, and his forehead resting on his hand. All three were silent. At length, when Martin felt that his mother was no longer trembling, and that her sobs were subsiding, he looked round and said, "Mother's upset by being treated properly. No wonder. It's like meeting with a white man after living among cannibals. If you had ever seen that beast butcher, you'd understand it." "Shall I go away?" asked Owen. Mrs. Bransby quickly held out one hand entreatingly, while she dried her eyes with the other. "Please stay," she said, "and please light your cigarette, and please draw your chair near the fire, and make yourself as comfortable, or as little uncomfortable, as you can. Forgive me. I do not often break down in this way, do I, Martin?" "No," answered Martin, moving the lamp so as to throw his mother's tear-stained face into shadow, and then squeezing his own chair into the corner beside hers. "No, you were cheerful enough with Butcher. Well, of course, one had either to take Butcher from the ludicrous side, or else shoot him through the head, and have done with him." "I see," said Owen, nodding, and not sorry to hide his own emotion under cover of a joke. "And Mrs. Bransby was unable to make up her mind to justifiably homicide him." "Yes, he was a beast, though, and no mistake. Phoebe was in such a rage with him once that she threatened to throw a hot batter pudding at his head. I'm sorry now she didn't," added Martin with pensive regret. Then they talked quietly, Mrs. Bransby, with womanly tact, led Owen to speak about himself and his prospects. There was little to tell in the way of incident. He had been working steadily, and did not dislike his work, and he had been well contented with his treatment by Mr. Bragg. Mr. Bragg had made him an offer to send him in the spring to Buenos Aires. It might be an opening to fortune. "I suppose you will go? Of course you will go," said Mrs. Bransby. She could not help her voice and her face betraying some disappointment. They did not, however, betray all she felt, for the prospect of Owen's going away so soon sent a desolate chill to her heart. Owen looked at her quickly, and then as quickly looked away and tossed the end of his cigarette into the fire, before lighting another. "I don't know," he answered, bending down over the flame. "It will require some consideration. I believe the alternative is open to me of remaining in Mr. Bragg's employment in England. Anyway, there is time enough before I need decide. Several months, I hope." Mrs. Bransby breathed a low sigh of relief. Then she said, in a perceptibly more cheerful tone, "It seems so odd to think of you writing business letters and making up accounts and being altogether turned into a clerk." "No, not precisely that. You're Mr. Bragg's secretary, are you not?" "What I am aiming at, what I hope to be, is a clerk, you know. If I called myself a field marshal or an archbishop, it would not alter the fact. But it does seem odd to me, too, when I think of it. Better luck than I deserve, as my shrewd old friend Mrs. Dobbs said to me. Talking of Mrs. Dobbs, May Cheffington came to see me here." Owen had heard regularly from May every week. He carried her last letter in his breast pocket at that moment, not the note which she had posted herself. That had not yet reached Collingwood Terrace, so that he was not starving for news of her. Nevertheless, he felt a wild temptation to cry out, "Tell me about her! Talk of nothing else!" But he answered composedly, "That was quite right. She ought, of course, to come to see you." "She only came once," observed Martin. "That was not her fault," said his mother. "She could not, as I told you, make frequent journeys here. She could not command her time or her aunt's servants. She goes out a great deal." "Her aunt lives for the world, you see," said Owen apologetically. "Oh, there is no reason why May should not enjoy her youth and all her advantages," answered Mrs. Bransby softly. "She is a very sweet, lovable creature. Much too good for—" Mrs. Bransby here checked herself and stopped abruptly. "Oh, mother, that's all bosh!" cried Martin, flushing hotly. "I mean that notion of yours. Now I ask you, Mr. Rivers, is it likely that May Cheffington would think of marrying Theodore? Oh, you may well look flabbergasted. Anybody would who knew them both. You see, mother, Mr. Rivers takes it just as I did. You don't think it likely, do you, Mr. Rivers?" Owen had recovered from the first startling effect of hearing those two names coupled together, but he was inwardly raging and lavishing a variety of the most unparliamentary epithets on Theodore. "If you ask my candid opinion, I don't think it likely," he answered curtly. "Of course not!" exclaimed the boy. "It's only Theodore's bounce. I told mother so." "Why, you don't mean that Bransby has the confounded impudence to say—" "No, no," interposed Mrs. Bransby. "Don't let us exaggerate. Theodore has never made any explicit statement on the subject, but he meets May very frequently in society. He is constantly invited by Mrs. Dormer Smith. They are thrown a great deal together. May has evidently become much more kind and gracious to him of late, for I remember when she used positively to run away from him. And as for him, he is as much attached to her as he can be to any human being. I do believe that." "Attached your granny!" cried Martin, apparently unable to find a polite phrase strong enough to convey his deep disdain. "Theodore is much attached to number one, and that's about the beginning and the end of his attachments." "Hush, Martin," said his mother severely. "You are talking of what you don't understand, and you know how much I dislike to hear you use that tone about your brother." She brought out the word brother with an obvious effort. In truth, she had a repugnance to speaking, or even thinking, of Theodore as her children's brother, but it was a repugnance for which she blamed herself. "I think," she added, "that you had better go to bed, Martin." The boy rose with an instant obedience, which had not always characterized him in the happy Oldchester days, and bent over his mother to kiss her. "I'm very sorry. I did not mean to vex you, mother," he whispered. "You're not angry with me, are you?" "I can't be angry with you, my darling boy, but I must do my duty. You know he would say I was right to correct you." Martin lifted up his face cheerfully, with the happy elasticity of boyish spirits. "All right, mother. Good night. Good night, Mr. Rivers." "Good night, old fellow," responded Owen, grasping the boy's hand heartily. He felt very strongly in sympathy with Martin just then. Martin lingered. "May I ask just one thing, mother?" he said wistfully. "You know we agreed not to tease Mr. Rivers with our affairs immediately on his arrival, Martin," replied his mother. Then, unable to resist his pleading face, she said, If it really is only one question, perhaps Mr. Rivers would not mind." "What is it you want to know, Martin? Speak out," said Owen. "It's about the question I asked in my letter," replied Martin, blushing and eager. "Don't you think I ought to try and help mother? And don't you think I might have a chance of earning something?" "That's two questions," said Owen with a smile. "But I'll answer them both. To number one, yes, undoubtedly. To number two, perhaps. But we must have patience." "There, mother!" cried Martin, triumphantly turning his glowing face and sparkling eyes towards her. Then he shut the door and rushed upstairs, his round young cheeks dimpled with smiles, and his heart so full of joyous hopes, that he was impelled to find some vent for his overflowing spirits by hurling his bolster at Bobby and Billy, who were sitting up in bed, broad awake. Thereupon there ensued smothered sounds of scuffling and laughter, mingled with the occasional thud of a bolster against the wall, until Phoebe, sharply rapping at the door, announced that unless Mr. Martin was in bed in 2 minutes, she would take away the light and leave him to undress in the dark. When the widow was alone with Owen, she began to pour forth the praises of her eldest boy. She hoped Mr. Rivers did not think her selfish in letting the boy share so much of her cares and anxieties. But although only a child in years, he was so helpful, so loving, so sensible, had such a manly desire to shield her and spare her. And then, after asking Owen's advice about the boy, she added naively, "Only please don't advise me to make a drudge of him. He is so clever. He ought to be educated. His dear father looked forward to his doing so well at school and college." "If I am to advise really," said Owen, "I ought first to understand the state of the case with as much accuracy as possible." Mrs. Bransby at once told him the details of her circumstances as succinctly as she could. There was a small sum secured to her, but so small as barely to suffice for finding them all in food. Theodore had made himself responsible for the rent during 1 12-month. He had also, or so she had understood him, promised to send Martin to his old school for a couple of years. But it now appeared that his offer was limited to paying for Martin's being taught at a neighbouring day school of a very inferior kind, and even this seemed precarious. "I thought at one time," said Mrs. Bransby, "that I might perhaps earn a little money by teaching. But I must do what I can to educate Ethel and Enid and the younger boys until they get beyond me. I fear I could not find time to go out and give lessons, even if I succeeded in getting an engagement. So I'm trying to get some sewing to do. I can use my needle, you know, while I hear Ethel say her French lesson, and make Bobby and Billy spell words of 2 syllables." Poor Mrs. Bransby spoke with much diffidence of her plans and projects. She had a very humble opinion of her own powers, and was touchingly willing to be ruled and directed. Owen suggested that it might have been better for her to have remained in Oldchester, where she was among friends. But she answered that she had scarcely had any choice in the matter. It was Theodore who had decided that she was to remove to London. It was Theodore who had chosen that house for her. In the first days of her loss she had blindly accepted all Theodore's directions. "Perhaps I was to blame," she said, "but I was so overwhelmed, and I felt so helpless, and it seemed right to listen to Theodore. But, although I never say a harsh word about him to strangers, nor to the children if I can help it, I cannot pretend to you, who know us all so well, that he is kind to us. Martin resents his behaviour very much. I do my best, but it is impossible to make my boy feel cordially towards his half-brother." "Of course it is," said Owen. Then he closed his lips. He would not trust himself to talk of Theodore at that moment. It was a comfort to Mrs. Bransby to speak openly to a sympathizing listener, and one whom she could thoroughly trust. She talked on for a long time, and at length, looking at her watch, accused herself of selfishness in keeping Owen so long from the rest which he must need after his journey. As she returned the watch to her pocket, she said deprecatingly, "Perhaps you think I ought not to possess so handsome a watch under the present circumstances? Theodore was quite displeased when he saw it, and said it ought to be sold. But, you see, I need some kind of watch, and this is an excellent timekeeper, and my dear husband gave it to me on the last birthday we spent together." She turned away to hide the tears that brimmed up into her eyes, and going to a little side table, lit her chamber candle. Owen rose from his chair. "Look here, Mrs. Bransby," he said, "of course we must have more talk together, and more time to consider matters. But it seems to me that Martin is right in wishing to earn something. Young as he is, it might be possible to find some employment for him which should bring in a weekly sum worth having. And as to his education, it has occurred to me that I could at least keep him from forgetting what he has learnt already, and perhaps coach him on a little further. An hour or two every evening, steadily occupied, would do a good deal. It would be a great pleasure to me to be able to do this small service for you. That is to say," he went on quickly, in order to check the outburst of thanks which trembled on her lips, if you are good enough to allow me the advantage of continuing to occupy a room here. I hope you will be able to put up with me. I don't think that Phoebe will want to throw a hot batter pudding at my head, but that may be my vanity. Good night. Do not say any more now, please. We will think it over on both sides. I will smoke one more cigarette, if I may, before I turn in." He opened the door and held it open for her. As she passed him, she paused an instant and said, in a low, trembling voice, "God bless you." End of chapter 4. Volume 3, Chapter 5 of That Unfortunate Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That Unfortunate Marriage by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 5. The next morning's post brought Owen May's note. She had written it hurriedly, not so much from stress of time, as under the influence of that kind of hurry which comes from thronging thoughts and eager emotions. The sight of her handwriting was a joyful surprise to Owen, and he wondered, as he tore open the cover, how she could have learned his arrival so quickly. But he found that she had written simply in the hope that he might get her letter as soon as possible, and without any knowledge of the fact that he was already in London. The contents of it did not much disquiet him. She had something to say to him. He must come and speak with her as soon as possible after his arrival. She was safe and well, he knew, and, with that knowledge, he thought that he could defy fortune. As to urging him to go to her quickly, that was, he told himself with a smile, a superfluous injunction. What need of persuasion to do that which he ardently longed to do? He rapidly planned out the hours of his day. At 10 o'clock he must be with Mr. Bragg in the city. He had received a telegram in Paris making that appointment. He would probably find duties to detain him there until the afternoon. Between 2 and 3 o'clock, however, he thought he could reach Mrs. Dormer Smith's house at Kensington. From what he knew of the habits of the household, he judged that May would be at home at that hour. He had much to think of regarding the future. A momentous decision lay with him. Had Mr. Bragg's offer of sending him to Buenos Aires come a couple of months earlier, he might have accepted it. It was not, of course, a certain road to success, and it had many drawbacks, chief among them being banishment from England. But as he had told Mrs. Dobbs, he was ready to face that if it were required of him, understanding that he who starts late in a race must needs run hard. But latterly he had come to think that it might not be best for May that he should go, and to do what was best for her was the supreme aim of his life. He discovered from her letters that she was not happy and contented in her aunt's house. The necessity of concealing her engagement was already painful and oppressive. How could she endure it for 2 years? Truly, she might announce it and go back to Oldchester, to her grandmother's house, for Owen had more than a suspicion that the Dormer Smiths would be very unwilling to keep her with them as the betrothed bride of Mr. Bragg's clerk. But there were other objections. Theodore Bransby, Owen was inwardly convinced, was his rival. He might try to injure him in his absence. The absent are always in the wrong. Or Theodore might annoy May with persecutions. If he and May were to wait for each other, had they not better wait, at all events, in the same hemisphere? Owen knew very well that some money, a decent competency, was indispensable to his marriage, but that he might now reasonably hope to obtain in England. The balance of his judgment, the more he reflected on the situation, inclined the more decisively towards remaining. Other considerations than what was due to May could not have inclined the scale one hair's breadth in these deliberations. But when he thought over his last evening's interview with Mrs. Bransby, it pleased him to believe that his stay, if he stayed, would be very welcome to her and hers. He felt a profound and tender compassion for the widow. He admired her patience, and the simple way in which she tried to do hard duties, accepting them as a matter of course. And he was filled with indignation against Theodore Bransby. To these sentiments may be added the sense that Mrs. Bransby relied on him, and the recollection of that day in the Oldchester garden, when he had solemnly promised to be a friend to her and her children at their need. All these were powerful incentives to help her and stand by her. There was in Owen a somewhat unusual combination of heat and steadfastness. He seldom belied his first impulse, the mark of a rarely sincere character, swayed only by honest motives. The offer he had made last night to teach Martin he was not inclined to repent of in the dry light of next morning. It was plain, too, that his contribution to the weekly income was a matter of serious importance to the family, far more so than he had any idea of when he first proposed to board with them, although the offer had been made in the hope of assisting them. He turned over in his mind various projects on their behalf as he walked down to the city. It occurred to him that he might do well to speak to Mr. Bragg on the subject. It was even possible that Mr. Bragg might find some place for young Martin. Owen had a high opinion of his employer's rectitude and good sense, and he thought him, moreover, a kindly disposed man. But he had no glimpse of the tenderness which was hidden under Mr. Bragg's plain, unattractive exterior, nor of the yearning for some affections in his daily life, which sometimes made the millionaire look back regretfully on the days when he and his comely young wife toiled together, and when he, Joshua Bragg, in his fustian working suit, had been the dearest being on earth to a loving woman. Mr. Bragg appeared that day at his place of business, looking as usual. He was clean-shaven, and soberly and appropriately attired. He was attentive to the matter in hand, mindful of details, accurate, deliberate, all as usual. And yet, so subtle is the quality of the spiritual atmosphere which we all carry about with us, there was not a junior clerk in the place who did not feel that there was a cloud on Mr. Bragg's mind, and did not wonder what was up with the governor. One wag opined that old Grimalkin had caught him at last, by which irreverent phrase the profane fellow meant that the most noble, the Dowager Marchioness of Hodenville, had succeeded in arranging an alliance between Mr. Bragg and her daughter, the Lady Felicia. For it was an open secret in the office, and the theme of infinite jest there, that Lady Hodenville pursued this aim with an indomitable and even ferocious perseverance worthy of the berserker race from which she professed to trace her descent. Her ladyship's hired barouche might often be seen during the season, floating like a high-beaked ship of the Vikings on the busy tide of commercial life, and coasting down towards that plebeian shore of Tom Tiddler, where Mr. Joshua Bragg picked up so much gold and silver. She would willingly have made as clean a sweep of all his treasure as any piratical Scandinavian who ever carried off the peaceful wealth of Kentish villages. Neither craft nor valour were wanting to her. She made ingenious excuses to see him. Sometimes she wanted to consult him as to the investment of non-existent sums of money. Sometimes to engage his presence at some fashionable gathering, where he was, of course, peculiarly fitted to shine. She sent into his office little perfumed notes, directed by the fair hand of Felicia in Brobdingnagian characters. Felicia herself, bright-eyed and crowned with gorgeous bonnets, spoil-gallantly wrested from some lively-livered West End milliner, who had not the courage to refuse her credit, sat by her mother's side and smiled with haughty fascination on Mr. Bragg, whenever he could be coaxed forth to speak with their ladyship at the carriage door. And every creature in Mr. Bragg's wholesale office, down to the sharp Cockney urchin who sprinkled and swept the floors, perfectly understood why Lady Hodenville did all these things, and watched her proceedings as a spectacle of very high sporting interest. Thus it was that when the wag before mentioned opined that Grimalkin had caught the governor, by way of accounting for Mr. Bragg's low spirits, it was received with the benevolence due to a deserving old jest which has seen service. But when a younger man ventured to suggest, more than half seriously, that perhaps the governor was in love, the suggestion was received with genuine hilarity, and the originator of it immediately took credit for having fully intended a capital joke. Owen Rivers, arriving punctually, was shown into Mr. Bragg's private room. There he was greeted with the invariable grave, "How do you do, Mr. Rivers?" And then, after a moment, Mr. Bragg added, "So you've got over punctual. I thought you might manage without an extra day in Paris, but you must have put your shoulder to the wheel to do it." A speech expressive in Mr. Bragg's mouth of very marked approbation. Then Owen proceeded to report what he had done in Paris, and to lay letters and papers before Mr. Bragg, and for some time they attended to various matters of business. When these were over, Owen said, "When could I speak to you about some affairs of my own?" "Well, now, perhaps, if you don't want to be long." "Half an hour?" Mr. Bragg looked at his watch, nodded, and leaning his head on his hand, prepared to listen with quiet attention. Owen began by saying that he was inclined towards remaining in England, rather than accepting the opportunity of going abroad, whereat Mr. Bragg looked thoughtful, but waited to hear him without interruption. Then Owen went on to speak of Mrs. Bransby and her altered circumstances, and of his wish and intention to assist and stand by her. When he ceased, Mr. Bragg, having heard him with careful attention, said, "The first point to be considered is your own position. Concerning the situation we spoke of, I think I can promise to keep you on as what you might call business secretary. As to a private secretary, I don't have much private correspondence, and what I have I can pretty well manage myself. I should expect you to take a journey now and then into foreign parts, if necessary. Terms as before, but I'll tell you frankly, I see no immediate prospect of a rise for you.
If you went to Buenos Aires, you might have a chance, only a chance, of course, of getting into something on your own account. One 'ud be steady as far as it went. The other 'ud be like what you might call a throw of the dice at backgammon. Chance and play. It's for you to choose. With regards to Mrs. Bransby, all right, of course. Look here, Mr. Rivers, I'm a deal older than you, old enough to be your father, and I should like to give you a little word of advice if I could do it without offence. I shall take it gratefully, Mr. Bragg, whether I act upon it or not. Now, as to acting upon it, said Mr. Bragg slowly, it's a great thing to be sure that your advice won't be picked up and pitched back at your head like a stone. Well, you must understand that I don't mean any disrespect to Mrs. Bransby, who is an excellent lady, I've no doubt. I haven't much acquaintance with her, though I have dined at her table. Her husband, Martin Bransby, I knew for years. I was his client, and I had reason to be well satisfied with him in all respects. So you understand my feeling is quite friendly. But I would just drop a word of warning. You're a young man, and Mrs. Bransby, though she is older than you are, is still a young woman. And what's more, she's a very handsome woman. And, I see you're making ready to shy back that stone by and by. But just listen one moment. For you, at your age, to get entangled in that sort of engagement, and to undertake the charge of a ready-made family of hungry boys and girls, would be simply ruin. You'd repent it, and then she'd repent it, because you did, and then you'd all be miserable together. That's all. Owen's mouth was set, and his eyes sparkling with a rather dangerous look, but he answered quietly, "Thank you, Mr. Bragg. I am sure you mean well, or why should you trouble yourself to speak at all on the matter?" "Just so. I'm glad you see that. But may I ask what put the idea of any entanglement, as you call it, between me and Mrs. Bransby into your head? Understand me, Mr. Rivers. I meant all in honour, you know." Owen winced. The very assurance was almost offensive, but he returned, "I spoke very stupidly and awkwardly. I'll amend my phrase. I should have said, what put it into your head that I was likely to marry Mrs. Bransby?" "Put it into my head? Well, when a young man feels a soft sort of compassion for a beautiful woman who throws herself a good deal on his sympathy, and looks to him for help and advice and all the rest of it, and when the young man and the beautiful woman have opportunities of seeing each other pretty constantly, why then I believe such a thing has been heard of in history as their falling in love with each other. It don't need much putting into your head to see that when you've come to my years." "Are you quite sure," persisted Owen, "that no suggestion of this kind was made to you by any third person? I have a particular reason for wishing to know." Mr. Bragg pondered. He had, in fact, heard Theodore's hints and innuendos at the Dormer Smiths, and although he was not consciously moved by them in what he had now said, there could be no doubt that the idea had been originally suggested to him by young Bransby and Pauline. Owen's words to-day had merely revived those impressions. After a long pause, he answered, "Well, I think I have heard it spoken of, but if so, all the more reason for you to be cautious." "I thought so," said Owen. "Spoken of by—" "Why, by Mrs. B.'s stepson, for one, so you may suppose there was nothing said against the lady. He'd think it an uncommon good thing, I dare say. It would relieve him of a burthen. He might wash his hands of the family if she was to marry again." "Relieve him of a burthen!" cried Owen, starting up from his chair. "Have you any idea what he does for his father's widow and children, Mr. Bragg? Theodore Bransby is a liar. I know him. There's nothing too base for him to insinuate against his stepmother, who is, I declare to God, one of the best and most innocent women breathing. Theodore has a grudge against her and her children, a jealous, petty, despicable kind of grudge, and he's a mean-minded scoundrel." He checked himself in walking furiously about the room, and turned to Mr. Bragg with an apology. "I beg your pardon, but I cannot talk coolly of that fellow." "I'm inclined to agree with you, and yet I wish I could think better of him, or rather, I wish he was somebody else altogether," said Mr. Bragg enigmatically, thinking of May. "Mr. Bragg," said Owen with a sudden inspiration, "will you come to Collingwood Terrace and see Mrs. Bransby? You will learn more about them all with your own eyes and ears in 10 minutes than I could convey to you in an hour. You shall take them unprepared. If you would look in this evening about their tea time, you would find them all at home. It would be a kind and natural act on your part, and would need no explanation. Do come." "Well, yes, I will," answered Mr. Bragg. Perhaps I ought to have done so before. Anyway, I'll come. Just put down the address." "Thank you. Shall I write those Spanish letters now?" "Oh, you'd better. Mr. Barker, there, will give you a seat for the present in his room." And so they parted. Mr. Bragg was by no means reassured as to his secretary being in considerable danger from the widow's fascinations. He remarked to himself that Rivers had not said one word explicitly denying any attachment between them. But he felt a new bond of sympathy with Rivers. It was agreeable to meet with such thorough fellow-feeling about Theodore Bransby. Perhaps a mutual dislike is a stronger tie than a mutual friendship, because our hatreds need more justifying than our affections. By the time Owen's business was transacted, and he had eaten some food at a neighbouring chop-house, it was past 2 o'clock, and he then set out for Mrs. Dormer-Smith's house on foot. It was a long way off, but it seemed to him more tolerable to walk than to jog along on the top of an omnibus, or to burrow underground in the crowded railway. In his impatient and excited frame of mind, the rapid exercise was a relief. It was barely 3 o'clock when he reached the house in Kensington. The servant who opened the door murmured something in a low voice about the ladies not receiving visitors in consequence of a family affliction. Being further interrogated, he believed that Mrs. Dormer-Smith's cousin, Lord Castlecombe's son, was dead. "Tell Miss Cheffington that I am here," said Owen. "Give her this card, and say I am waiting to see her." His manner was so peremptory that after a brief hesitation the man took the card, and ushered Owen into the dining-room to wait. The room was dimmer than the dim wintry day without need have made it, by reason of the red blinds being partly drawn down and filling it with a lurid gloom. The servant had not been gone many seconds before the door opened, and a rather pale face, not raised very high above the level of the floor, peeped into the room. The eyes belonging to the face soon made out Owen's figure in the dimness, and a childish voice said, in a subdued and stealthy tone, "Hello!" "Hello!" returned Owen, in a tone not quite so subdued, but still low, for there was a general hush in the house which would have made ordinary speech seem startling. "Do you want May?" asked the child. "Yes, I do." "I heard you tell James to give her your card. Who are you?" "I'm Owen. Who are you?" replied Owen, listening all the while for the expected footfall. "I'm Harold." Upon this, a second rather pale face, still nearer the ground, peeped in at the door, and a second childish voice piped out faintly, "And I'm Wilfred." Then the two children marched solemnly into the room, shutting the door behind them, and stared at Owen with judicial gravity. "May's my cousin," said Harold, after contemplating the stranger for a while in silence. "And May's my cousin too," observed Wilfred. "I'm fond of her," pursued Harold. "So am I," exclaimed Owen, walking across the room impatiently. "But why doesn't she come? Where is she? Do you know?" "Yes," replied Harold, with deliberation. "I know." "What can that man be about? He can't have given her the message," said Owen, speaking half to himself, his nervous impatience rising with every minute of delay. Harold looked profoundly astute as he answered, with a series of emphatic nods. "No, he didn't. He took the card to Smithson, and I know what Smithson will do. She'll read it first herself, and then she'll take it to Mamma, and then perhaps Mamma will tell May, if you're a proper person. Are you a proper person?" "I say," said Owen suddenly, "will you go and fetch May? Tell her Owen is here waiting. Do go, there's a good boy." "Is May fond of you?" inquired Harold, hesitating. "May will be pleased with you if you go and fetch her. Run, be off at once now, quick." After one searching look at Owen's face, the child disappeared swiftly and silently. In less than 2 minutes a light footstep was heard descending the stairs, at headlong speed. The door opened, and May, almost breathless with haste and surprise, half stumbled into the dark room, and he caught her in his arms. "Is it really you?" she exclaimed, looking up at him with one hand on his shoulder, and the other pushing back the hair from her forehead. Owen took the hand which rested on his shoulder, and pressed it to his lips. "It is very really I," he said, with his eyes fixed on her face in a tender rapture. "It seems like a dream, so unexpected." "Unexpected? Why, you summoned me, and of course I am here." "Yes, it really does seem as if my note had been a spell to bring you across the seas. Over seas, over mountains, love will find out the way. It doesn't alter that truth, that I happened to arrive in England only last night." "Only last night? How strange it seems! And you never let me know." "Darling, by the time it was quite certain what day I should be in England, a letter would not have outstripped me. I got my orders by telegram. Oh, my love, what a long, long time it seems since I looked on your dear face." "Tell me about yourself, Owen. I want to hear everything." "So you shall, but you must explain first the meaning of your note. Tell me now. Sit down here. What has happened?" I have so many things to say, I scarcely know where to begin." "Begin with what was in your mind when you wrote that note." May sat down close to him and began in a low voice, little above a whisper, and with some confusion, to narrate the story of Mr. Bragg's wooing, and its effect on her aunt and uncle. As he listened, Owen's face expressed the most unbounded amazement. "Oh, it can't be!" he exclaimed. "It's impossible! There must be some mistake!" May laughed, though the tears were in her eyes. "You were not very civil," she said. "Nobody else seemed to think it impossible." "But old Bragg?" repeated Owen incredulously. "Perhaps he was temporarily insane, but I really think he meant it," answered May, blushing so bewitchingly that Owen could not resist the temptation to kiss the glowing cheek so close to his lips. At this point, Harold called out in a resolute tone, "You mustn't kiss May." The lovers started. They had forgotten the children, had forgotten everything in the world except each other, but the two little boys had followed May into the room, and had been witnessing the interview in dumb astonishment. It was characteristic that they now held each other by the hand, as though seeking support from union, in the presence of this stranger who might, they instinctively felt, turn out to be a common enemy. "Hallo!" said Owen. "Here's another rival. Their names seem to be legion." "It was Harold who told me you were here," said May. "Yes, I sent him to fetch you," answered Owen. Then he added ungratefully, "They might as well be sent off now, mightn't they?" "Oh, let them stay. There are no secrets now. At least I hope you will agree with me that we ought to say out the truth. Come here, Harold and Wilfred. You must love Owen for my sake." Harold advanced and stood in front of them. "I say," he said with a curious look at Owen, "I'm going to marry May when I grow up." "Are you? That's a little awkward." "Why is it a little awkward?" demanded Harold gravely. "Well, because to tell the truth, I was rather hoping to marry her myself." The child had evidently intended to draw forth this explicit statement, for he looked full at Owen and said doggedly, "I just thought you were." Then he suddenly turned away and hid his face on May's lap, upon which Wilfred, conscious of a cloud in the air, began to cry softly. "Don't be angry with them, poor little fellows," said May, checking some manifestation of impatience on Owen's part. Then she coaxed the children and soothed them, and the childish emotion, brief though poignant, soon passed. At length Harold lifted up his face, and after a short struggle said, "I will shake hands with him if you like, but I won't love him, not if he kisses you." "All right, old fellow," said Owen, taking the child's hand. "I sympathise with your feelings." Wilfred, of course, put out his small paw to be shaken like his brother's, and peace once more reigned. May then hurriedly, for she knew not how long they might remain uninterrupted, repeated what Clara Bertram had told her of her father's marriage, and lastly, she spoke in terms of deep affection and gratitude of Granny's generosity. But on this point, as we know, Owen was already informed. All that he had now heard strengthened and justified the strong inclination he had already felt to abandon the idea of Buenos Aires, and to remain in England at all costs. With her father more completely cut off from his family than ever by this new marriage, her aunt hostile, her uncle, to say the least, dissatisfied, and sure to oppose her engagement when it should be announced, and no one friend in the world to rely upon except her grandmother, May's position would be very desolate if he, too, were far away on the other side of the world. Mrs. Dobbs was the trustiest and most devoted of parents, but she was old, and, moreover, she would have no power to insist on keeping May with her, should her father take it into his head to decide otherwise. No, he must and would remain at hand to protect and watch over her. These were the sole considerations which decided him to come to this resolution then and there. But as soon as he had taken his resolution, the thought arose pleasantly in his mind that it would bring some cheerfulness into the household at Collingwood Terrace, and he expressed it impulsively by saying all at once, "I have made up my mind, darling, to stay in London. Poor Mrs. Bransby will be overjoyed. She is in such need of someone to stand by her." May felt a little chill, like the breath of a cold wind. In the first warm delight of seeing her lover again, all the lurking jealousy, which she had hated herself for feeling, but which was alive in spite of her hate, had been forgotten. But his words revived it. "Is she?" she answered. "Oh, yes, I have not had time to tell you, haven't even begun to say the thousand things I want to say to you." "You could not have written them, I suppose," said May, withdrawing her chair slightly from its close proximity to his, and thereby allowing Harold, who had been watching for this opportunity, to wedge himself in between them. "No, I could not have written about her, because I have only just heard many of the details." "All about her? You mean about Mrs. Bransby?" "Of course. Poor soul, she has been so harshly, so cruelly treated. Theodore's conduct is "You know I have no partiality for him," interrupted May. "But I think you are a little unjust, or at least mistaken, in this instance. Theodore Bransby has done a great deal for his stepmother." "Done a great deal for her! Good heavens, my dear child, you can't conceive with what meanness he treats her. It's dastardly. A woman who was so idolized, so tended, so petted. And what a sweet creature she is, and as lovely as ever. Her sorrows seem only to have spiritualized her beauty." "Yes," said May, and the dry monosyllable cost her a painful effort to utter it. Perhaps the constraint of her tone, the deadness of her manner, naturally so warm and cordial, would have aroused Owen's surprise, and led to an explanation. But they were interrupted here by the door being thrown open, not violently, but very wide open, and the appearance of Mrs. Dormer Smith on the threshold. End of chapter 5. Volume 3, Chapter 6 of That Unfortunate Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That Unfortunate Marriage by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 6. Even in the moment of her first dismay, that admirable woman, Pauline Dormer Smith, was true to the great social duty of keeping up appearances. She turned her head over her shoulder to James, who was hovering uneasily in the background, and said softly, "Oh, yes, it is Mr. Owen Rivers. That is quite right," as if Mr. Owen Rivers' presence were the most natural and welcome thing in the world. Then shutting the door on James and on society, she advanced towards the two young people, who had risen on her entrance, and said, with a kind of reproachful feebleness, conveying the impression that she was reduced to the last stage of debility, and that it was entirely their fault, "I had scarcely credited the footman's statement that you were here having a private interview with my niece, Mr. Rivers. He tells me that he informed you of the family affliction which has befallen us. Under the circumstances, you must allow me to say that I think you have shown some want of delicacy in insisting on being admitted." May glanced at Owen, but as he did not speak on the instant, she did. She took her aunt's passive fingers in her own and said, "Aunt Pauline, he had a right to insist on seeing me because—" "Excuse me, May," interrupted Mrs. Dormer Smith, waving the girl off. "I beg you will go to your own room. I will speak with this gentleman." Her tone would have suited the announcement that she was prepared to undergo martyrdom, and she sank into a chair in an attitude of graceful exhaustion. "No, Aunt Pauline, I cannot go away until I have spoken," cried May pleadingly. "Please to hear me. I wished to tell you the truth long ago, but I was bound by a promise. Now we are both agreed that it is right to speak out, are we not?" she said, looking across at Owen. It seemed to her that he was less eager to claim her, less proud of her affection, less ardently loving, than her imagination had pictured him. There was something in the quietude of his attitude which depressed and mortified her. It was almost like indifference. An insidious jealousy was discolouring everything which she looked on with her mind's eye. It is not always a sufficient defence against a poison of that sort to have a noble, candid nature, any more than it is sufficient defence against foul air to have sound, healthy lungs. It will fasten sometimes on the worthiest qualities, a humble opinion of ourselves, a high admiration for others. The hinted slanders which May had heard had aroused no baser suspicion in her than that Owen perhaps did not love her so entirely as he had at first fancied, that his sympathy and compassion and admiration for Louisa Bransby were strong enough to compete with his attachment for her, and she knew by her own heart that if this were so, his love was not such a love as she had dreamed of, not such a love as she had given to him. And yet all the while she was struggling against the influence of this subtly penetrating distrust, and trying to shake it off like an ugly dream. "I am engaged to marry Owen Rivers," she said abruptly, after a pause which lasted but an instant, but which had seemed long to her. "No, no, I must beg you to retire. I cannot hear this sort of thing," returned her aunt, waving her hand again and turning away her head. "You, at least, must understand, Mr. Rivers, that it is entirely out of the question. How you can have entertained so preposterous an idea, I cannot imagine. You must have seen something of the world, I presume. You ought to be able to perceive that. But in short, the thing is preposterous and cannot be seriously discussed for a moment." May Cheffington's blood was rising. "I do not intend to discuss it," she said haughtily. "Dearest, since your aunt addresses me, let me reply to her," said Owen. He spoke in a quiet tone, although inwardly he was excited and indignant enough. "I must tell you, Mrs. Dormer Smith, that we are neither of us acting on a rash impulse. We have been parted for more than 3 months, during which time May has been free to give me up without breaking any pledge or incurring, from me at least, any reproaches. If she had wavered, if she had found that she had mistaken her own feelings, she was as free as air. I should have made no claim, and laid no blame on her." "Made no claim on her?" repeated Mrs. Dormer Smith. Then she laughed the low laugh which, with her, indicated the very extremity of provocation. "Oh, really? Ha, ha, ha! This is too monstrous. The whole thing appears to me like insanity." "To marry without loving, that appears to me like insanity," said May scornfully. "May, I beseech you, really, in the mouth of a young girl of your breeding, that sort of thing is inconceivable. I am tempted to use a harsher word. This, then, is the reason why you have rejected one of the most brilliant prospects. Are you aware, Mr. Rivers, that this schoolgirl nonsense has prevented—" She caught herself up hastily and changed her phrase. "Might have prevented Miss Cheffington from obtaining one of the most splendid establishments in England?" "Aunt Pauline," cried May, with hot indignation, "how can you say so? I would never have thought of marrying Mr. Bragg, even if Owen had not existed." "But apart from that," pursued Mrs. Dormer Smith, ignoring the interruption, "your pretensions would have been quite inadmissible. You have heard of the death of my poor cousin Lucius. You had probably calculated on it. I do not mean to bring any special accusation against you there. Of course, in the case of a person of poor dear Lucius's social importance, all sorts of calculations were made by all sorts of people. My brother Augustus is now the next heir to the family title and estates. Under these circumstances, I leave it to your own good sense to determine whether he is likely to consent to his daughter's marrying. Really, I am ashamed to speak of it seriously. A person who, in however praiseworthy a manner, is filling the position of a hired clerk." This shaft fell harmless, since both May and her lover were honestly free from any sense of humiliation in the fact of Owen's being a hired clerk, and sincerely willing to accept that position for him. Owen answered calmly, "You can probably judge far better than I as to what your brother is likely to think on that subject." Then turning towards May, he said, "I think, my dearest, that you had better leave your aunt and me to speak quietly together. You have been sufficiently pained and agitated already. You look quite pale. Go, darling, and leave me to speak with Mrs. Dormer Smith." "Agitated?" echoed that lady. "We have all been sufficiently agitated. What I have endured from pressure on the brain is unspeakable. Certainly you had better go away, May. I have said so several times already." May walked slowly to the door. "I will do as you wish," she said to Owen. "You see I am right, dear, do you not?" "Yes, I suppose so." The listlessness of her tone he interpreted as a sign of her being weary and overwrought, and in truth it was partly due to that cause. As she moved across the room, 2 little figures crept out from a dark corner behind an armchair and followed her. "Good gracious!" cried Mrs. Dormer Smith faintly. "What is that? Have those children been here all the time?" She always spoke of Harold and Wilfred as "those children" in a distant tone, as though they were somebody else's intrusive little boys. On this occasion, however, she did not altogether disapprove of their presence. It was certainly less inconvenable that they should have been known by the servants to be present at the interview, than if May had been without even that small amount of chaperonage. She had no idea that it was Harold who had brought about the interview, or he might not have got off so easily. "Go away, little boys," she said in her sweet, soft voice. "Go away upstairs. Cannot Cecile find some lessons for you to do? You really must not prowl about this part of the house in the afternoon." The children trotted after their cousin willingly enough. They never wished to stay with their mother. "We shall meet again soon, my dear one," whispered Owen as he opened the door, and then, with Mrs. Dormer Smith's eyes fixedly regarding him, he took May's cold little hand in his own and kissed it, before she passed out. Pauline observed his demeanour with an unbiased judgment. She would, in the case of duty, willingly have had him kidnapped and sent off to New Caledonia at that moment. But she said to herself, "He has the manners of a gentleman. It is most disastrous." For she felt that this circumstance increased her own difficulties. "Now, Mrs. Dormer Smith," said Owen, when the door was shut, "I can answer you with more perfect frankness than I should have liked to employ in May's presence. You were so kind as to say that you would leave it to my good sense to determine whether Captain Cheffington was likely to consent to my marriage with his daughter. My answer is quite simple. I do not intend to ask his consent." "You do not intend to ask his consent?" ejaculated Pauline, leaning back in her chair, and in the extremity of her astonishment at this young man's audacity, letting fall a hand-screen which she had been using to shield her face from the fire. Owen picked it up and restored it to her before repeating, "No, I do not intend to ask his consent." "And do you hope to persuade my niece to disregard her father's authority, not to mention other members of the family who have a right to be heard?" "There is only one member of the family who has a right to be heard, Mrs. Dobbs, and her consent I hope I have obtained." Pauline was for the moment stricken speechless by hearing Mrs. Dobbs mentioned as a member of the family. The family! Good heavens, what was the world coming to? She pressed her hand to her forehead with a bewildered look. Owen went on resolutely. "As to parental authority, Mrs. Dormer Smith, your brother has abdicated all parental authority over May. He abandoned her. Pardon me, I must use that word, for it is the only one which expresses what I mean. When she was a young motherless child, he went away to his own occupations or pleasures. Anyway, he went to live his own life in his own way, utterly careless of May's welfare and happiness. You may tell me that he was sure of her finding the tenderest treatment under her grandmother's roof. He was not sure of it, for he never troubled himself to consider the question. But if he had been sure, he had no right to leave his child as he did. At any rate, having done so, it is too late to pretend that she is morally bound to consider his wishes." Pauline put her handkerchief to her eyes. "My poor brother Augustus is much to be pitied," she murmured. "Allowances must be made for a man in his position. That unfortunate marriage—" "I have never been told," said Owen, "that Mrs. Susan Dobbs seized upon Captain Cheffington and compelled him by main force to marry her, and judging from what I know of her mother and daughter, I should think it unlikely." "Oh, one understands that sort of thing," returned Pauline, with languid disdain. "A young woman in her class of life is not to be judged by our standards. No doubt she thought herself justified in doing the best she could for herself." "It strikes me that she did very badly for herself, lamentably bad. I do not wish to say anything needlessly offensive, but we are in the plain way of speaking, and I must point out to you that so far from any consideration being due to your brother, he is, from the point of view of an honest man wishing to marry May, a person to be decidedly ashamed of. There are in the city of Oldchester, his late wife's native place, many tradesmen, and even mechanics, who would strongly object to connect themselves by marriage with Captain Cheffington." To say that Mrs. Dormer Smith was astonished by this speech would be but faintly to express her sensations. She was bewildered. She had often heard Augustus severely blamed. She had been compelled to blame him herself. Of course he ought not to have thrown away his career as he had done. They had agreed as to that. But all this blame had assumed that Augustus had chiefly injured firstly himself, and in the second place, and more indirectly, the whole Cheffington family. Persons who live exclusively in any one narrow sphere are apt to have a strange simplicity or ignorance, as one may choose to call it, as to large sections of their fellow creatures outside that sphere, and in no class is that kind of naïveté more commonly found than in the class to which Mrs. Dormer Smith belonged, where it is often intensified by the conviction that they possess what is called knowledge of the world in a supreme degree. It was far too late in the day to bring much enlightenment to Mrs. Dormer Smith. Owen's words merely struck her mind with a shock of wonder and dismay, and then glanced off again. The impression of having received a shock, however, did remain with her, and made her as resentful as was possible to her placid nature. In speaking of Mr. Rivers afterwards to her husband, she said, "I believe him, Frederick, to be a nihilist." But for the present her mind was concentrated on the aim of breaking off what Owen chose to call his engagement to her niece, and she was not to be turned aside from it. She addressed herself to argue the case with Owen. In argument she possessed the immense advantage, if it be an advantage to reduce one's adversary to silence, of supposing that the statement of any one truth on her part was a sufficient answer to any other truth which might be advanced against her. As, for instance, when Owen insisted on Captain Cheffington's having forfeited all moral claim to May's duty and affection, she replied that it was a dreadful thing to set a child against a parent; and when Owen denied the right of May's relatives to prevent her from making a marriage of affection, she retorted that Mr. Rivers came of undeniably gentle blood himself, and ought to understand her, Mrs. Dormer Smith's, strong family feeling. But when even this powerful kind of logic failed to make any impression on Owen's obduracy, she changed her attack, and inquired what he was prepared to offer to her niece in exchange for the magnificent prospect of being Mrs. Joshua Bragg, with settlements and pin money such as every duke's daughter would desire, and very few dukes' daughters achieved. "But, my dear madam," said Owen, "why speak of that alternative when May has assured you in my presence that nothing would induce her to marry Mr. Bragg?" "Oh, Mr. Rivers, I am surprised you know so little of the world. May is a mere child, peculiarly childish for her age. But besides, even supposing she definitively rejected Mr. Bragg, there will be other good matches open to her now. The death of my poor cousin Lucius has made a vast difference in all that, as you must be well aware." "To me, Mrs. Dormer Smith, it has made no difference. May is herself. That is why I love her. She is not in the least transfigured in my imagination by being the daughter of a man who may or may not be Lord Castlecombe at some future day." "Oh," said Mrs. Dormer Smith, shaking her head with the old plaintive air, "you need not entertain any doubts as to my brother's succession. He is the next heir, and the estates, at least the bulk of them, are entailed." "Good heavens!" cried Owen in despair. "Can you not understand that I care not one straw whether they are entailed or not? That I would proudly and joyfully make May my wife, if, being what she is, if her father trundled a barrow through the streets?" Whether Mrs. Dormer Smith could or could not understand this, at any rate she certainly did not believe it. She merely shook her head once more and said softly, "I think you ought to consider her prospects a little, Mr. Rivers. It appears to me that your views are entirely selfish." This seemed very hopeless. With a last effort to come to an understanding, Owen took refuge in a plain and categorical statement of facts. He had loved May when she was penniless. So far as he knew, she was so still. He hoped to be able to offer her a modest home. She had not been accustomed to luxury or show, the season in London having been a mere episode, and not the main part of her life. Absolute destitution they were quite secure from. He possessed £150 a year of his own. Pauline gave a little shudder at this. It positively seemed to her worse than nothing at all. With nothing certain in the way of income, a boundless field was left open for possibilities. But £150 a year was a hard, hideous, circumscribing fact, like the bars of a cage. He was receiving about as much again for his services as a secretary. Moreover, he had tried his hand at literature, not unsuccessfully. He had earned a few pounds by his pen already, and hoped to earn more. That was the state of the case. If May, God bless her, were content with it, he submitted that no one else could fairly object. Mrs. Dormer Smith rose from her chair to signify that the interview was at an end. Indeed, what use could there be in prolonging it? "I confess," she said, "you have astonished me, Mr. Rivers. If May, an inexperienced young girl, not yet 19, is content, you think no one else has a right to interfere. At that rate, if she chose to marry the footman, we must all stand by without raising a finger to prevent it. That is certainly very extraordinary doctrine." Owen drew himself up and looked full at her with those blue eyes which could shine so fiercely upon occasion, as he answered, "I have already admitted the right of one person to be consulted about May's future, the benevolent, unselfish, high-minded woman who befriended her and cherished her and was a mother to her when she was deserted by everyone else. As to her marrying the footman, it is clear, madam, that she might have married the hangman for all the effort you would have made to prevent it, until Mrs. Dobbs bribed you to take some notice of your niece. But in marrying a Rivers of Riversmead, I need not, I suppose, inform you that she will confer on you the honour of a connection with a race of gentlemen compared with whom, if we are to stand on genealogies, half the names in the peerage are a mere fungus growth of yesterday." It was the first word he had said to her which was less than courteously forbearing, and it was the first word which gave her a momentary twinge of regret that his suit was altogether inadmissible. She contrasted his bearing with that of May's two other wooers, Bransby the smooth, and Bragg the unpolished, and she said to herself with a sigh that there was no doubt about this young man's pedigree, and that bon sang ne peut mentir. But not therefore did she flinch from her position. She answered him in the same words she had used years ago to her brother in that very room. "It will not do, Mr. Rivers. I assure you it will not do." Then she bent her head with quiet grace and moved to go away. "One instant, Mrs. Dormer Smith," Owen said, following her to the door of the dining room. "I wish, if you please, to speak with May again before I go away." "Impossible. I cannot, compatibly with my duty, consent to your seeing her now or at any future time." "Am I to understand that you forbid me your house?" "If you please. Unless, indeed, you consent to come in any other character than as my niece's suitor. In that case, it would give me great pleasure to receive you, as I have done before." He stood looking at her rather blankly. The position was undeniably awkward. It was impossible for May's sake, if from no other consideration, to make a scene of violence, and insist upon seeing her, and even if he did so, Mrs. Dormer Smith might still resist. She was mistress of the situation so far. Even in his vexation and perplexity, the ludicrous side of the affair struck him. "Well," said he, after a moment, taking up his hat, "I cannot intrude into your house against your will. Our only resource must be to meet elsewhere. I warn you we shall do so. Of course it is idle to suppose that you have the power to keep us apart." Mrs. Dormer Smith shook her head and repeated with gentle obstinacy, "It will not do, Mr. Rivers. I really am very sorry, but it will not do." "War, then, is declared between us?" "Oh, I hope not. I trust you will think better of it," she said in a mildly persuasive tone, as though she were suggesting that he should leave off tea or take to woollen clothing. "I, at least, have no warlike intentions, Mr. Rivers, for I am going to ask you to do me a favour. Be so very kind to wait until I ring, and let my servant show you out in a civilized manner. It is quite unnecessary to publish our differences of opinion in the servants' hall." Accordingly she rang the bell, and when James appeared, said sweetly in an audible voice, "Good bye, Mr. Rivers." Whereupon Owen made her a profound bow and departed. As he passed through the hall he looked about him wistfully, in the hope that May might be lingering near, might possibly be looking down from the upper part of the staircase. But she did not appear. The house was profoundly silent. James stood waiting with the door in his hand. There was no help for it. He strode away with various conflicting feelings, thoughts, projects, and hopes struggling in his mind, of which the uppermost at that special moment was a strong inclination to burst out laughing. End of chapter 6. Volume 3, Chapter 7 of That Unfortunate Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That Unfortunate Marriage by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 7. It was not until Owen had nearly reached Collingwood Terrace that the thought struck him. What if Mr. Bragg should withdraw his countenance from him, and dismiss him from his employment, when he learned that he was betrothed to May? The idea of Mr. Bragg in the light of a rival disconcerted and confused all his previous conceptions of his employer. At the first blush it had appeared ludicrous, incredible, but on reflection there was, he found, nothing so extravagant in it. Mr. Bragg had a right to seek a wife to please himself. He was but little past middle life, after all, and as to the disparity in years between him and May, that was certainly not unprecedented. He had taken his rejection well and manfully, even with a touch of chivalry, but he might not, any the more, be disposed to continue his favour towards Owen when he should discover the state of the case. He might even suspect that there had been some kind of plot to deceive him. That was a very uncomfortable thought, and sent the blood tingling through Owen's veins. There was clearly but one thing to be done: to tell Mr. Bragg the truth at all hazards. As he walked along the pavement within a few hundred yards of Mrs. Bransby's door, he reflected that the revelation would come better and more gracefully from May than from himself. He was not supposed to be aware of what had passed between May and Mr. Bragg. It was best that he should still seem to ignore it. He had a sympathetic sense that Mr. Bragg's wounded feelings might endure May's delicate handling, while they would shrink resentfully from any masculine touch. Owen regretted now more than ever that he had not seen May again before leaving her aunt's house. They had had no time to consult together, or to form any plan of action for the future. Their interview seemed, in Owen's recollection, to have passed like a swift gleam of light in a sky over which the clouds are flying. It had, in sober fact, lasted above half an hour before Mrs. Dormer Smith's appearance on the scene. And now he was forbidden the house, forbidden to see her, and yet he told himself over and over again that he could not have acted otherwise than he had acted at the time. Well, it was too absurd to suppose that she could be treated as a prisoner. They must meet soon, and meanwhile there was a penny post in the land, and her letters, at least, would not be tampered with. He would write to her the moment he got home. She would receive his letter the next morning, and by that same afternoon she could put Mr. Bragg in possession of the fact of her engagement. And after she had done so, the afterwards seemed hazy, certainly, but at least there was no doubt as to the plain duty of both of them not to keep their engagement any longer secret from Mr. Bragg. It was a comfort to see clearly the right course as regarded the steps immediately before them. For the rest, they had youth and hope, and they loved each other. Owen let himself into the house with his latch-key, and went straight to his own room to write to May. When the note was finished, he took it out and posted it, and then proceeded to the sitting-room. The table was spread for tea, and all the tea equipage bright and glistening as cleanliness could make it. A cheerful fire burned in the grate. Bobby and Billy, seated side by side on a couple of low stools in one corner, were occupied with a big book full of coloured pictures. Ethel was sewing. Martin stood leaning against the mantelpiece close to his mother's armchair, and in a chair at the opposite corner of the hearth sat Mr. Bragg, with Enid on his knee. When Owen entered, Mr. Bragg said, Well, Mr. Rivers, you see I found my way to Mrs. Bransby's. I ought to have come and paid her my respects before now, but you know I've had my hands pretty full since I came back to England." Something in his tone and his look seemed to convey a hint to be silent as to their conversation of that morning, and accordingly Owen made no allusion to it. "It is so pleasant to see an Oldchester face, is it not?" said Mrs. Bransby. "Some Oldchester faces," returned Owen, laughing. Then he said, "Well, Enid, have you not a word to say to me? Won't you come and give me a kiss?" Miss Enid, who was a born coquette, and who was, moreover, greatly interested in Mr. Bragg's massive watch chain and seal, replied with imperious brevity, "No, I don't want to." Mr. Bragg looked down gravely on the small creature, and then up at Owen as he said, half shyly, and yet with a certain tinge of complacency, "Why, she would come and sit on my knee almost the first minute she saw me." "Perhaps you'd better get down, baby," said Mrs. Bransby. "I'm afraid she may be troublesome." "Troublesome? Lord, no! Why, I don't feel she's there no more than a fly. Let her bide," said Mr. Bragg. "Ah, I know what she is. She's fickle," observed Owen, drawing up his chair. "Not pickle," declared Miss Enid with great majesty. "Yes, you are. False, fleeting, perjured Enid," said Owen. He was delighted to perceive that the little home and its inmates had evidently made a favourable impression on Mr. Bragg. Observing that gentleman in the new light of May's revelation, he saw something in his face which he had not seen there before, a regretful, far-away look, whenever he was not speaking or being spoken to. It was wonderfully strange, certainly, to think of him as May's wooer, and yet not absurd, as it had appeared at first. In Mr. Bragg's presence the absurdity somehow vanished. The simplicity and reality of the man gave him dignity. Owen even began to feel something like a vague and respectful compassion for Mr. Bragg, and every now and then the peculiarity of their mutual position would come over him with a fresh sense of surprise. "We have been having a little conversation, Mrs. Bransby and me, about her boy here," said Mr. Bragg, glancing across at Martin, who coloured and smiled with repressed eagerness. Mr. Bragg continued to observe him thoughtfully. "He tells me he wants to help his mother, and he's not afraid or ashamed of work, it seems." "Ashamed?" broke out Martin. "No, I hope I ain't such a cad as that." "Martin!" cried his mother anxiously. She was nervous lest he should give offence. But Mr. Bragg answered with a little nod which certainly did not express disapprobation. "Well, the boy's about right. To be ashamed of the wrong things does belong to what you might call a cad, I expect," pursued Mr. Bragg musingly. "That if we could always apply our shame in the right place, we should all of us do better than we do." "I suppose I dare not offer you any tea at this hour," said Mrs. Bransby gently. "You have not dined, of course." "Well, no, not under the name of dinner, I haven't. But I ate a hearty luncheon, and I believe that's about as much dinner as I want. To do me any good, you know. I'll have a cup of tea, please." Mrs. Bransby certainly felt no misapplied shame as to the humbleness and poverty of her surroundings, and was far too truly a gentlewoman to think of apologizing for them. Ethel, who was growing to be quite a notable little housewife, quietly fetched another cup and saucer from the kitchen, and that was all the difference which Mr. Bragg's presence made in the ordinary arrangements. Enid insisted on having her high chair placed close to Mr. Bragg at table, and, but for her sister's watchful interposition, she would have demonstrated her sudden affection for him by transferring sundry morsels of bread and butter, which she had been tightly squeezing in her small fingers, from her plate to his, with the patronizing remark, "Oh, have dat. I can't eat any more." While the meal was still in progress, there came a knock on the street door. It was a very peculiar knock, consisting of 2 or 3 sharp raps, followed by one solemn rap, and then, after an appreciable interval, by several more hurried little raps, as if the hand at the knocker had forgotten all about its previous performances, and were beginning afresh. "Who can this be?" said Mrs. Bransby, looking up in surprise. Visitors at any time were rare with her now, and at that hour unprecedented. "Old Butcher come back to say he can't live without us," suggested Martin. Whereupon Bobby and Billy, with consternation in their faces, exclaimed simultaneously, "Oh, I say!" And Enid, perceiving the general attention to be diverted from her, took that opportunity to polish the bowl of her spoon by rubbing it softly against Mr. Bragg's coat sleeve. The family were not kept long in suspense. As soon as the door was opened, a well-known voice was heard saying volubly, "Ah, at tea, are they? Well, never mind. Take in my card, if you please, and, dear me, I haven't got one. But if you will kindly say an old friend from the Oldchester begs leave to wait on Mrs. Bransby." "Why, it's Simmy!" cried the children, starting up and rushing to the door. "Here's a lark!" exclaimed Bobby, while Billy, tugging at the visitor's skirt, roared out hospitably, "Come along, Mother's in there! Come in! Mother, here's Simmy!" Mrs. Sebastian Bach Simpson it was. She appeared on the threshold, rubicund visage, glittering spectacles, filmy curls and girlish giggles, all as usual, and began to apologize for what she called her unauthorized, yet perhaps not wholly inexcusable intrusion, with her old amiability and incoherency. She had come prepared to keep up a cheerful mien, having decided, in her own mind, not to distress the feelings of the family by any lachrymose allusions. But when Mrs. Bransby rose up to welcome her, and not only took her by the hand, but kissed her on the cheek and led her towards the place of honour in the armchair, this proceeding so overcame the kind-hearted creature that she abruptly turned her back on them all, pulled out her pocket-handkerchief, and burst into tears. "I really must apologize," she sobbed, still presenting the broad back of a very smart shawl to the company, an attitude which made her elaborate politeness extremely comical, for she addressed her speech point-blank to the wall-paper, with abundance of bows and gestures. "I am ashamed indeed. Pray excuse me. The suddenness of the emotion, and the sight of the dear children, coupled with, I believe, a slight touch of the prevalent influenza, but nothing in the least infectious, dear Mrs. Bransby. But pray do not allow me to disturb the harmony of this festive meeting with the most admired disorder, as our immortal bard puts it, although what there is to admire in disorder, and who admired it, must probably remain forever ambiguous." By the end of this speech, the utterance of which had been interrupted by several interludes of pocket-handkerchief, Mrs. Simpson was sufficiently composed to turn round and take the chair offered to her. The children were grinning undisguisedly. Simmy was associated in their minds with many pleasant and many comical recollections. Mrs. Bransby was smiling too. But perhaps it was only the warning spectacle of Mrs. Simpson's emotion which enabled her to choke down her own inclination to cry. "This is a most pleasant surprise," she said. "When did you arrive in London?" "Why, the fact is," began Amelia, but suddenly interrupting herself, she jumped from her seat and made Mr. Bragg a sweeping curtsy. "Pardon me," she exclaimed, "if, in the first moment, I was oblivious to your presence. Although not personally acquainted, Oldchester people claim the privilege of recognizing Mr. Bragg as one of our native products. An unforeseen honour indeed. And do my eyes deceive me, or have I the pleasure of greeting Mr. Owen Rivers? What an extraordinary coincidence! I had heard you were residing here in the character of a boarder," she added, as emphatically as though that were an obvious reason for being surprised to see him there. "Really, I seem to be transported back into our ancient city, and should scarcely start to hear the cathedral chimes, or the steam whistle from the brewery, or any of the dear familiar sounds, although the steam whistle, I must admit, is trying, and in certain forms of nervous disorder, I believe, excruciating." It was not easy at any time to obtain a clear and collected answer to a question from Mrs. Simpson, but in her present state of excitement the difficulty was immensely increased. Her language, partly in honour of Mr. Bragg, was so flowery, and she kept darting up every discursive cross alley which opened out of the main line of talk in so bewildering a fashion as to become at moments unintelligible, and it was a long time before any of the party elicited from her how it was that she came to be in London. At length, however, it appeared that Bassy was entrusted with a commission to buy a pianoforte, and having found a substitute to take his organ and attend his pupils for a week, he and his wife had suddenly resolved to take a holiday in London together. "I had, of course, intended to seek you out, dear Mrs. Bransby," she said, "ever mindful as I must be of the many kind favours I have received from you, and—" Here she gulped dangerously, but recovered herself and went on, "from all the family. But we came away in such a hurry at the last, a cheap excursion train being, in fact, our immediate motive." "Locomotive," put in Martin jocosely. "Quite so," said Amelia, with the utmost suavity. "A very proper correction." Then, seeing his mischievous face dimpling with laughter, she exclaimed, "Oh, of course, locomotive! Very good, Martin. Ah, I am as absent as ever, you see." Here she playfully shook her head until sundry metallic bobs upon her bonnet fell off, and had to be hunted for and picked up. "Well, so it was. I was hurried away by Bassy's impetuosity, although in justice to him I must state that the time bills were peremptory, and there was no margin for delay or deliberation, almost without a carpet-bag. I had no opportunity, therefore, of inquiring of any mutual friend in Oldchester for your address." "There are scarcely any who know it, or care to know it," said Mrs. Bransby in a low voice. "Oh, pardon me, dear Mrs. Bransby. No, that must not be said for the honour of Oldchester. Your memory is affectionately cherished by all the more refined and sympathetic souls among us. Only last week Mr. Crump, the butcher, was respectfully inquiring for news of you. You remember Crump, a worthy man whose spirit, notwithstanding the dictum of the Swan of Avon, is by no means subdued to what it works in, beyond a transient greasiness which lies merely on the surface." Yes, I remember him very well. But who, then, was it who directed you to this house? Asked Mrs. Bransby, hoping that her guest was not aware why Martin had suddenly retired behind the window curtains in a paroxysm of laughter. Ah, that again is one of the most extraordinary circumstances. Who do you think it was? I cannot tell at all. Guess. Miss Piper, perhaps, suggested Ethel. Not exactly Miss Piper, said Mrs. Simpson, with a strong emphasis on the qualifying adverb, as though her informant's identity were only barely distinguishable from that of Miss Piper. But you burn, Ethel. You're very near. However, I will not keep you longer in suspense. It was Miss Clara Bertram. Oh, I might have thought of her, for she is a neighbour of ours, said Mrs. Bransby. Is she? Asked Owen. Yes, she lives in a house with a rather good garden not far from here. The situation is a little inconvenient for her profession, I fancy, but she has invalid relatives, to whom the garden is a great boon. We met accidentally in the street one day, and she recognized me at once. I was surprised that she did so. Nay, I should rather have been surprised had she forgotten you, said Mrs. Simpson. For the heart, dear Mrs. Bransby, that once truly loves never forgets, but as fondly loves on to the... Not, of course, that there was anything beyond the very slightest acquaintance between you and Miss Bertram in Oldchester. Bassy is, in fact, at her house now with a few musical professors, whom she kindly invited us to meet. The artistic element, which is so akin to Bassy's soul, combined with the seductions of the Indian weed, of which Miss Bertram's papa is quite a devotee, so that, you see, finding you are so near, I slipped away to see you, and I have promised to return before it is time to go back to the boarding-house where we are staying. At this point Mr. Bragg got up to take his leave. I shall look in again before long, Mrs. Bransby, if you'll allow me, he said, and we'll have a little more talk about my young friend there. Good night to you, ma'am. Turning to shake hands with Mrs. Simpson. This brought that lady to her legs in more senses than one. She favoured Mr. Bragg with a long and enthusiastic address, embracing an extraordinary variety of topics, from the proud preeminence of British commerce to the force of friendship as portrayed in the classical examples of Damon and Pythias. I will not ask in the beautiful words of the Caledonian ditty, should old acquaintance be forgot and days of old lang syne, for I am certain that you are entirely incapable of doing anything of the sort, as is proved by your presence beneath this refined roof-tree, said Mrs. Simpson. But I must bear my humble testimony to the eminent virtues of our exquisite friend, if I may be allowed the privilege of calling her so. I have seen her basking in prosperity, and unspoiled by the smiles of fortune, and now in the cold shade of comparatively untoward circumstances she beams with the same congenial lustre. In short, cried Amelia, suddenly abandoning what Bobby and Billy called her dictionary style for a homelier language, which came straight from her heart, a better wife and mother, a gentler mistress, a kinder friend there never was or could be in this world. Owen offered to accompany Mr. Bragg in order to show him the way to the nearest cab-stand, and they left the house together. She's a singular character, observed Mr. Bragg after they had walked a few steps. You mean Mrs. Simpson? Oh, yes, Mrs. Simpson. There's too much clack about her, and her talk's puzzling from being what you might call of a zigzag sort of nature, and she's cast in a queer kind of a mould altogether. But I think she rings true, and that's the main thing, in mortals or metals. I'm quite sure her praise of Mrs. Bransby is true, at any rate, said Owen warmly. Grunted Mr. Bragg, and walked on in silence. When they came within view of a cab-stand, he turned round and said he would not trouble Owen to come any further with him. And just as the latter was about to say good night, Mr. Bragg observed meditatively, She has that little place beautifully neat and as clean as a new pin. Seems to be bringing up those children in the right way, too. Poor soul, it's a heavy charge for a delicate lady like her. I think I shall be able to do something for that eldest boy, but perhaps you'd better not say anything at present, eh? It's cruel to raise up false hopes, and some folks build such a wonderful high scaffolding of expectations on a word or two, if there's not bricks enough to do anything adequate to the scaffolding. Why then, that's awkward. Good night, Mr. Rivers. Owen well knew that hopes had already been aroused by the mere presence of the rich man in that poor little home, but he knew also that there was no danger of Mrs. Bransby's hopes turning into claims, and that she would be humbly grateful for very small help. He felt almost elated on her behalf as he returned to Collingwood Terrace. I only hope, he said to himself, that Mr. Bragg won't visit any of my sins on Mrs. Bransby's head when he finds them out. But no, to do the old boy justice, I believe he is above that. Meanwhile, Amelia Simpson had been imparting a budget of Oldchester news. After many discursive sallies, she came to the topic of Lucius Cheffington's recent death. He had died since the Simpsons' departure from Oldchester, but his case had been known to be hopeless for several days previous. The old lord was said to be dreadfully cut up, more so even than on the death of his eldest son. But Lucius had always been understood to be his father's favourite. "And they do say," continued Mrs. Simpson, "that to a certain fair young friend of ours the blow will be very severe." "A young friend of ours? Do you mean May Cheffington?" "Oh, no. Our dear Miranda knew scarcely anything of her noble relative at Combe Park, and even the most affectionate disposition. And I'm sure our dear Miranda is imbued with every proper feeling, can scarcely cling with personal devotion to an almost total stranger, although united by ties of kindred. No, I was speaking of Miss Hadlow." "Constance?" "Yes, although I have never been on terms to address her by her baptismal appellation, that, I confess, is the young lady I do mean." Then Mrs. Simpson went on to tell her astonished listener how that Constance Hadlow had been visiting some county magnates in the near neighbourhood of Combe Park during the latter part of Lucius's illness, how she had been admitted to see and talk with the invalid, when other persons had been excluded with scant courtesy, how she had rapidly come to be on a footing of intimacy at the great house, which astonished the neighbourhood, and how at length that fact was explained by the current report that if Lucius had recovered, which at one time appeared not unlikely, he would have married her with his father's full approbation. "I did not venture to allude to the subject before Mr. Rivers. How brown he has become! Quite the southern hero of romance. Because, you know, he was said at one time to be desperately in love with his cousin, and I feared to hurt his feelings." "Oh, I don't think it would hurt his feelings," said Mrs. Bransby. "I really do not believe he cares at all for his cousin in that way." "I'm sure he doesn't," cried Ethel, who took a thoroughly feminine interest in the subject. "Ethel, I scarcely think you know anything at all about the matter, and I am sure it is not for a little girl like you to give an opinion." "No, mother, only Martin and I know who we should like to see him marry, don't we, Martin?" Martin was rather shamefaced at being thus brought publicly into the discussion, and rebuffed his sister with a lofty air. "Oh, don't talk bosh and silliness," he rejoined. "Girls are always bothering about a fellow's getting married. Leave him alone. He's very well as he is." "He's certainly most affable and thoroughly the gentleman," observed Mrs. Simpson, with her universal beaming benevolence. "Oh, he is good," cried the widow, clasping her hands. "So delicately considerate. Such a true, loyal friend." In her own mind, she was convinced that Mr. Bragg's visit was entirely due to Owen's influence, and her heart was overflowing with gratitude. A new idea darted into Mrs. Simpson's imagination, always ready to accept a romantic view of things. How charming it would be if young Mr. Rivers were to marry the beautiful widow! They would make a delightful couple. Considerations of ways and means entered no more into Mrs. Simpson's calculations than they would have entered into little Enid's. The building of her castles in the air was entirely independent of money. But there was, at bottom, a more common-sensible reason which made the idea that Owen might marry Mrs. Bransby agreeable to Amelia Simpson. In spite of the sympathy of Mr. Crump, the butcher, and other congenial spirits, it could not be denied that some rumours of a very unpleasant sort had recently been circulated in Oldchester to the discredit of Mrs. Bransby. When it became known that young Rivers, on his return from Spain, was to live in her house, the rumours began to take more definite shape. No one could trace them to their source. Perhaps no one tried very seriously to do so. People asked each other if they had not always thought there was something a little odd, not quite becoming and nice, in the way that young Rivers used to be running in and out of Martin Bransby's house at all times and seasons. Even during poor Mr. Bransby's lifetime, strange things had been said. At least it now appeared so, for very few of the gossips professed to have heard any whispers of scandal themselves while Martin lived. There was a strange story of young Rivers being caught kissing Mrs. Bransby's hand in the garden. There might be no harm in kissing a lady's hand, but under the circumstances there was something almost revolting, was there not? And then why was Mrs. Bransby in such a hurry to run away from Oldchester, away from all her friends and all her husband's friends? Surely she would have done better to remain there. At all events, Mr. Theodore Bransby had been much annoyed by her doing so, and had replied to old friends, who spoke to him on the subject, that he could not control his stepmother's actions, could only advise her for the best, and should endeavour to assist her and her children if she would allow him to do so. Of course people understood when he said that Mrs. Bransby was acting contrary to his judgment. And now Mr. Rivers was actually going to reside in her house. It positively was not decent. No wonder Theodore looked distressed and avoided the subject. It must be altogether a very painful affair for him. This kind of scandal, with its inevitable crescendo, had been very differently received by Sebastian Simpson and his wife. He could not be said to encourage it, but neither did he repudiate it indignantly. But Amelia was true and devoted to Mrs. Bransby, and incurred some unpopularity by her enthusiastic praises of that absent lady.
But there were also people who said what a good creature Mrs. Simpson was, and that, although she was a goose, and had probably been quite taken in, they liked to see her stand up for those who had been kind to her. Under these circumstances, it was a great triumph for Amelia to find Mr. Bragg, the respectable, the influential, the rich Mr. Bragg, visiting Mrs. Bransby on a friendly footing, and treating her with marked kindness and respect. Simple though she might be, Amelia was not at all too simple to understand that the millionaire's approbation would carry weight with it. But now the idea of a marriage between Owen and the widow seemed still more delightful than the mere clearing of Mrs. Bransby's character from all aspersions. People had said that, as for him, the young man was probably suffering under a temporary infatuation, and that even supposing the best and taking the most charitable view of this flirtation, it was out of the question that he should think of marrying a woman of Mrs. Bransby's age and with 5 children to support. Why should it be out of the question, Amelia said to herself. The few years' difference in their ages was of no consequence at all, and as to the family, Mr. Bragg would probably take Owen into partnership. He was evidently devotedly fond of them both. She had privately arranged the details of the wedding in her own mind before Owen returned from conducting Mr. Bragg to his cab. When he did so, Mrs. Simpson declared it was time for her to go, and got up from her chair. But between that and her actual departure a great many words had still to intervene. She reverted to the death in the Castlecombe family, made a brief excursion to the report of Captain Cheffington's second marriage, truly deplorable, but still our dear Miranda is happily launched among the élite of the beau monde, so perhaps it is not so bad after all, and then suddenly added, "By the way, dear Mrs. Bransby, it was reported that your stepson, Mr. Theodore, intended to withdraw his candidature at the next election, but I am told on the best authority, Mr. Lowe, the political agent, that that is a mistake, so I hope we may see him among the legislators. Quite the figure for it, I'm sure. However, of course, you must know all that news far better than I. I hope to see our dear Miranda before leaving town." Owen observed with indignation that the mention of Theodore appeared to have suggested May to her mind. Nor did this circumstance escape Mrs. Bransby. "Did you say you shall see May Cheffington?" she asked. "Yes, I propose calling. Although well aware of Mrs. Dormer Smith's high social position, still I think our dear Miranda's warm heart will welcome one who has so recently seen her beloved grandmamma. Oh, we do not easily relinquish the fond memories of childhood. Thank you, my dear Ethel. Is that my pocket-handkerchief? Really, I wonder how it came there." Ethel had picked it up from under the tea-table. "I believe that even in the princely halls, I think I left my umbrella in the passage, eh? Oh, Bobby has found it. In the princely halls of Castlecombe her memory will revert to Friar's Row. In the words of the poet, 'Though strangers may roam, those hills and those valleys I once called my home,' although, of course, Old Chaucer is not mountainous, and as to roaming, I presume that hills and valleys are always more or less liable to be roamed over by strangers, whether one calls them one's home or not." By this time Mrs. Simpson had got herself out of the room into the narrow outer passage, and seeing Owen put on his great coat again, in order to escort her, she stopped to protest against his taking that trouble. "Oh, pray, too kind. It is but a stone's throw from here, and I am not at all afraid. Sure of the way. Well, no, not quite sure. I took 2 wrong turnings in coming, but I can easily inquire from Marlborough House, eh? On Blenheim Lodge, is it? To be sure, Marlborough House is the august residence. However, historically speaking, I was not so far wrong, was I? Well, if you insist, Mr. Rivers, I will accept your polite attention with gratitude. Goodbye once more, dear children. If I possibly can come again before leaving London, dear Mrs. Bransby." At this point, Owen perceived that decisive measures were necessary if the good lady's farewells were not to last until midnight. He took Mrs. Simpson's arm, signed to Phoebe to open the door, and led his fair charge outside it, almost before she knew what was happening. "Excuse me for hurrying you," he said, "but the night is cold. Mrs. Bransby is not very strong, and I thought it imprudent for both of you to stand talking in that draughty passage." "Oh, quite right. Thank you 1,000 times. She is deserving indeed of every delicate care and attention." A slighter circumstance would have sufficed to confirm Mrs. Simpson's romantic fancies. She said to herself that Mr. Rivers' devotion was chivalrous indeed, and she forthwith proceeded to sound Mrs. Bransby's praises in an unbroken stream of eloquence all the way to Blenheim Lodge. Owen had intended to ask her 1 or 2 questions about Mrs. Dobbs, and as to what she thought of calling at Mrs. Dormer Smith's house. He had even held a half-formed intention of entrusting her with a message for May, but it was hopeless to arrest her flow of speech, unless by making his request in a more serious fashion than he thought it prudent to do. Amelia's goodwill might be relied on, but she was absolutely devoid of discretion, and at all events, if he said nothing, there would be no ground for her to build a blunder on. He little knew. End of chapter 7. Volume 3, Chapter 8 of That Unfortunate Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That Unfortunate Marriage by Frances Eleanor Trollope, Volume 3, Chapter 8. When Mrs. Dormer Smith practised any deception, a necessity which unfortunately arose rather frequently in the prosecution of her duty to society, she was wont to call it diplomacy. She called it so to herself in her most private cogitations. She was not a woman whose conscience could be satisfied by any but the best chosen phraseology. In speaking to May of her conversation with Owen, she gave a diplomatic version of it. It was May herself who innocently suggested the line her aunt took. When she found that Owen had left the house without any further farewell to her, she said not a word. She demanded no explanation. But the disappointed look in her eyes, the drooping curves of her young mouth, were sufficiently eloquent. Had she fired up into indignation against her aunt, assuming as a matter of course that Owen had been refused permission to see her again, that would have seemed quite in accordance with her character. This was, in fact, what Pauline had prepared herself to meet. But this quietude was strange. It seemed as though May were ready to be wounded. Her aunt thought that it would not have occurred to the girl, who was high-spirited enough in certain directions, to suspect that her lover might be less eager to see her again than she was to see him, unless some previous fact or fancy had put the suspicion into her head. Fact or fancy, Mrs. Dormer Smith thought it mattered little which, so long as the suspicion were there. Of course it would not do to pretend that Owen had not asked to see her. That would be a clumsy falsehood, sure of speedy detection. And besides, Mrs. Dormer Smith wished to avoid explicit falsehood. She was only diplomatic. "I was obliged, I need scarcely tell you, May," she said, "to refuse Mr. Rivers' request for some more words with you. It would have been a gross dereliction of duty on my part to permit it." "He did ask to see me, then?" said May, with a bright, eager look in her eyes. It was a look her aunt was well acquainted with, and usually presaged some speech which had to be deplored as being odd or bad form. "Oh, yes," replied Mrs. Dormer Smith wearily. "Of course he asked. I had to go through all that. Under the circumstances he could scarcely do less." The shadow of the eyelashes suddenly drooped down over the bright eyes, and Aunt Pauline saw that her shot had told. "Has it ever occurred to you, May," Mrs. Dormer Smith went on, "that you are prejudicing the future of this gentleman?" May looked up quickly, but made no answer. "Of course it cannot be allowed to go on, this engagement, as he absurdly terms it." "It is an engagement," interrupted May in a low voice. Her aunt passed over the interruption and continued. "But I think that in justice to him you ought to reflect that meanwhile you are injuring his prospects. I do not mean," she added with gentle sarcasm, "that you will injure him by preventing him from marrying the widow Bransby, because I cannot honestly say that I think that a good prospect for any young man." "All those stories are malicious falsehoods," said May resolutely, but her throat was painfully constricted and her heart felt like lead in her breast. "My dear child, one scarcely sees why people should trouble themselves to invent stories about this lady and gentleman, who, after all, are persons of very small importance. But at any rate, the stories are circulated and believed. Under these circumstances, it seems to me well, to say the least, an indiscreet proceeding, that Mr. Rivers, the moment he returns to England, should rush to Mrs. Bransby's house and take up his abode there. However, it may be quite a usual sort of thing among persons in their position. Very likely. I only know that in our world it would not do. We are less Arcadian. When I spoke of injuring Mr. Rivers' prospects, I meant as between him and his employer." "Oh!" cried May, turning round with a pale, indignant face. A confused crowd of words seemed to be struggling in her mind, but she was unable for the moment to utter one of them. "Dear May," said her aunt, "do not, I beg and implore you, do not be tragic. I don't think I could stand that sort of thing. It would be the last straw." Do you mean that Mr. Bragg would turn Owen away out of spite?" asked May in a quiet tone, after a short silence. "We need not employ such a word as that. But Mr. Bragg made you an offer of marriage, and we can hardly expect him to find it pleasant when he is told the young lady refused you in order to marry your clerk." "Not in order to. You know I have assured you that under no circumstances would I have married Mr. Bragg." "Yes, May, you have assured me so, but you are not yet 19, and I, alas, was 19 more than 19 years ago. It struck me that Mr. Rivers was desirous that you should take your full share of responsibility in the matter, and he seemed a little anxious about his place. At all events, he brought forward the salary he is earning with Mr. Bragg as an important element in the financial budget with which he favoured me. How the man could think for a moment that your family would consent! I gathered that he was decidedly unwilling to lose it.
He only took it for my sake. Ah, that was particularly kind of him. Well, it strikes me that he would now like to keep it for his own. Of course, I must write to your father. I presume you will admit that it is proper to inform him of the state of the case. You can write if you choose, Aunt Pauline. It will make no difference now. I think you will find it will make a considerable difference. Circumstances have entirely altered your father's position in the world. You will be daughter and heiress to a peer of the realm." There was a long pause. May stood with one foot on the fender before a bright fire in her aunt's dressing-room, her elbow on the mantel-shelf, and her cheek resting in her hand. Then Mrs. Dormer Smith resumed softly. "Perhaps I deceive myself. The wish may be father to the thought, but I confess I got the impression that it might not be hopeless to induce Mr. Rivers to withdraw voluntarily from his false position. Of course he could do no less than stand to it, so long as you appeared resolved to stand to it. But I hope and trust, May, that if it should be as I think, you will not insist on being obstinate. You know as well as I know it myself, Aunt Pauline, that I would die sooner than hold him bound for one instant, unless... But I won't answer you, as if I took your words seriously." Upon that she managed to walk out of the room with dignity and dry eyes. But the poor child, for all her brave words, did take her aunt's hint so seriously as to throw herself on the bed in her own room and lie sobbing there for an hour. To her husband, Mrs. Dormer Smith had reported the interview with Owen as accurately as she could. She did, indeed, declare her belief that the young man was a nihilist. But that was said genuinely enough. A man of gentle birth who deliberately stated, apparently with sympathetic approval, that there were mechanics who would be ashamed to own Captain Cheffington as a father-in-law, was, in her opinion, evidently prepared to demolish the existing bases of human society. Mr. Dormer Smith was very sorry for his niece, more sorry than he thought it necessary to express at that moment to Pauline. But still he agreed with his wife that every effort ought to be made to prevent her marrying so disastrously. It might have been supposed, perhaps, that Mr. Dormer Smith, not having found his own mode of life productive of unalloyed felicity, in spite of fair income, aristocratic connections, and a wife devoted to keeping up their position in society, would have been not unwilling to let May try her fate in a different fashion. But it is a common experience that, although the possession of certain things gives them not the smallest gleam of happiness, yet, to a large class of minds, the thought of doing without those things suggests misery. The unusual is a terrible scarecrow, and keeps many weak-minded birds from the cherries. Mr. Dormer Smith was to go down to Combe Park to attend the funeral of his deceased cousin-in-law. He had some liking for Lucius, and thought as he sat in the railway carriage, speeding down to the little wayside station beyond Oldchester, where he was to alight, that it was a truly inscrutable dispensation which took away Lucius, a man at least harmless and of honourable principles, and left Augustus alive, and he could not help regretting the death of Lucius on May's account. Lucius had been, in his dry, peculiar manner, very kind towards his young cousin. He had resented her father's neglect of her, and he treated her, when they met, with a certain air of protection and almost tenderness, such as one might assume towards a child or an animal that one knows to have been hardly used. Frederick thought it not impossible that, had Lucius lived, his influence might have been brought to bear on May for her good. But Lucius was gone, and Augustus remained to disgrace the family and annoy his relations more than ever. This, however, was not Pauline's idea. Although her brother's second marriage had apparently receded into the background, in consequence of these new troubles about May, yet it had really been occupying many of Mrs. Dormer Smith's thoughts. She certainly considered it to be not quite so terrible a business now that Lucius, poor dear Lucius, was out of the way, as it would have been had he lived. A Viscountess Castlecombe might be floated, Pauline said to herself, where a Mrs. Augustus Cheffington would stick in the mud. They could live chiefly abroad, not of course in a shabby street in Brussels, but on the Riviera, for instance. A warm climate had always suited Augustus, and as for herself, she, Pauline, would never willingly pass an hour in England between the 1st of November and the last of April. It really would not be at all disagreeable to spend 1 or 2 of the winter months with one's brother and sister-in-law. Thank heaven that, at least, she was not English. So many deviations from good form might be got over on the plea of foreign manners, at some charming sunny place, say St. Raphael. That was not so far from Nice as to preclude the enjoyment of some little gaiety and society. They would have a villa of their own, of course. Perhaps Augustus might build himself one. That sort of life would enable them to catch a good many travellers on the wing, and with sufficient tact and savoir-faire, which Pauline flattered herself she could supply, it might be possible to fill their house with a succession of nice people. The nicest people were sometimes rather less exigent on the other side of the Channel. At any rate, there would be less difficulty in floating Lady Castlecombe on the stream of society abroad than at home. Augustus would be rich. Uncle George could not prevent that, let him do what he would with his savings and his investments. For the estates were strictly entailed, and Uncle George had nursed them into something like treble their value when he succeeded to the property. Mrs. Griffin heard from Lady Mary, the Dean of Oldchester's wife, who had it from the Rector of Combe, that Lord Castlecombe was crushed by the loss of Lucius. Augustus might not have to wait very long for his inheritance. How strangely things turn out! Well, she would write very kindly and gently to her brother. There was the excuse of addressing him about May, and she would take the opportunity of sending a civil word to his wife. It must be done delicately, of course, but Augustus should see that there was no disposition to be hostile, on the part of his sister at any rate. It was in the forenoon of the day after Owen's visit that Mrs. Dormer Smith was thus meditating. Her husband had started for Combe Park. The house was very quiet. The fire in her dressing-room was very warm. Several budgets of gossip had arrived by the post from various country houses, and lay unopened within reach of her hand. Mrs. Dormer Smith felt that there was a certain luxury of woe in a family affliction which justified one in saying, "Not at home," and sitting in a wadded dressing-gown without causing one either heartache or anxiety. And she had been softly rocking herself in the day-dreams recorded above, when they were interrupted as suddenly, if not as fatally, as those of La Fontaine's milkmaid. James stood before her with a visiting card on a salver, and a cloud of depression, which was the utmost revelation of ill humour his well-trained visage ever allowed itself above stairs, on his shaven countenance. "What is this, James? What do you mean by bringing me cards here and now?" "I said not at home, marm, but the party didn't seem to understand, and unfortunately Miss Cheffington happening to pass through the hall at that moment." "Who is it? Where is the person?" Mrs. Dormer Smith took the card and examined it through her eyeglasses with a sinking heart. Could that subversive young man have returned, or was there perchance some other suitor in the field? An anarchical shoemaker, possibly. Pauline's confidence in Mrs. Dobbs had been completely blown into the air by learning that she had approved and encouraged May's engagement to a young man who calmly avowed that he possessed £150 a year of his own, and she felt that any dreadful revelation might be made at any moment. But the name on the card was not a masculine one, at any rate. Mrs. Something or other Simpson, she read on it. "Is the lady with Miss Cheffington now, James?" "Yes, ma'am. Miss Cheffington took her into the dining-room. I thought that, as last time, I meant as Smithson wasn't in the way, I'd better let you know, ma'am." "Did the lady ask for me?" "No, I really hardly know, ma'am." "You hardly know?" "Well, ma'am, she talked a great deal, and so it was uncommonly difficult to follow what she said. At first I thought she announced her name as being Oldchester. I did say not at home twice, but it was no use, and then Miss Cheffington happening to pass through the hall." "That will do." James retired with an injured air, and Mrs. Dormer Smith was left to consider within herself whether duty required her to be present at the interview between May and this unknown Mrs. Simpson, or whether she might indulge herself by sitting still and reading Mrs. Griffin's last letter in comfort and quietude. After a brief deliberation, she resolved to go downstairs. There was no knowing who or what the woman might be. James had said something about Oldchester. No doubt she came from that place. Perhaps she was an emissary of Mr. Rivers. Pauline, as she rose and drew a shawl round her shoulders, before facing the chillier atmosphere of the staircase, breathed a pious hope that her brother Augustus might sooner or later compensate her for all the sacrifices she was making on behalf of May. Before she reached the dining-room, she heard the sound of a fluent monologue. May was not speaking at all, so far as Mrs. Dormer Smith could make out. When she entered the room, she found the girl sitting beside a stout, florid woman, dressed in trente-six-couleurs, as Pauline phrased it to herself, who was holding forth with a profusion of nods and becks and wreathed smiles. Mrs. Dormer Smith made this stranger a bow of such freezing politeness as ought to have petrified her on the spot, and, turning to May, inquired with raised eyebrows, "Who is your friend, May?" But Amelia Simpson had not the least suspicion that she was being snubbed in the most superior style known to modern science. She rose with her usual impulsive vehemence from her chair and said smilingly, "Mrs. Dormer Smith, I thought so. Permit me to apologize for a seeming breach of etiquette. I am well aware that my call ought properly to have been paid to you, the mistress of this elegant mansion, but being personally unknown, although we are not so remote, unfriended, melancholy, or slow, not that I use the epithet in a slang sense, I assure you, in Oldchester, as to be unaware that Mrs. Dormer Smith, the accomplished relative of our dear Miranda, is in all respects a glass in fashion and a mould of form. Only I wish our divine bard had chosen any other word than mould, which somehow is inextricably connected in my mind with short sixes." "Oh!" ejaculated Pauline in a faint voice, as she sank into a chair, and she remained gazing at the visitor with a helpless air. At another time, May would have had a keen and enjoying sense of the comic elements in this little scene; but although she saw them now as distinctly as she ever could have done, she was too unhappy to enjoy them. She said quietly, "This is Mrs. Simpson, Aunt Pauline. Her husband is a professor of music at Oldchester, and they are both very old friends of dear Granny." Now, Pauline was not prepared to break altogether with Mrs. Dobbs. Mrs. Dobbs had behaved very badly in that matter of young Rivers, but something must be excused to ignorance, and her allowance for May continued to be paid up every quarter with exemplary punctuality. Let matters turn out as well as possible, there must still be a meantime during which Mrs. Dobbs' money would be valuable, and indeed indispensable, if May were to remain under her aunt's roof. It occurred to Pauline to invite this incredibly attired person to share Cecile's early dinner in the housekeeper's room, and then to withdraw herself and May on the plea of some imaginary engagement. She was just about to carry out this idea, when the reiteration of a name in Mrs. Simpson's rapid talk struck her ear and excited her curiosity. Mrs. Bransby! Amelia was talking volubly to May about Mrs. Bransby. She had resumed what she was pleased to call her conversation with May, having made some sort of incoherent apology to Mrs. Dormer Smith, to the effect that she had a very short time to remain, and so many interesting topics of mutual interest to discuss. She rambled on about her last evening's visit to Collingwood Terrace. Mr. Rivers and dear Mrs. Bransby would make a charming couple, and as to the difference in years, what did years signify? And the difference was not so great after all. Mr. Rivers was very steady and staid for his age, and Mrs. Bransby looked so wonderfully youthful, not a line in her forehead in spite of all her troubles. And then Mr. Bragg's friendship and countenance would be so very valuable. He evidently approved it all, and if he gave Mr. Rivers a share in his business, even a comparatively small share, said Amelia, feeling that she was keeping well within the limits of probability, and even displaying a certain business-like sobriety of conjecture, considering how colossal an affair that was, everything would be made smooth for them. Mrs. Bransby's children evidently adored Mr. Rivers, which was so delightful. And as for Mr. Rivers' devotion to Mrs. Bransby, no one could doubt that who saw them together. This was said rather to a shadowy audience of Oldchester persons, who had declared that, however ridiculous Mrs. Bransby might make herself, young Rivers was not likely to tie himself for life to a middle-aged woman with a family, than to Amelia's present hearers. And after all the unkind things which had been reported in Oldchester, it would be a heartfelt joy to Mrs. Bransby's friends to see her widowhood so happily brought to a close. "What unkind things have been reported in Oldchester? What do you mean?" asked May. She spoke eagerly, but quite firmly. There was no tremor in her voice, no rising of unbidden tears to her eyes. Her whole heart and soul were concentrated on getting at the truth. Amelia pulled herself up a little. She had been running on rather too heedlessly. Some things had latterly been said of Mrs. Bransby which could scarcely be repeated with propriety to a young lady, at least according to Amelia's code of what was proper. "Oh, my dear Miranda," she stammered, "the world is ever censorious, but as the lyric bard so beautifully puts it, I'd weep when friends deceive me if thou wert like them untrue. Although why it is taken for granted that friends, in any true sense of the word, should be expected to deceive, I must leave to metaphysics to determine." Mrs. Dormer Smith here put in her word. "Oh, we had already heard of those scandals," she said. "My niece was inclined to doubt their existence, I believe. I hope you are convinced now, May." "Really!" exclaimed Mrs. Simpson, glancing with growing uneasiness from May to her aunt. Something, she perceived, was wrong, but what? "Dear Mrs. Simpson," said May, "I am very sure that whoever else was unkind and scandalous, you were not." "Ever the same sweet nature," murmured Amelia. "But perhaps it was not so much that people were unkind, not exactly unkind, but mistaken. You see, when a person tells you a thing positively, there is a certain unkindness in not believing it. And yet, on the other hand, one would not willingly accept evil reports of a fellow creature. There is a difficulty in harmoniously blending the two horns of this dilemma, if I may be allowed to say so, which to some extent excuses error." The good lady's habitual confusion of ideas was increased by the nervous fear that she had said something unfortunate. She brought her visit to an end earlier than she otherwise might have done, and in taking effusive leave of May, she whispered, I trust I did not commit any solecism against the code of manners which belongs to the élite of the haut ton in alluding to our fair friend Mrs. B." "No, no," answered May gently. "Don't vex yourself by thinking so." Mrs. Simpson brightened up a little and asked aloud, "And what message shall I give to grandmamma?" May scarcely recognized Granny under this appellation, adopted in honour of Mrs. Dormer Smith's social distinction. But after an instant she said, "Oh, give her my dear love. I shall write to her to-morrow. And please my love to Uncle Joe." "Ah, I recognise our dear Miranda's affectionate constancy there," cried Amelia. "Mr. Weatherhead will be much gratified." "Gratified? I would think he would have a right to be disgusted if I forgot him. Dear, good, honest, kind-hearted Uncle Joe." "Who is this person?" demanded Pauline, genuinely aghast at the idea that some hitherto unknown brother of Susan Dobbs was in existence. The one extenuating circumstance in that unfortunate marriage had always appeared to her to be the fact that Susan was an only child. "He's a certain Mr. Joseph Weatherhead," answered May with great distinctness. "He was originally a bookbinder's apprentice, and then a printer and bookseller in a small way of business at Birmingham. He is my grandmother's brother-in-law, and one of the best men in the world. He used to give me shillings when I went back to school, and once I remember, that was just before my father left me on Granny's hands, he noticed that my boots were disgracefully shabby, and took me out and bought me a new pair." Then Mrs. Simpson went away in a nervous flutter, and with the positive though puzzled conviction that there was something very wrong indeed between the aunt and niece. End of chapter 8. Volume 3, Chapter 9 of That Unfortunate Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That Unfortunate Marriage by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 9. Of course Mrs. Dormer Smith availed herself to the utmost of Mrs. Simpson's revelations. They were most valuable, and they had the effect of confirming her own vague suspicions in an unexpected manner. That which had been merely diplomatic colouring in her presentment of the situation to May turned out to be real, solid, vulgar fact. The state of things was certainly very singular, but she did not doubt that she had discovered the true explanation of it. Mr. Rivers had probably been infatuated with Mrs. Bransby before her husband's death. Such infatuations were by no means rare at their respective ages. The lady had been willing to coquette after a sentimental fashion, which also was not unprecedented. There had probably been no serious intention of evil-doing on either side. "At all events, we can give them the benefit of the doubt," reflected Pauline charitably. Meanwhile, Mr. Rivers had met with May. He had been thrown a great deal into her society, and had been encouraged by her stupid old grandmother, had thought her connections and prospects desirable, and had probably admired herself a good deal. Pauline did not see why not. It was very possible for a man to admire more than one woman at a time. Mr. Rivers makes love to May, persuades her to enter into a clandestine engagement, and goes abroad. But then something unforeseen happens. The husband dies, and all the old feeling is revived. Mr. Rivers hastens back to England. The widow is pathetic, helpless, throws herself on his advice and support. He goes to live under her roof, and the mischief is done. A handsome, scheming woman, under these circumstances, might well be irresistible. As to him, of course he had behaved badly in a way, but after all one must accept men as they are, and as Pauline said to herself, the folly of young men in such matters, and their invincible tendency to sacrifice themselves to the wrong women, are simply unfathomable. At any rate, whether her cousin's death had made Rivers more willing to fulfil his engagement to May, or whether he would be glad of a pretext to break with her in order to marry Mrs. Bransby and her 5 children, May must clearly perceive that she could have nothing more to say to him. All these considerations, and the conclusion to which they led, Mrs. Dormer Smith administered to her niece in larger or smaller doses during the remainder of the day. Sometimes it was by way of a few drops at a time, a hint, a word, perhaps merely a sigh, accompanied by an expressive shrug of the shoulders. Sometimes it was a copious pouring forth of the evidence. Sometimes it was an appeal to May's pride, sometimes to her principles. The girl was worn out with fighting against shadows, and though they might be shadows, they were gathering darkly. The worst was that she was, in one sense, as solitary as though she had been alone on a desert island. There was absolutely no communion of spirit between her and her aunt on this subject. Had her uncle been there, she thought that even he would have understood her better. She could write, of course, to Granny, and of course Granny would answer her. But another whole long day must elapse before she could have the comfort of Granny's letter, even supposing it were sent without a post's delay. She could not see Owen. She was not sure at moments whether she wished to see him. And then again, with a sudden revulsion of feeling, she would long for his presence. She had in her pocket the note he had written on the previous evening, begging her to inform Mr. Bragg of their engagement. It had reached her hands only an hour or two before Amelia Simpson's visit, and was as yet unanswered. The note had been dashed off quickly, as we know, and to May, disheartened and confused as she was already by her aunt's version of the interview with Owen, it seemed needlessly brief and dry. He begged May to tell Mr. Bragg of their engagement at once. Under the circumstances, he thought Mr. Bragg ought to know it, and the announcement would come best from her. He had not had a moment in which to speak of it during their hurried interview, but he did not doubt that May would feel as he felt on this point. She had better, if possible, send her communication so that Mr. Bragg should receive it that same afternoon, since he certainly ought to know the truth soon at any cost. These last words had reference to the possibility that the revelation might affect the fortunes of the Bransby family. But May knew nothing of that, and they jarred on her. Why should Owen speak to her of the cost? It was almost like a boast that he was ready to sacrifice himself. In talking to Aunt Pauline, he had shown that he was anxious not to lose his situation. For her sake? Oh, yes, no doubt for her sake. But the words jarred on her. The lightest touch will jar upon a bruise. And then the loneliness of spirit was so trying. Solitude may sometimes be a good counselor for the brain, but it is rarely so for the heart. Nothing so strengthens our best impulses, faiths, and affections as to see them reflected in the soul of a fellow creature. To the young, especially, want of sympathy with their emotions is like want of daylight to a flower. Those who have travelled halfway along life's journey are apt to forget how much difference is often mingled with a young girl's acceptance of love. The gift seems so unspeakably great. A trembling sense of unreality sometimes comes with the recognition of its preciousness and beauty. Can it be? Am I really loved so much? Dare I believe it? These questions are often asked by sensitive young hearts. Happiness begets humility in the finer sort of nature. Elder spectators, looking on at the old, ever-new story, find it clear and simple enough. But to the actors it may seem complex and even difficult. Lookers-on, in any case, see but a small portion of the drama of our lives. The intensest part of it, the most poignant tragedy, the sunniest comedy, is played within ourselves by invisible forces. Truly and in dread earnest, we are such stuff as dreams are made of. All the day May kept Owen's note in her pocket, and when evening came she had neither answered it nor written to Mr. Bragg. Owen was right, no doubt, in saying that Mr. Bragg ought to know the truth. But what was the truth? In the whirlpool of her agitated thoughts, sometimes one answer would float uppermost, and sometimes another. Could her aunt be right in saying that she would prejudice Owen's future by holding him to his word? Holding him? But it was rather for Owen to hold her. He could not suspect that his claim would be disallowed. He, at least, had no reason to doubt the completeness of her love for him. And then a scarlet blush would burn her cheeks, and hot tears would be forced from her eyes, by a thought which touched her maiden pride to the quick. Was he not leaving it to her to claim him? If she wrote that letter to Mr. Bragg, she would, in fact, be claiming him. She had told Mr. Bragg, she remembered, when he asked her if her family approved of the man she had promised to marry, that she, at any rate, was proud to be loved by him. Yes, but too proud to accept a love that was not eagerly given. Oh, it was all weariness and bitterness and perturbation of spirit. Sometimes, for a moment, the recollection of Owen's look and Owen's word would pierce the clouds like a ray of sunshine, and her heart would cry out, "Why am I troubled and tormented by lies and foolishness? Owen is loyal, tender, and true, the soul of truth and honour. I need only trust to him, and all will be well." But then Aunt Pauline would repeat some of poor Amelia Simpson's glowing words about the charming couple in Collingwood Terrace, made all the more impressive by the fact that Aunt Pauline really believed them, and the fog would gather again, and she would ask herself, how if he should be loyal against his inclination? In the evening she said to her aunt, "Aunt Pauline, I will go away from London. I will go to Granny. I could not, in any case, continue to take her money for keeping me here. I will go down to Oldchester, and that will be best. And Owen and I can arrange afterwards what we will do." For not by a word would she betray a doubt of Owen. To her aunt she upheld his faithfulness unwaveringly. She upheld it, indeed, in her own heart, chiding down her doubts as one chides down a snarling dog. But though she could chide, she could not remove them. They were there, crouching. She was conscious of their existence as pain is felt in a dream. But it did not at all suit Mrs. Dormer Smith's views that her niece should go away in that fashion. "I cannot let you leave my house, May," she said. "I am responsible for you to your father." Then May rebelled. She declared that Granny had been father and mother and friend to her, and that she did not feel she owed any filial duty except to Granny. Pauline privately thought that she recognized the influence of Mr. Rivers in this speech. She put her handkerchief to her eyes, and observed plaintively that she was sorry May had no touch of affection for her, or for her uncle, who had striven to treat her as their own child. She was genuinely hurt, and thought she had reason to complain of the girl's ingratitude. May recognized that her aunt was sincere in this. She, too, felt that Aunt Pauline had meant to do well for her, although it had all turned out amiss. She thought of the day of her first arrival in town, of her aunt's affectionate reception of her and gentle sweetness ever since, until these last unhappy days. Her thoughts went back farther, to the time when the Dowager was alive, and her aunt used to see her in the dreary old house at Richmond, and mourn over her clothes, and kiss her kindly when she went away. With a sudden impulse, she knelt down beside Mrs. Dormer Smith's chair, and put her arms round her. "Aunt Pauline," she said, "I know you have meant to be kind. You have been kind. No doubt I have given you trouble and anxiety, partly perhaps by my fault, but more by my misfortune. I am not insensible of all that. But, dear Aunt Pauline, I want you to believe, do pray believe, that it would be cruel to separate me from Owen. Nothing shall part us except his own will," she added in a low voice. Then, after an instant, she went on, pressing her soft young face against her aunt's shoulder. "Perhaps you think I don't care so very deeply for him? Of course you cannot know. You have never seen us together. It has all come upon you quite suddenly. But indeed, if I had to give him up, I think it would break my heart. Oh, dear Aunt Pauline, do be kind to us and help us. I have no mother, and I love him so." Pauline folded the sobbing girl in her arms. Perhaps she had never felt the great duty she owed to society so hard of fulfilment as at that moment. It was really frightful to think of the havoc wrought by the selfish recklessness of that nihilist with his £150 a year. The recollection of the cold-blooded effrontery with which he had mentioned the sum made her shudder. For a little time she held her niece silently in a motherly embrace. Then she said softly, "This is very sad and distressing, dear May," and her own eyes were full of tears. "However much I may disapprove," the clinging arms around her shoulders relaxed their hold a little here, but she gently pressed the girl close to her again, and deplore the state of the case, it is most painful to me to see you suffer. But we must not allow feeling to override all considerations of what is right and proper. We must not forget that we have duties towards society." May quietly removed one arm from her aunt's neck and began to dry her eyes. "I don't say that those duties are easy. Those who have no position in the world to keep up may be enviable in some respects. I'm sure I am often tempted to envy the people one sees riding in omnibuses," said Pauline, with what she felt to be a bold but forcible hyperbole. "But noblesse oblige. You and I are both born Cheffingtons. It may be all very well for the bourgeoisie to indulge in sentiment, and sweethearts, and that sort of thing. But from us society expects something different. There are certain opportunities which, it appears to me, it is absolutely flying in the face of Providence to neglect. I know perfectly well that if the Houghtonvilles had the slightest inkling of an idea that you had refused Mr. Bragg, Felicia would come flying back from Rome like a whirlwind. However, I will not dwell on that now. You are dreadfully worn out, my poor child, and your eyes will not be fit to be seen for a week. Rose water the last thing before going to bed. There is nothing so soothing. Poor child, I must steel myself to do my duty, May, but it really is excessively trying. Go to rest now, dear, and sleep off your agitation. Tomorrow we will talk more calmly." May had gently withdrawn herself from her aunt's embrace, and had risen from her knees. "Tomorrow I will go to Granny," she said quietly. "Ah, no, dearest, that cannot be. It is out of the question. But you may write to Mrs. Dobbs and hear what she says." Pauline had resolved to write herself to Mrs. Dobbs, detailing all she knew, and a great deal more which she thought she knew, about Mr. Rivers' conduct, and setting forth the change in May's position as the daughter of the future Lord Castlecombe. Things were very different from what they had been 3 or 4 months ago. Even Mrs. Dobbs, although she had turned out so disappointingly foolish as to this preposterous love affair, must see that. "Good night, dear child. You will get over this distress, and you will acknowledge hereafter, I am quite confident, that you have had a good escape. As to that odious woman, she is sure to be miserable, whether he marries her or not. That's one comfort," said Aunt Pauline. The sight of May's tearful white face exacerbated her virtuous indignation against Mrs. Bransby. Nor was this feeling in the slightest degree mitigated by her strong desire that Mrs. Bransby should marry young Rivers and take him out of their way forever. "Good night, Aunt Pauline," answered May, bending down and slightly touching her aunt's forehead with her lips. Pauline embraced the girl tenderly. "Poor darling," she murmured. "Don't forget the rose water." End of chapter 9. Volume 3, Chapter 10 of That Unfortunate Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That Unfortunate Marriage by Eleanor TROLLOPE. Volume 3, Chapter 10. When May went up to her room, she neglected her aunt's advice as to the rose water. She sat down beside the fire and tried to think of what she had best do. Help from her aunt was clearly not to be hoped for. She did not feel anger against Aunt Pauline at that moment. She had felt it some time before, but not now. Would it not be like feeling angry with a Chinese for not comprehending English? They simply did not understand one another. There was a barrier between their minds, at least on the one subject which May had at heart, which, as it seemed, neither of them could pass or penetrate. She would go to Granny. There she would find love and sympathy, and the sheltering mother wings she yearned for. And at the bottom of her heart there was the half-unconscious feeling that Granny would be a staunch partisan of Owen's, and would be able to justify her trust in him. But then Aunt Pauline had refused to let her go, and had said she might write. Write, and lose time, and probably fail to convince Granny of the sick longing, the positive need she felt to get away from London. There would be correspondence and discussion, and then her uncle would come back, and there would be more discussion, and she could not see Owen. If she wrote to him and he came, he would not be admitted to the house, and she could not go to him. Well, then, she would run away. There was nothing for it but to run away to Granny, and she made up her mind to do so. Nothing should prevent her. Nothing. She started up and took her purse out of a drawer. She was but slenderly provided with pocket money, the bulk of her allowance from Mrs. Dobbs being administered by Aunt Pauline. She counted out the contents of the little smart porte-monnaie with deep anxiety. There was half a sovereign and some silver, only 15 shillings. That would not suffice to carry her to Oldchester, and then she must have a cab. She could not find her way to the station on foot, and besides it would take such a long time. How much time she did not know exactly, but she remembered that it had seemed a rather long drive from the terminus to Kensington. And even if she could walk the distance, she would not know at what hour to set out in order to catch the express train which would bring her into Oldchester a little after 5 o'clock the same evening. A little thrill ran through her veins as she pictured herself arriving at Jessamine Cottage in one of the station flys, looking from the vehicle at the cheerful firelight which would surely be shining from the parlour window at that hour. And then Martha would come to the door and not recognize her at first in the darkness, and Granny would cry out in surprise at the sound of her voice. And then there would be the dear motherly arms round her, the dear motherly breast to lay her troubled head upon, the blessed sense of rest and trust and comfort. Feverishly May counted and recounted her money. The 15 shillings remained inexorably 15, and no more. All sorts of schemes passed through her mind. Cecile might perhaps lend her some money, or Smithson, but to ask for a loan from either of them would excite too much wonder and suspicion. It would at once be reported to her aunt. Suddenly there darted into her mind the recollection that Harold had some money. Uncle Frederick had given the child half a sovereign on his birthday a day or two ago. That was an inspiration. She would ask Harold to lend her the money, and to keep the secret until she should be gone. She knew that she could trust him. The child was staunch, and would be proud of being confided in. Poor little Harold! She remembered that it was he who had told her of Owen's presence in the house on that day. When was it? Yesterday? Impossible! It was weeks, months ago, surely. A large part of her life seemed to have passed since then. May lay down to rest, tired out with the various emotions of the day, but with her brain so beleaguered by shifting thoughts and images that she was certain she should not be able to sleep. But she might at least rest her body, which felt bruised and weary, as though she had been walking with a heavy burden all day long. She dropped off to sleep nevertheless, almost immediately, but soon awoke again with a start and a sensation of falling swiftly and a vague terror. But at length, towards morning, she did sleep continuously and heavily, and when she next awoke, her watch, and a dull yellowish glimmer through the window blind, told her it was day. It was a dismal London morning, wet and cold. The wind was howling among the chimney-pots, and sending down showers of soot and smoke, mingled with sleet. It was the day appointed for the funeral of Lucius Cheffington. Mr. Dormer Smith was not expected home that night. The trains did not fit conveniently. It had therefore been arranged that he should stay at Combe Park until the following morning. Her uncle's absence made her opportunity, May thought. The train she wished to travel by started from London, she believed, at about 2 o'clock, but she resolved to be at the terminus much earlier. The departure might be at some minutes before 2. It would be dreadful to miss the train. She felt an irrational hurry and eagerness to be gone, as if each minute's delay might be fatal. She knew the feeling was groundless, but it mastered her. Preparations she had none to make, except clothing herself in a warm gown and putting a few toilet necessaries into a little handbag. Mrs. Dormer Smith always breakfasted late, and during the cold weather in her own room, and May shared the morning meal with her uncle. Today, at her request, Harold and Wilfred were allowed to come downstairs and breakfast with her. This arrangement suited Cecile, who much preferred breakfasting with Smithson in the housekeeper's room to cutting bread and butter and pouring out milk and water in the nursery. As soon as the meal was over, May asked Harold for the loan of his golden half-sovereign. His first reply was a severe blow. "You mean that yellow sixpence Papa gave me? I haven't got it, Cousin May." May felt as though the child had struck her, but the next moment he added, "Papa put it into that little box with a slit in it. You can't get it out. Nobody can get it out. It belongs to me, you know, only I can't buy anything with it. Papa says it's property." May coaxed him to bring the box to her room, and found that it was closed by a cheap little lock, which it would be perfectly easy to force open. When she proposed the strong measure to Harold, he demurred at first, but finally yielded, on his cousin saying that she wanted the money very much, and would be unhappy if she could not get it. A glove-box lined with quilted satin was offered him by way of immediate compensation, and he was promised that his yellow sixpence should be repaid with ample interest in the shape of a coin which would not share the inconvenient dignity of being property, but might be freely spent. May felt as if she were a criminal as she wrenched open the little money-box and took out the half-sovereign, which lay glistening amid a small heap of pennies and sixpences. Harold stood watching her intently. "You do look funny, Cousin May," he said. "Your cheeks are quite white, and your eyes are queer, and your hands burn. Mine is ever so cold. Feel." He put his little red cold hand on May's forehead, and the touch seemed deliciously refreshing to her. "My head aches a little, Harold. I shall soon be well, though. I'm going to see my dear Granny. I've often told you about her. She is so good and kind. She makes people well when they are sick or sorry." Harold's experience of being made well when he was sick was not of such a nature as to make this praise particularly attractive to him. "I suppose she gives you powders," he said in a disparaging tone, and then added gloomily, "I wouldn't go to her if I was you." May kissed him, and assured him that Granny's methods were all pleasant ones. Wilfred, who had been kept outside the room during the financial transaction, as being too young to be trusted with a secret of such importance, was now admitted in compliance with his reiterated petition, and the two little fellows stood quietly watching their cousin, as in a hurried, feverish way she put a few articles into her little bag, and took a fur-lined cloak out of the wardrobe, and laid her hat and gloves ready on the bed. "I say, Cousin May," said Harold all at once, "you'll come back again, shan't you?" She looked down at the child's upturned face with a start. It had not occurred to her before, but the thought now struck her, that it was very likely she should never return to that house. "I will see you again, darlings, if I live," she said, bending down to kiss and embrace the children. Wilfred, always inclined to be tearful, showed symptoms of setting up a sympathetic wail, but Harold said with a dogged little setting of the lips, "Well, if you don't come back, I know what I shall do. I've got all those pennies left in the box, and I shall buy a stick and a bundle and run away, and go along the high road ever so far till I find you." "I shall come too," cried Wilfred. "Papa gave me sixpence." All three looked indeed almost equally childish and innocent. Harold and Wilfred, with their project of running away, derived from a nursery story-book, and May clutching the yellow sixpence, as a talisman that was to carry her afar from all trouble and persecution. She did not, of course, mean to leave Aunt Pauline in any anxiety as to what had become of her, but she wanted to get a good start. After some deliberation, she wrote a short note to her aunt, and entrusted it to Harold. His instructions were to keep it until luncheon time, and then give it to his mother. But in case he heard them asking for May in the house, and wondering where she was, he might deliver it sooner. In any case, he must not give it to Cecile or Smithson, but place it in his mother's own hand. This latter was a service which Harold felt to be a severe one, but he undertook it with a feeling akin to that of a knight doing battle with giants and dragons, on behalf of his liege lady. Not that his mother would be harsh or cruel, that was quite out of the question. She would not even scold him much, probably, but she would look at him with that complaining air of disapproval, as if he were an unmerited affliction, and call him and his brother "those dreadful little boys," and send him away to the nursery, all which things the child felt keenly in his heart, although he was entirely unable to analyze them in his brain. May also wrote to Owen, telling him of her departure, and confessing that she had not written to Mr. Bragg. "What is the use of my remaining in London when we cannot meet?" she wrote. "We are as far apart, really, as when you were in Spain. I am worn out, dear Owen, and I feel that I need Granny's help. Do not be angry with me for taking this step without consulting you. You will know I am safe and well cared for with Granny, who is your friend, instead of having to fight against the arguments of those who are hostile to you." Then in a postscript she added, "Mrs. Simpson came here yesterday. She said she'd seen you. You did not send me any message by her. Perhaps you did not know she meant to see me." This note she put in her pocket to be posted at the station. It was now past 12 o'clock, for early hours were not kept in the Dormer Smith household. May's nervous impatience to be gone was no longer to be resisted. She took the children into the little back room where she had been accustomed to give them their lessons, and on her own responsibility gave them a book full of coloured pictures, which Cecile never entrusted to their mischievous little fingers without her personal supervision. And this unusual indulgence delighted them and absorbed their attention. Then she stole back to her own chamber and looked out of the window. The rain was still falling at intervals in driving showers. All the better. There was the less chance of anyone whom she knew in that neighbourhood being abroad to recognize her. She had told Smithson immediately after breakfast that she was going to her own room, and did not wish to be disturbed until luncheon time. She now put on her hat and gloves, wrapped herself in the warm cloak, and carrying a tiny umbrella, which looked very unequal to offering much resistance to the wind and rain that were now sweeping along the street, she crept downstairs and let herself out at the hall door. She had to walk some distance before reaching a cab-stand, and by the time she did so her feet were wet. She had no boots fitted to keep out mud and damp. Aunt Pauline considered thick boots superfluous in London. In the country, of course, it was quite the right thing to tramp about in all weathers, and proper chaussures must be provided for the purpose. Although it had been a dogma laid down by the best people that one ought to march barefoot through the mire, Aunt Pauline would have desired May to conform to that as well as to all other sacred ordinances of the social creed. May was driven to the railway station in due course by a cabman who, on being asked what she had to pay, contented himself with only twice his fare. She found she was much too early for the express train, but there was a slow train going within half an hour. It would not reach Oldchester until after the express, although starting before it, but May decided to travel by it. She was frightened at the idea of remaining in the big terminus, where she might be seen and recognized by some passing acquaintance at any moment, and the idea of being actually on the road to Granny, safely shut up in a railway carriage out of reach, was tempting. She took her ticket, the purchase of which reduced her funds to the last shilling, and was put into a carriage by herself, first-class passengers by that train not being numerous. The girl's head was throbbing, and the damp chill to her feet made her shiver. She leaned back in a corner of the carriage and closed her eyes. The train trundled along, its progress arrested by frequent stoppages. The dim daylight faded. At wayside stations the reflections from the lamps shone with a melancholy gleam in inky pools of rainwater. May began to suffer from want of food. She was not hungry, but she felt the need, although not the desire, for some sustenance. At one place where they stopped for a quarter of an hour, she thought of getting some tea, but there was a crowd of men in front of a counter where beer and spirits were being sold, but where she saw no tea, and the steam from damp greatcoats mingled with tobacco smoke and close air made her feel sick. She tottered back to the carriage, carrying with her a huge fossilized bun, which she tried, not very successfully, to nibble at intervals, and at length she fell into an uneasy doze. She was awakened by the opening of the carriage door, and a voice saying, "You'll be all right here, sir." A dark lantern flashed in her eyes. A hat-box and dressing-bag were put into the carriage by an obsequious porter. A gentleman entered and took his seat in the corner farthest away from her. The door was slammed to, and they moved on again. May put up her hand to her forehead in a dazed manner. She felt confused and could not for the moment understand where she was. Her head ached and throbbed painfully. Then she recollected it all, and wondered what o'clock it was, and whether they were drawing near Oldchester. "Can you tell me what station that was?" she asked in a faint voice of her fellow-traveller. The gentleman turned his head sharply, and peered at her where she sat in the darkness of her corner seat. He could not distinguish her face, for, before his entrance, she had drawn the movable shade half across the lamp in the roof of the carriage. Thinking he had not heard, or had not understood her, she repeated the question, "What is the name of that last station, if you please?" Upon which the gentleman, instead of making any such reply as might have been expected, exclaimed, "Lord bless my soul!" and leaving his place at the other extremity of the carriage, he came and seated himself opposite to her. "It is Miss Cheffington," he said in a tone of the utmost wonder. And then May recognized Mr. Bragg. "My dear young lady, how come you to be travelling alone? By this train? Is anything the matter?" His tone was so sincere and earnest, his face and manner so gentle and fatherly, that May at once felt she could trust him fully and fearlessly. "I'm so glad it's you, Mr. Bragg, and not a stranger," she said, putting her hand out to take his. "Thank you," said Mr. Bragg simply. "I'm glad it is me, if I can be of any use to you." Then he asked again, "Is anything the matter?" "No, nothing very serious. I have run away from Aunt Pauline." "Run away?" "And I'm going to Granny. You won't feel it your duty to give me up as a fugitive from justice, will you?" she said, trying to smile, with very tremulous lips. "Mrs. Dormer-Smith has never been treating you bad or cruel," said Mr. Bragg wonderingly. No, she couldn't." "No, truly, she could not be consciously cruel to me, or to anyone. But she has ideas which she tried to persuade me. We don't understand one another, that's the truth." Mr. Bragg all at once remembered a certain private note dispatched to his hotel in town by Mrs. Dormer-Smith, wherein she had assured him that May was an inexperienced child who didn't know her own mind, and begged him not to take her too absolutely at her word. He had never replied to that note, having indeed nothing to say which it would be agreeable to his correspondent to hear. But he recalled other instances in which ladies of the highest gentility had hunted him, or rather not him, he had no illusions of vanity on that point, but his large fortune, with a ruthless unscrupulosity which had amazed him, and a gallant perseverance in the teeth of discouragement, which almost extorted admiration. And the question stole into his mind, could Mrs. Dormer-Smith have been persecuting May on his account? The idea was inexpressibly painful to him, but anyway he was relieved and thankful to find that the girl did not shrink from him, but was sweet and gracious as ever. "Well, to be sure," he said in his slow, pondering way, "'tis a strange chance that we should meet just now, isn't it? For I've just come from your family place, you know." "From where?" "From the home of your ancestors, as Mr. Theodore Bransby calls it. You asked me the name of that station I got in at. Well, it's Combe St. Mildred's, the station for Combe Park, you know." "Is it? Then we cannot be far from Oldchester." "Not very far in miles. But this is an uncommon slow train. Stops everywhere. Stops just now at Wendhurst Junction. The express runs through. I'm afraid you're very tired, Miss Cheffington." He could not see her at all distinctly, but her voice betrayed great weariness, he thought. "Not very. Yes, rather. It does not matter now. We shall soon be there." "Yes," went on Mr. Bragg, "I've been attending the funeral." "Oh, yes, poor Lucius. I had forgotten that it was for to-day," said May, with a self-reproachful feeling. "He was very kind to me, although at first he seemed so dry and eccentric. I think he liked me. I know I liked him." "Yes, no doubt but what he liked you. That can't be disputed. And it does him honour, in my opinion. I suppose I ought to congratulate you, Miss Cheffington, although congratulating may seem out of place with the crape band round your hat. And yet I don't know." "Congratulate me? Do you mean because my father is the heir? I think there is more sorrow in Lord Castlecomb's heart than there can be satisfaction in anyone else's," answered May. She was surprised at this manifestation of coarseness of feeling in Mr. Bragg. It was the first she had ever observed in him. "Your father? Lord bless me, no. Nothing to do with your father. I was alluding to your cousin's last will and testament. I was present when it was read by Lord Castlecomb's desire, although having no particular claim that I know of. Still, when we came back from the old churchyard, his lordship invited me into the library, and the will was read out then by Waggett, the lawyer, poor Martin Bransby's successor." "But what has that all to do with me?" asked May, sitting upright, and holding on by the elbows of the seat. As she did so, everything seemed to waver and swim before her eyes. The cushions on which she sat seemed to be sinking down through the earth. The long fast, her broken sleep on the previous night, the tears she had shed, and all the emotions of this journey, which to her was an adventure fraught with all kinds of anxieties, were telling upon her. But she made a desperate effort to listen, not to be ill, not to give trouble. The train was to stop shortly. She would hold up her courage until then. Had not the gloom caused by the lampshade baffled Mr. Bragg's observation, he would have been startled by her countenance. As it was, he merely answered, "Well, because your cousin has left you all the little property he inherited from his mother. It isn't a great fortune, a matter of 450 or 500 pound a year, as well as I can make out, but it's all in sound investments. mostly government securities, and it's settled on you every penny of it." But May, struggling against a sick sensation of faintness, was scarcely able to grasp the meaning of what was said to her. Her eyes grew dim, she half rose up from her seat, made a vague movement with her hands, such as one makes in falling and clutching at whatever is nearest, and then sank down in a heap on the floor of the carriage, like a wounded bird. She was in a dead swoon, and her young face looked piteously white and wan under the crude glare of the gas, as the train moved slowly, with much resounding clangor, into the big station at Wendhurst Junction. End of chapter 10. Volume 3, Chapter 11 of That Unfortunate Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That Unfortunate Marriage by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 11. With that indescribably dreadful, rushing, whirling sensation in the brain, which can never be forgotten by whoever has once experienced it, May Cheffington recovered out of her swoon, and her senses returned to her. She was lying on a cushioned seat in the ladies' waiting room at Wendhurst Junction. Her dress had been loosened, her own warm cloak had been spread over her as a coverlet, a woolen shawl was thrown across her feet, and an elderly woman was sprinkling water on her forehead. She opened her eyes and then shut them again lazily. The glare of the gas made her blink, and the sense of rest was, for the moment, all she wanted. "She'll do now," said the elderly woman, wiping May's wet forehead with a handkerchief. Then she went to the door of the room, and, half opening it, said to someone outside, "Coming round, beautiful sir. She'll be all right now." "Who's there?" asked May in a little feeble, drowsy voice. "Your pa, dear. He has been in a taking about you, but I'm telling him you're as right can be. So you are, ain't you? There's a pretty." Every second that passed was bringing more clearness to May's mind, more animation to her frame. By the time the elderly woman had finished speaking, May said, "Oh, ask him to come in. Ask him, pray, to come here and speak to me." This message being transmitted, the door was opened, and in walked Mr. Bragg with a most disturbed and anxious countenance. May was lying with her head supported on a pillow, formed of a great coat hastily rolled up, which the attendant had covered with her own white apron. The pretty soft brown hair, dabbled here and there with water, was hanging in disorder. Her eyes looked very large and bright in her pale face. Mr. Bragg came and stood beside her, and looked at her with a sort of tender, pitying trepidation, as an amiable giant might contemplate Ariel with a broken wing, longing to help, but fearing to hurt the delicate creature. May put out her hand, and took hold of Mr. Bragg's as innocently as little Enid might have done. "Oh, I'm so sorry," she said. "Yes," returned Mr. Bragg in a subdued voice, "and I'm so sorry too. But you are feeling better now, ain't you?" "Oh, but I mean I'm sorry for you. Sorry to frighten you and to give you so much trouble." "Trouble? Well, I don't know about that. This good lady here has been taking what trouble there was to take. Not such a vast deal, was it, ma'am?" The good lady, who had begun to doubt the correctness of her assumption that these two were father and daughter, smoothed the shawl over May's feet, and murmured that they were not to mention it. Mr. Bragg pulled out his watch impatiently. "What, haven't they found anybody yet?" he said. "I sent off a man in a fly 10 minutes ago." The attendant observed apologetically that the first doctor they'd gone to might not have been at home, and then they'd have to go on a goodish bit further. May started up on her elbow. "Doctor!" she cried in dismay. "You haven't sent for a doctor?" "Yes, I have," answered Mr. Bragg, dismayed in his turn by her evident distress. "I couldn't do less. You might have been dying, for anything I knew. You don't know how bad you looked." "But I don't want a doctor. I'm quite well. I only want to go on. I want to go on to Granny." And May's head fell back on the pillow, while a tear forced its way beneath the closed eyelids. "You came by the slow down, didn't you? Oh, well, there's no passenger train going on that way before 11:05 to-night," observed the elderly female. At this intelligence the tears poured down May's cheeks, and she turned away her head on the cushion. "Don't cry, don't fret," exclaimed Mr. Bragg. "You shall be in Oldchester within an hour, if the medical man says you're able to travel. I'll speak to the station master at once. Only we must hear what the doctor says, mustn't we? I dursn't run a risk, now durst I? You see that yourself. You're what you might call laid on my conscience to take care of. Good Lord, will this fool of a fellow never come back? I told him to drive as fast as he could pelt." May was crying now less from vexation than from exhaustion. "I'm not ill, indeed," she murmured, trying to check her tears. "But, my dear young lady, people don't faint dead away like that, and look so white and ghastly, without there's something the matter. It wasn't the news I told you upset you like that, surely?" "No, of course not. I think it was because I had had no dinner." "Lord bless me!" cried Mr. Bragg. "Why, you're starving. That's what it is, then." In his anxious solicitude for her, Mr. Bragg would have ordered anything eatable to be brought which the refreshment room afforded, but he yielded to May's entreaty that she might have a cup of tea and a piece of bread. The attendant suggested a teaspoonful of brandy in the tea, but at this May shook her head. Mr. Bragg, however, thought the suggestion a good one, and producing a small flask from his travelling bag, insisted on pouring a few drops of its contents into the cup of tea. "That's fine old cognac," he said, "like a cordial. I wouldn't ask you to swallow the stuff they sell here, but this'll do you nothing but good. Dear me, if I'd only thought of giving you some of this before." He was quite self-reproachful, and May had some difficulty in persuading him that no blame could possibly attach to him for not having administered a dose of brandy to her as soon as they met in the railway carriage. By this time the doctor sent for from Wendhurst had arrived. A brief interview with his patient convinced him that she was perfectly well able to travel on as far as Oldchester. "Rather delicate nervous organisation, you see," said the doctor to Mr. Bragg when he left May, "and there has been some mental distress, family troubles, she tells me, and the long fast and the journey quite sufficient to account. Oh, thanks. She'll be all right after a good night's rest, I haven't the least doubt." And the doctor withdrew with a bow, for Mr. Bragg, apologising for having disturbed him and brought him so far through the rain, had put a handsome fee into his hand. Mr. Bragg had also mentioned, in the hearing of the waiting-room attendant, who was hovering inquisitively in the background, that the young lady had been put under his charge, and that he had just left the house of her great-uncle, Lord Castlecombe. He was aware that he himself was far too well-known a man in these parts for the adventure not to be talked about, and his experience of life had taught him that, while it is as difficult to check gossip as to bring a runaway horse to a standstill, yet that both may generally be turned to the right or left by a cool hand. His sagacity was amply justified, for the waiting-room attendant, for weeks afterwards, would narrate to passing lady travellers how that sweet young lady, Lord Castlecombe's grandniece, was so cut up by the death of her cousin that she fainted right away coming back from the funeral at Combe Park, not having been able to touch food for more than 12 hours, in consequence of her grief; and how Mr. Bragg, the great Oldchester manufacturer, who was taking charge of the young lady on her journey home, was so kind and anxious, and quite like a father to her; and how they both repeatedly had said, "Mrs. Tupp, if it hadn't been for your care and attention, we don't know whatever we should have done." Soon after the old doctor had departed, Mr. Bragg came back to May, and informed her that arrangements had been made for their starting for Oldchester in 3/4 of an hour, if that would be agreeable to her; and in reply to her wondering inquiry as to how that could have been managed, he said quietly, "Oh, I've got a special train. I'm a director of this line, and they know me here pretty well." May had always understood that a special train was an immensely costly matter, but in her ignorance she was by no means sure that it might not be part of the privileges of a railway director to have special trains run for his service gratis, whensoever he should require them, which probably was precisely what Mr. Bragg desired her to suppose. He then called aside the attendant, and held a short colloquy with her in the adjoining room, the result of which was to put the worthy Mrs. Tupp into a great fuss and flutter. She dashed at a cupboard in the wall and plunged her hand into it, drawing it out again with a battered old black bonnet dangling by one string, as though she had been fishing at a venture and brought up that rather unexpectedly. Further, Mrs. Tupp, with many apologies, took the checked shawl which had been laid over May's feet and put it on her own shoulders, and then assuring Mr. Bragg, in a speech which it took some time to deliver, that she wouldn't be gone not 10 minutes, for her house was close by, better than half a mile before you really come into Wendhurst High Street, going the shortest way from the station, she finally disappeared. "Now, Miss Cheffington," said Mr. Bragg, "I want you to do something to oblige me. Will you?" "Most gladly, if I can, but I'm afraid it will turn out to be something to oblige me," answered May, looking up at him timidly. "Don't you want some food? I dare say you do." "Why, no, Miss Cheffington, I can't say I do. I ate a most uncommon hearty luncheon. I wonder why people always eat so much when there's a funeral going on. Besides, it isn't dinner time yet, you know." "Isn't it? I've no idea what o'clock it is. If you told me it was the middle of next week, I don't think I should feel surprised." And she smiled with one of her old bright looks. "That's right," said Mr. Bragg. "You're picking up. Well, now, I was going to say that I noticed in the refreshment room a cold roast fowl, which didn't look at all nasty. No, not really at all nasty," insisted Mr. Bragg, with the air of one who is aware that his statement may not unreasonably be received with incredulity. "And if you let them bring it in here on a tray, and try to eat a bit of it, and drink another cup of tea. No, I promise not to put any brandy in it. I shall esteem it a favour." Of course there was no refusing this, but May said wistfully, "I was going to ask you, would you mind? I have something to say to you, and if I don't say it soon, that woman will be here. She's coming back immediately." "Why, as to that, Miss Cheffington, I don't think she is. From what I can make out, she's the kind of person that never can realise to themselves that 15 minutes, one after the other, end to end, make up a quarter of an hour. She lost a lot of time here talking, and I saw her stop to tell the young woman at the bar over yonder what a hurry she was in. No, I make no doubt but what she'll be back before we start, but not just yet a while." The roast chicken and some freshly made tea were brought in due course, and Mr. Bragg had the satisfaction of seeing May partake of both. Then he professed his readiness to hear what she wished to say. "Are you comfortable? Like not too much for you? There. Now, provided you don't overtire yourself, nor yet what you might call overtry yourself, I'm listening." He sat down in a chair nearly opposite to the fire, so that his profile was turned to May, and looked thoughtfully into the hot coals, folding his arms in an attitude of massive quietude which was characteristic of him. "First of all, you must let me thank you for all your kindness," said May. "No, don't do that," he answered, without removing his gaze from the fire. Then he repeated musingly, "No, no, don't do that. Don't ye do that." Then ensued a pause. It lasted so long that Mr. Bragg, glancing round at the girls, said, "That wasn't all you had in your mind to say, was it?" "No, Mr. Bragg." "Perhaps you've changed your mind about speaking. Well, don't you worry yourself. You just do what you feel most agreeable to yourself, you know." "But I want to speak. I was so anxious to tell you. This chance, which I could never have expected or dreamt of, gives me the opportunity. And now I don't know how to begin." He was silent for a moment, pondering. "Could I help you? I wonder if it's about a certain conversation you and me had together a few days back." "Yes, partly." "Well, now, you remember on that occasion I said to you that I hoped we might be friends, you and me, real true friends. You remember, don't you?" "Gratefully." "Well, I meant what I said. If you have been," he was about to say persecuted, but changed the word, "if you have been in any way bothered in consequence of that conversation, I am truly sorry for it. But don't let it make any difference as between you and me. Your aunt, Mrs. Dormer Smith, she's a most well-meaning lady and has beautiful manners, but she's liable to make mistakes like the rest of us. And don't you fret, you know. You're going to your grandmother, Mrs. Dobbs, you tell me, and she's a woman of wonderful good sense. She'll understand some things better than what your aunt can. It'll be all right. Don't you worry yourself." He spoke in a gentle, soothing tone, such as one might use to a child, and kept nodding his head slowly as he spoke, still with his eyes fixed on the fire. "It isn't that. I mean, I wanted to tell you something." He turned his head now quickly and looked at her. Her eyes were cast down, and she was plucking nervously at the fur lining of the cloak which lay on the seat beside her. "Is it something about that confidence you made me, and that I look upon as an honour, and always shall? Well, now, if you're going to speak about that, I shall take it as a sign that you really mean to be friends with me and trust me, and there's nothing in the world would make me so proud as that you should trust me full and free." Then she told him all the story of her engagement to Owen, how it had been kept secret for 3 months by her grandmother's express stipulation, how, when Owen returned to England, they had revealed it to Mrs. Dormer Smith, how that lady had disapproved and forbidden Owen the house, and had written to Captain Cheffington requesting him to interpose his parental authority, how, finally, May had felt so miserable and lonely that she had made up her mind to leave her aunt's house and take refuge with her grandmother. Mr. Bragg sat like a rock while she told her story, hesitatingly and shyly at first, but gathering courage as she went on. When she first mentioned Owen's name, his brows contracted for a moment, in a way which might mean anger or perplexity, or simply surprise, but he remained otherwise quite unmoved to all appearance, and perfectly silent. When May had finished her little story, she said timidly, as she had said to him on that memorable day in her aunt's house, "You are not angry, Mr. Bragg?" He answered nearly as he had answered then, but without looking at her, and keeping his gaze on the fire. "Angry, my child? No, how could I be angry with you? You have never deceived me. You have been true and honest from first to last." "But I mean, you're not angry with Owen?" The answer did not come quite so promptly this time, but after a few seconds he said, "I don't know that I've the least right to be angry with Mr. Rivers, only I should have liked it better if he had told me how things were, plain and straightforward, when we were talking about something else." He brought his speech to an abrupt conclusion. Upon this, May assured him that Owen had never desired secrecy. The engagement had been kept secret in deference to Granny, And as soon as her aunt knew it, Owen had urged her, May, to tell Mr. Bragg also, feeling himself in a false position until the truth was revealed. "I ought to have written to you yesterday," she said guiltily. "It's my fault. Indeed it is." Mr. Bragg got up from his chair, and muttering something about getting a little air, walked out onto the long platform. There was certainly no lack of air outside there. A damp, raw wind was driving through the station, making the lamps blink. Mr. Bragg had no greatcoat, that garment having been rolled up to serve as May's pillow, but he marched up and down the long platform with his hands behind his back, at a steady and by no means rapid pace, apparently insensible to the cold. Owen Rivers. So the man May was engaged to was his secretary, Mr. Rivers. That was very surprising. Mr. Rivers was not at all the sort of man he should have expected that exquisite young creature to care about. But Mr. Bragg would have been puzzled to describe the sort of man he would have expected her to care about. He had never seen any man he thought worthy of her, and it might safely be predicted that he never would, seeing that Mr. Bragg was in love with May and would certainly never be in love with May's husband, let him be the finest fellow in the world. One suspicion he at once dismissed from his mind, that Owen had ever been in the least danger from Mrs. Bransby's fascinations. No, when a man was betrothed to a girl like May Cheffington, he was safe enough from anything of that kind, argued Mr. Bragg. Indeed, his visit to the widow's house had given him a favourable impression of all its inmates. It was impossible, he thought, to be in Mrs. Bransby's presence without perceiving her to be worthy of respect. Searching his memory, he discovered that the first hint of her having any designs on young Rivers had come from Theodore Bransby, and now the motive of the hint began to dawn upon him. Theodore, as he had long ago perceived, hated Rivers. Mr. Bragg now understood why. He paced up and down the draughty platform, solitary and meditative, for full 10 minutes. It was a dead time, and the whole station seemed nearly deserted. Then he returned to the waiting room, of which May was still the sole occupant. He stirred the fire into a blaze, and then sat down opposite to it as before. May looked at him nervously and anxiously. She did not venture to speak first. "I'll tell you one thing, Miss Cheffington," said Mr. Bragg all at once. "What you told me has been a relief to my mind in one way." She looked up inquiringly. "Yes, it has been a relief to my mind, and I'm bound to acknowledge it. I was afraid at one time, indeed I'd almost made up my mind, though terribly against the grain, that you was engaged to someone else." "Someone else!" exclaimed May, opening great eyes of wonder, and speaking in a tone which conveyed her naïve persuasion that, in that sense, there did not exist anyone else. "Why, whom can you mean?" Mr. Bragg reflected an instant. Then he said, "I'll tell you. Yes, I'll tell you, for he's tried to thrust it in people's faces as far as he dared. Mr. Theodore Bransby." May fell back on her seat with a gesture of mute astonishment. "Oh, yes, you're wondering how I could be such a blockhead as to think that possible. But if it had been true, you'd have wondered how I could be such a blockhead as to think anything else possible," said Mr. Bragg. It was the sole touch of bitterness which escaped him throughout the interview. After a brief pause, he went on. "Not, you understand, that I mean to deny Mr. Rivers is far superior to young Bransby, out of all comparison superior to him. I may perhaps consider Mr. Rivers fortunate beyond his merits. That's a question we won't enter into, because you and me can't help but look at it from different points of view. But I must bear testimony that he has always behaved like a real gentleman in his duties with me, and so far as I know, he's thoroughly upright and honourable." May considered this to be but faint praise, but she graciously made allowances. Granny, however, knew better. When Mr. Bragg's words were repeated to Granny, she exclaimed, "Well done, Joshua Bragg. That was spoken like a generous-minded man." By this time the engine which was to draw them to Oldchester was in readiness. Mr. Bragg inquired impatiently for the good lady of the waiting-room, and then May learned that that person was to accompany them on the journey, lest Miss Cheffington should need any attendance on the way. "And indeed," said Mrs. Tupp afterwards, "if the young lady had been a Princess Royal, there couldn't have been more fuss made over her. Saloon carriage and everything. Of course, it was an effort for me to go along with him at such short notice and so entirely unexpected. But as they said to me, 'Mrs. Tupp,' they said, 'had it not have been for your kindness and attention, we don't know what we should have done.' And the gentleman certainly made it worth my while," as he certainly did. At the present moment, however, Mrs. Tupp was by no means in a complacent frame of mind. She was seen hurriedly approaching from the extremity of the station, very breathless and exhausted, attired in her Sunday bonnet and shawl to match, confronting Mr. Bragg, who stood sternly, watch in hand, at the door of the carriage. "I told you so, Miss Cheffington," said he to May, who was already made luxuriously comfortable within the carriage. Now, ma'am, don't trouble yourself to explain, please, because in exactly 2 seconds and a half we're off. Would you be so kind?" This to a guard who stood looking on beside the station master. In a moment they had taken Mrs. Tupp between them, and, assisted from behind by a youthful porter, managed to hoist her into the carriage by main force. Mr. Bragg took his place opposite to May. The whistle sounded, and they glided from beneath the roof of the station, and at an increasing speed across the dark country, through the streaming rain. End of chapter 11. Volume 3, Chapter 12 of That Unfortunate Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That Unfortunate Marriage by Frances Eleanor Trollope. Volume 3, Chapter 12. "And you got jealous. You actually were jealous of Owen and that poor dear pretty Mrs. Bransby." "Yes, Granny." "And you were such a goose, I won't use a stronger word though I could, as to pay any attention to what that idiot of an aunt of yours, Lord forgive me, chose to say in her anger and disappointment." "Yes, Granny." "And you let the jabber of poor Amelia Simpson, as kind a soul as ever breathed, but as profitable to listen to as the chirping of sparrows on the housetop, prey upon your mind and bias your common sense." "Yes, Granny." "Why, then I'm ashamed of you, May. Downright ashamed. There now." "Oh, thank you, Granny." And May seized her grandmother's hands one after the other as the old woman drew them away impatiently, and kissed them in a kind of rapture. This little scene, with but slight variations, had been enacted several times since May's arrival on the previous evening at Jessamine Cottage. May had ceased to make any excuses for herself, or to endeavour to describe and account for her state of mind. She was only too thankful to have her doubts treated with supreme disdain. To be scolded and chidden, and told that she did not deserve such a true lover as Owen, was such happiness as she could not be grateful enough for. "Jealous of Owen because a parcel of mischievous magpies had nothing better to do than dig their foolish bills into a poor widow's reputation. Why, I think you must have had a softening of the brain," Mrs. Dobbs would say, whereupon May would kneel down and bury her face in her grandmother's lap, and laugh and cry and murmur in a smothered voice, "Bless you, Granny darling!" "Not but what," Mrs. Dobbs admitted afterwards in a private confabulation with Joe Weatherhead, "not but what I do think it's pretty well enough to soften anyone's brain to undergo a long course of Mrs. Dormer Smith. I thought I knew pretty well what she was, and I told you so long ago, Joe Weatherhead, as you must well remember. But mercy, I hadn't an idea. Her goings-on, from what the child tells me, and that fool of a letter she's written to me, display a wrong-headedness and an aggravating kind of imbecility that beats everything." Mr. Weatherhead, for his part, was inclined to be seriously wrathful with everybody who had contributed to make May unhappy, not excluding Mr. Owen Rivers, who, said Joe, might have had more gumption than to rush to Mrs. Bransby's the moment he returned to England, and make such a fuss about her, just as though she, and not May, were the object of his solicitude and affection. "And I think, Sarah," said honest Joe, "that you're too hard on Miranda. It's all very fine, but it seems to me that she had enough, and more than enough, to make her uneasy. What with disagreeable things being dinned into her ears from morning to night, and facts that couldn't be denied, interpreted all wrong, and no friend near to interpret 'em right, and her own modesty and humble-mindedness making her suspect that the young man had offered to her before he was sure of his own mind, and had begun to repent. Take it all together, I consider it's unkind and unfair to bully her as you do, Sarah, and so I tell you." "You do you?" answered Mrs. Dobbs, who had listened with much composure to this attack. "Well, I'm not likely to quarrel with you for that, but you needn't worry yourself about May. I think I understand the case pretty well. If you doubt it, just try sympathising with her, and telling her you think Mr. Rivers behaved bad and thoughtless. You'll see how pleased she'll be with you, and what a lot of gratitude you'll get for taking her part. Try it, Joe." Mr. Weatherhead, on reflection, did not try it. The unexpected legacy from Lucius Cheffington to his cousin was hailed by Mrs. Dobbs with heartfelt thankfulness. May's account of it at first was a very vague one. She had only imperfectly heard Mr. Bragg's communication in the railway carriage, and indeed at that moment it had seemed to her an affair of very secondary importance. But now, when it occurred to her that the money would render them so independent as to put it out of the question for Owen to have to seek his fortune in South America, or in any other distant part of the world, she was as elated by it as the best regulated mind could desire. "And it isn't so very much money, after all, is it, Granny?" she said, with an air of satisfaction, which Mrs. Dobbs did not quite understand. "Well," she answered, "it seems a pretty good deal of money to me, between £400 and £500 a year, as I understand." "Yes, but it isn't a fortune. Mr. Bragg said it wasn't a fortune. I mean, it is very little more than Owen has with what he earns, Granny." "Oh!" exclaimed Mrs. Dobbs, a light beginning to dawn upon her. "I see. Well, you can't have the proud satisfaction of marrying him without a penny belonging to you. But perhaps he might take a situation for 5 years on the Guinea coast, so as to bring his income up above yours." "Oh, Granny!" "Why not? It would be quite as natural and sensible as his wanting to marry poor Mrs. Bransby and her 5 children. Things are getting too comfortable to be let alone. The least he can do is to undergo a course of yellow fever, and—" "Granny, how can you?" And the young arms were round Granny, and the blushing face hidden in Granny's breast. "Was I ever so foolish about Dobbs, I wonder?" murmured Mrs. Dobbs, as she stroked the girl's hair. "He was a good-looking young fellow, was Isaac, in our courting days, and a temper like a sunshiny morning. And we were over head and ears in love. I know that. And, yes, I believe I was every bit as soft-hearted and silly, the Lord be praised." Mr. Bragg called at Jessamine Cottage about noon the day after May's return. He asked to see Mrs. Dobbs, and remained talking with her alone for some time. He had made up his mind, he told her, to give Mr. Rivers a permanent post in his employment, if he chose to accept it. He thought of offering him the management of the Oldchester office, if, after a 3 months' trial, he found it suited him, and he suited it. There was no technical knowledge of the manufacture needed for this post, merely a clear head, honesty, the power of keeping accounts, and of conducting a large business correspondence. "Well, I think he can do it," said Mr. Bragg, "and if he can, he may." Then he informed Mrs. Dobbs that he had telegraphed to Mr. Rivers to come down to Oldchester. He would there find, at the office in Friar's Row, a letter with all details. "As for me," said Mr. Bragg, "I shall cross him on the road. I am going to town by the 3:30 express. You needn't mention what I've told you to Miss C. I thought perhaps she'd like better to hear it. As an agreeable bit of news, I hope, from him." What more may have passed between them, Granny never reported. He went away without seeing May, merely leaving a message, his kind regards, and he hoped she was feeling well and rested. "Oh, I wish I had seen him!" exclaimed May, when this message was faithfully delivered by Granny. "I wanted so much to thank him again. It's too bad. I wonder why he went away without seeing me." "Do you?" said Granny shortly. "Well, perhaps he thought he'd had bother enough with you for one while. He's got other things to do besides dancing attendance on young ladies who wander about the world, fainting from want of food, and requiring special trains and all manner of dainties." Privately she observed to Mr. Weatherhead that innocence was mighty cruel sometimes, as could be exemplified any day by trusting a young child with a kitten. "Mr. Bragg isn't exactly a kitten, Sarah," returned Jo. "True, a kitten will scratch. He's a man, and a good 'un. And I'll tell you what, Jo, if Joshua Bragg wanted his shoes blacked, I'd go down on my old knees to do it for him." May's legacy was a great piece of news for Mr. Weatherhead. He was not only delighted at it for her sake, but he enjoyed the importance of disseminating it. Jo went about the city from the house of one acquaintance to another. He also looked in at the Black Bull, where he ordered a glass of brandy and water in honour of May's good fortune. The item of news he brought was a welcome contribution to the general fund of gossip. The subjects of Mr. Lucius Cheffington's funeral, and how the old lord had taken the death, and whether Captain Cheffington would come back to England now that he was the heir, and make it up with his uncle, were by this time beginning to be worn a little threadbare, or at all events had lost their first gloss. In this way it speedily became known to those interested in the matter that May Cheffington had arrived at her grandmother's house. Among others, the intelligence reached Theodore Bransby. Theodore had been frequently in Oldchester of late, on business of various kinds, chiefly connected with the approaching election. He had never relinquished the hope of winning May, and he believed that the death of Lucius was a circumstance favourable to his hopes. He did not doubt that the new turn of affairs would bring Captain Cheffington to England forthwith, as he had little doubted that many doors, including Mr. Dormer Smith's, would be opened widely to Captain Cheffington now, which had been closed to him for years. Moreover, Theodore was convinced that one immediate result of her father's presence would be to separate May altogether from Mrs. Dobbs and the unfitting associates who haunted her house and claimed acquaintanceship with Miss Cheffington. May, he knew, had a weak affection for the vulgar old woman, but her father's authority would be strong enough to sever her from Mrs. Dobbs, and for the rest, Captain Cheffington was his friend, whereas he was instinctively aware that Mrs. Dobbs was not. Latterly, too, ever since his father's death, May's manner to him had been very gentle. He was meditating these things as he walked up the garden path to Jessamine Cottage. May caught sight of him from the window, and sprang up in consternation, crying to Granny to tell Martha he was not to be admitted. Mrs. Dobbs, however, told May to run upstairs out of the way, and determined to receive the visitor herself. "I'm so afraid he will persist in asking for me. He's wonderfully obstinate, Granny," said May, ready to fly upstairs at the first sound of the expected knock at the door. "Ah," rejoined Mrs. Dobbs, setting her mouth rather grimly, "so am I. Show the gentleman into the parlour, Martha." Theodore was ushered into the little room, and found Mrs. Dobbs seated in state in her big chair. The place was far smaller and poorer than the house in Friar's Row, but in Theodore's eyes it was preferable. There was the possibility of some pretensions to gentility on the part of a dweller in Jessamine Cottage, whereas Friar's Row, though it might perhaps be comfortable, was hopelessly ungenteel. Theodore, when he entered the room, made a low bow, which, unlike his salutation on former occasions, was distinctly a bow, and not a nondescript gesture halfway between a bow and a nod. He had learned by experience that it did not answer to treat Mrs. Dobbs de haut en bas. He also made a movement as if to shake hands, but this Mrs. Dobbs ignored, and asked him to sit down in a coldly civil voice. She had been knitting when he came in, but laid the needles and worsted aside on his entrance, and sat looking at him with her hands folded in her lap. Theodore could scarcely tell why, but this action seemed to prelude nothing pleasant. There was an air of being armed at all points about the old woman, as she sat there looking at him with a steady attention unshared by her knitting. But possibly the work had been laid aside out of politeness. In any case, Theodore told himself that he was not likely to be disconcerted by such a trifle. "How do you do, Mrs. Dobbs?" he asked when he was seated. "Very well. I'm much obliged to you." Here ensued a pause. "It is some time since we met, Mrs. Dobbs." "It's over a 12-month since you called at my house in Friar's Row, Mr. Theodore Bransby." Another pause. "There has been trouble in the Cheffington family since then," said Theodore at length. "Ah, how strange and unexpected was the death of the eldest son! Lucius, of course, was always delicate. Still, he might have lived. His death has been a sad blow to Lord Castlecombe." Theodore considered himself to be condescending and conciliatory in thus assuming that Mrs. Dobbs took some part in the affliction of the noble family. In his heart he resented her having the most distant connection with them, but he intended to be polite. "There has been trouble in other families besides the Cheffingtons," returned Mrs. Dobbs gravely, with her eyes on the young man's mourning garments. "Oh, yes, of course, but no trouble with which you can be expected to concern yourself," he answered. He was annoyed, and preserved his smooth manner only by an effort. "And anyway," continued Mrs. Dobbs, "Lord Castlecombe's sons have left no fatherless children nor widows, nor any one to be desolate and depressed like your poor father did." Theodore raised his eyebrows in his favourite supercilious fashion. "Your figurative language is a little stronger than the case requires," he said. "Widowhood is a desolate thing, and poverty oppressive. There's no figure in that, I'm sorry to say." "Oh, really, I was not aware," said Theodore, nettled in spite of himself into showing some hauteur, "that Mrs. Bransby and her family had excited so much interest in you." "No, I dare say not. I believe you were not. I think it very likely you'd be surprised if you knew how many folks in Oldchester and out of it are interested in them." The young man sat silent, casting about for something to say which should put down this old woman without absolutely quarrelling with her. He was glad to remember that he had always disliked her, but he had come here with a purpose, and he did not intend to be turned aside from it. Seeing that he did not speak, Mrs. Dobbs said, "Might I ask if you did me the favour to call merely to condole upon the death of my late daughter's husband's cousin?" This was an opening for what he wanted to say, and he availed himself of it. He replied stiffly that the principal object of his visit had been to see Miss Cheffington, who, he was told, had returned to Oldchester, and that, in one sense, his visit might be held to be congratulatory, inasmuch as Miss Cheffington inherited something worth having under her cousin's will. He did not fear being suspected of any interested motive here. Besides that he was rich enough to make the money a matter of secondary importance, his conscience was absolutely clear on this score. He had desired and offered to marry May when she was penniless. He still desired it, but truly none the more for her inheritance. "Oh, so you've heard of the legacy, have you?" said Mrs. Dobbs. "Heard of it, my good lady! I was present at the reading of the will. There were very few persons at the funeral. It was poor Lucius's wish that it should be private, but I thought it my duty to attend. There are peculiar relations between the family and myself, which made me desirous of paying that compliment to his memory. I think there was no stranger present except Mr. Bragg. You have heard of him, of course. All Oldchester persons are acquainted with the name of Bragg. After the ceremony, Lord Castlecombe invited us into the library, and the will was read. I understood that the deceased had wished its contents to be made known as soon as possible." This narration of his distinguished treatment at Combe Park was soothing to the young man's self-esteem. He ended his speech with patronizing suavity, but Mrs. Dobbs remained silent and irresponsive. "I wish," said Theodore, after vainly awaiting a word from her, "to see Miss Cheffington, if you please." Mrs. Dobbs slowly shook her head. He repeated the request in a louder and more peremptory tone. "Oh, I heard you quite well before," she said composedly, "but I'm sorry to say your wish can't be complied with." "Miss Cheffington is in this house, is she not?" "Yes, she is at home, but you can't see her." Theodore grew a shade paler than usual, and answered sharply, "But I insist upon seeing her." He threw aside the mask of civility. It evidently was wasted here. "Insist is an unmannerly word to use, and a ridiculous one under the circumstances, which perhaps you'll mind more. You can't see my granddaughter." He glared at her in a white rage. Theodore's anger was never of the blazing, explosive sort. If fire typifies that passion in most persons, in him it resembled frost. His metal turned cold in wrath, but it would skin the fingers which incautiously touched it. A fit of serious anger was apt, also, to make him feel ill and tremulous. "May I ask why I cannot see her?" he said, almost setting his teeth as he spoke. "Because she wishes to avoid you. She fled away when she saw you coming," answered Mrs. Dobbs, with pitiless frankness. He drew 2 or 3 long breaths, like a person who has been running hard, before saying, "That is very strange. It is only a few days ago that Miss Cheffington was sitting beside me at dinner, talking to me in the sweetest and most gracious manner. As to sitting beside you, I suppose she had to sit where she was put. And as to sweetness, no doubt she was civil. But at any rate, she declines to see you now. She has said so as plain English can express it." "Your statement is incredible. Suppose I say I don't believe it. What guarantee have I that you are telling me the truth?" "None at all," she answered quietly. He stared blankly for a moment. Then he said, "Mrs. Dobbs, for some reason or no reason, you hate me. That is a matter of perfect indifference to me." His white lips, twitching nostrils, and icily gleaming eyes told a different tale. "But I am not accustomed to be treated with impertinence by persons of your class." "Only by your betters," interpolated Mrs. Dobbs. "And, moreover, I shall take immediate steps to inform Captain Cheffington of your behaviour. He will scarcely approve his daughter's remaining with a person who says she'd rather not see Mr. Theodore Bransby. Who insults his friends. With regard to Miss Cheffington, I have no doubt you will endeavour to poison her mind against me, but you may possibly find yourself baffled. I have made proposals to Miss Cheffington. No doubt you are acquainted with the fact, which, although not immediately accepted, were not definitively rejected, at least not by the young lady herself, and I shall take an answer from no one else. Miss Cheffington's demeanour to me of late has been distinctly encouraging. If it be now changed, I shall know quite well to whose low cunning and insolent interference to attribute it. But you may find yourself mistaken in your reckoning, Mrs. Dobbs. Captain Cheffington is my friend, and Captain Cheffington will hardly be disposed to leave his daughter in such hands when I tell him all." He was speaking in a laboured way, and his lips and hands were tremulous. Mrs. Dobbs looked at him gravely, but with no trace of anger. "Look here," she said, when he paused, apparently from want of breath. "You may as well know it first as last. May is engaged to be married, has been engaged more than 3 months." Theodore gave a kind of gasp, and turned of so ghostly a pallor that Mrs. Dobbs, without another word, went to a closet in the room, unlocked it, took out a decanter with some sherry in it, poured out a brimming glassful of the wine, and placing one hand behind the young man's head, put the glass to his lips with the other. He made a feeble movement to reject it. "Off with it," she said in the voice of a nurse talking to a refractory child. He swallowed the sherry without further resistance, and a tinge of colour began to return to his face. "You haven't got too much strength," observed Mrs. Dobbs, as she stood and watched him. "Your mother was delicate, and I suppose you take after her." She had no intention, no consciousness of doing so, but in speaking thus she touched a sensitive chord. Any allusion to his mother's feeble constitution made him nervous. He closed his eyes and murmured that he feared he had caught a chill at the funeral, that the sensation of shivering pointed to that. Mrs. Dobbs stood looking down on him as he sat with his head thrown back in the chair. "And so, my lad, you think I hate you?" she said. "Why, I should be sorry to be obliged to hate your father's son, or for that matter, your mother's son either. She was a good, quiet, peaceable sort of young woman. I remember her well. And your grandfather, old Rabbit, that kept the Castlecombe Arms when I was young. No, I don't hate you, not a bit. But I'll tell you what I do hate. I hate to see young creatures that ought by rights to be generous and trusting and affectionate, and maybe a little foolish. There's a kind of foolishness that's better than over-wisdom in the young. I hate to see 'em setting themselves up, valuing themselves on their cuteness, ashamed of them that have gone before 'em. I hate to see 'em hard-hearted to the helpless. Young things may be cruel from thoughtlessness, but to be cruel out of meanness, well, I own I do hate that. But as for you, it comes into my head that perhaps I've been a bit too hard on you." Mrs. Dobbs here laid her broad hand on his shoulder. He would fain have shaken it off, but although the wine had greatly restored him, he thought it prudent to remain quiet and recover himself completely before going away. "You are but a lad to me," continued Mrs. Dobbs, "and perhaps I've been hard on you. There's a deal of excuse to be made. You love my granddaughter after your fashion, and nobody can love better than his best. And it's bitter not to be loved again. You'll get over it. Folks with redder blood in their veins than you have got over it before to-day. But I know you can't think so now, and it's bitter. But if you take an old woman's advice, an old woman that knew your mother and grandmother, and is old enough to be your grandmother herself, you'll just make up your mind to bear a certain amount of pain without flinching, like as if you'd got a bullet in battle, or broken your collarbone out hunting, and turn your thoughts to helping other folks in their trouble. There's no cure for the heartache like that. Take my word for it. Come now, you just face it like a man and try my recipe. You've got good means and good abilities. Do some good with 'em. Some young fellows, when they're out of spirits, take to climbing up mountains, slaughtering wild beasts, or getting into scrimmages with savages. By the way, I did hear that you were going into Parliament. But there's your stepmother now, with her 5 children, your young brothers and sisters on her hands. Just you go in for making her life easier. There's a good work ready and waiting for you." Theodore moved his shoulder brusquely, and Mrs. Dobbs immediately withdrew her hand. He stood up and said stiffly, "I must offer you my acknowledgments for the wine you administered." Mrs. Dobbs merely waved her hand as though putting that aside, and continued to look at him with a grave expression, which was not without a certain broad motherly compassion. "I presume the name of the man to whom Miss Cheffington has engaged herself is not a secret?" "It is Mrs. Hadlow's nephew, Mr. Owen Rivers," answered Mrs. Dobbs simply. He had felt as sure of what she was going to say as though he had seen the words printed before him. Nevertheless, the sound of the name seemed to pierce him like a sword blade. He drew himself up with a strong effort to be cutting and contemptuous. But as he went on speaking, he lost his self-command and prudence. "Miss Cheffington is to be congratulated indeed. Captain Cheffington will no doubt be delighted at the alliance you have contrived for his daughter, Mr. Owen Rivers, a clerk in Mr. Bragg's counting-house, which, however, is probably the most respectable occupation he has ever followed. Mr. Owen Rivers, whose name is scandalously connected throughout Oldchester with that of the person you were so kind as to recommend to my good offices just now, a person whose conduct disgraces my family and dishonours my father's memory. Mr. Owen Rivers, who—" "Hush! Hold your tongue!" cried Mrs. Dobbs, fairly clapping one hand over his mouth, and pointing with the other to the window. There, at the bottom of the garden, was Owen, hurriedly alighting from a cab, and May, who had witnessed his arrival from an upper window, presently came flying down the pathway into his arms. Theodore had but a lightning-swift glimpse of this little scene, for Mrs. Dobbs, saying, "Come along here," resolutely pulled him by the arm into the back room, and so to a door opening onto a lane behind the house. He was astonished at this summary proceeding, but he affected somewhat more bewilderment than he really felt, so as to cover his retreat, and he muttered something about having to deal with a madwoman. "Now go," said Mrs. Dobbs, opening the door. "I can forgive a deal to love and jealousy and disappointment, but that cowardly lie is not to be forgiven. To think that you should be Martin Bransby's son, why, it's enough to make your father turn in his grave." And with that she thrust him out and shut the door upon him. End of chapter 12.